Classic. There we go, everyone. Welcome to day 6 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm your host, Jim Basco. That's CP, and of course, I'm joined by Hex as well. Gentlemen, it is tumultuous day. There will be lots of stories decided today, lots of stories decided yesterday, and for the rest of the time, obviously, this 2-week tournament ends this week. All the fates will be decided. With that said, let's take a quick look at the schedule if we can, and let's recap some of the action that's been taking place throughout the week. Hex, let's start with you here. Of course, obviously, we've got a couple of marquee matches today, right? We're starting off with Germany versus Sweden, Finland versus Poland. We're going to Iceland versus Turkey. Later on in the day, we've got Portugal versus Denmark, Netherlands versus Belgium, Italy versus Great Britain, and then France versus Spain. Taking a quick look at the schedule for today, Hex, what is your matchup that you're looking to most?
The single one I'm looking forward to most is actually the end of the day. We're going to kick it off, of course, me and ZP in the first 3, but I'm sticking around to watch France versus Spain. I mean, obviously, France would be the favorite coming into that matchup, but Spain has opened so many eyes, and they're such a frightening team to play that if France wants to go undefeated, they really have to bring their A game.
Absolutely. ZP, and the same question to you, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be pretty much the same answer. Where Spain right now, overall for EMEC, is the story, right? It is the team that kind of came out of nowhere. It's a team that's getting consistent upsets. It's a team that also has like low lows and high highs. You actually do not know what you're going to get from the Spain matchup, regardless of who they're playing, right? So Spain right now is probably the most exciting team to watch in all of the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, before we actually proceed with the matches and talking about the games that are still to come, let's give you a bit of context as to how this whole damn thing actually works. So the Online Qualifier Challenge showcases 2 groups, Group A and Group B, competing in a round-robin first-to-2 tournament. It's a single-stage tournament that's been taking place over 2 weeks. We are into the second week now. We're on day 6 of the tournament, and that means we only have 3 days of competition today, tomorrow, and the day after to see how it all settles down. And of course, the top 3 of Group A will be moving on, and the top 2 of Group B will be moving on. And if we're taking a look at the standings right now, at the top of Group A, we've got France, Great Britain, and Spain, who just dethroned Denmark yesterday. And in Group B, we've got Saudi Arabia, and in second, we've got Finland. So with tons of matches today, and of course, our first match of the day being Germany versus Sweden. Hex and ZP, I leave it to y'all, and I'll catch you guys on the other side of this match.
Yeah, getting into this one, this is an interesting one where, you know, you look at the stats overall. I don't know if there's really many mathematical ways for Sweden to get into it. Germany still very much alive, and, you know, you kind of get to a point here for Sweden here, Hex, where, you know, we were talking about off-broadcast, but it's one of those, okay, you know, you kind of play for pride, if nothing else here, right? Where Sweden came in as kind of an overwhelming favorite, didn't quite live up to that, but, you know, there comes a point where it's like, look, just stop the losing, right? Like, you know, put some W's up on the board regardless of what else may be left.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, these are competitors, these are players first and foremost. Like, you don't want to lose. They just kind of got bopped and boomed early in the tournament, and it was a little bit rough. So I looked at the standings, and I think Sweden's you know, kind of conspiracy theory-esque way of getting in has been eliminated. I think Sweden is officially out, as far as I know. Germany, so you're saying there's a chance. They're 2-2. They pretty much have to run the table throughout to be able to qualify. Of course, only 2 teams come out of Group B, so it's going to be a rough ride for them. Here is the lineup: Hitori, Phi, QRXU, Refit, and Sucrax. QRXU, I think, is kind of the standout player to me, has been really solid on the hit scan and might end up having to match Sweden's hit scan because Sparker's been playing a ton of Ashe. And then Sucrax has been a pretty nice flex support too. Made some strange changes yesterday, like going to a Moira when they had to, and then the Moira worked out. Like, I know people don't want to hear it, but Moira was really good in that situation. So, yeah, this Germany team, they have to run the table sitting at 2-2. You know, if they get to 5-2, there's a shot. There's a chance.
Yeah, but it's definitely the full. You're telling me there's a chance of it. But you take a look here at the Swedish roster. It does look like THEIMPACTPLAY is going to be in for Lulshish again. I know it's a topic you want to touch on, but also, you know, before we get to that, you kind of look at this team, and I do feel like part of the difference, at least for a player like Kevster, is that you look at how aggressive Kevster, you know, plays in the Overwatch League. I do feel like Kevster has had trouble adjusting to the fact that, you know, he's not necessarily playing with complete all-star level supports in the same way that you do at the Overwatch League level. Not that Tile and Melon are bad, but there is a little bit of a skill gap relative to some of the players that Kevster usually plays with. I do wonder if that has like impacted the level of play we've seen from Kevster here so far.
Well, I think part of it too is, the best meta for a Tracer right now is the Sombra Tracer, and I just don't think Sparker's really comfortable on the Sombra. So like when Sweden has had their best success, Sparker's been playing Ashe, and Kevster's kind of been picking up everything else, like playing a little bit of Echo even as well. Obviously, Kevster is a world tier talent and can play anything really well, but I think of Kevster and I think of Tracer. The interesting switch was yesterday in their first victory, THEIMPACTPLAY was playing tank over Lulsish. THEIMPACTPLAY, I believe, played mostly Orisa. And so they were running like Orisa, Ashe, Echo, and it looked pretty solid. So I think the best chance for Sweden going forward is mostly just like let Sparker play hit scan. Like Ashe for the most part. Hanzo is really good for Sparker as well, but like putting Sparker on Sombra and things that aren't right in their wheelhouse has not been ideal, so I'd imagine we'll see more of those compositions today.
Yeah, I also think Overwatch in general has had kind of a history of, if someone isn't a Sombra player, you can't just throw them on Sombra and be like, oh, this will work out. I can name endless amounts of players where they're really good on most hit scan heroes, but you put them on Sombra and it's not a good look. And, with Sparker, that just might be one of those cases, right? Where, really good player in general, but not quite feeling it on Sombra. And, at that point, it's better off not playing the Sombra. Totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, you're spending too much time not shooting, right? So you're taking away the best ability. And I think, like, at the highest levels, too, it's just there's such a mechanical and like, game sense difference of playing Sombra versus almost any other hero, where you can be, where translocators need to be, when the EMP timing is, who the EMP is going to hit, like, those kind of things. And I think we've even seen it at the Overwatch League level. There's, like, one or two good Sombras, and the rest are, like, fine.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where when you're watching a great Sombra, But we got Sweden going to be rolling out of the gates here in 20 seconds, and, assuming they're not going to swap it up too much DPS-wise, I don't know if I believe the Kevster on... I mean, it could, but the Sparker on Ashe is something I definitely believe.
Yeah, I think that, well, especially if this ends up being the stage that we go to on Ilios, Ashe is really good here. Kevster could stay on the Genji or run into the Echo. I believe it would probably be an Echo coming out based on the main support that we see there. Yeah. So the big difference is going to be the support line, where we've got a Kiriko versus an Ana. But yeah, other than that, pretty much mirrored.
QRX already under pressure from Sparker. I think just took one to the head super early on. But right now, both teams just trading out early poke, and yeah, I mean, in this early stage here, you look a lot to the Ashe, you look a lot to the Echoes as they, just look for early openings. As I say that, QRX gets caught, THEIMPACTPLAY just feasting off a quick dive, and that puts Sweden in a really nice spot for this first fight. As I say that, Kevster gets caught, so all even. Rez might be coming in, though.
Yeah, the Diva's out for blood here early, but Fi gets Melon looking for the res. THEIMPACTPLAY gets a second one, too. It's all Diva all the time on Ilios.
THEIMPACTPLAY is out for blood right now for Sweden. A huge game changer here thus far. Not going to say, hey, Lulsish was the problem, but Sweden does look scarier with THEIMPACTPLAY in the lineup.
I think, it's not necessarily about being a problem or not.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just, you just need a change, right? I mean, obviously something wasn't working, and maybe that's not one player or anything. It's just how the compositions are working, or maybe who's calling it. But, obviously something had to give for Sweden. You don't want to go through the World Cup where you were probably, a group favorite and not get any wins. But yeah, Sky Battle, Kevster takes it, and the Mercy.
Yeah, that was the old double team. Sparker in the back, Kevster in the front. More Kevster than Sparker, but still, Kevster just rolls right in and looking a little bit more like the Kevster of yore here.
Yeah, it has been all Sweden so far. Germany's going to have to find something here. I mean, they will have a smaller, advantage as far as individual outplays, because they're going to have a nano boost. So it's going to be interesting to see who the nano goes on. Usually it's going to be a Diva, just for that dive ability. So we'll see if they end up using that.
Diva or Echo are usually the two targets you'd expect here. Kevster, though, coming in for the back, immediately assassinates two. Can't drop a nano when you're dead, and so far, this has been incredibly one-sided and much more like the Sweden we kind of expected to see from day one.
Yeah, definitely. Kevin Pearson really going to town here, just kind of dropping it in the back line there. And it's kind of the angle that we've seen these Echoes take, and I think it's why you see Echo on this map a lot. There's this angle up top where the supports and even the long-range hits can want to set up that Echo can drop in on. We saw it a bunch yesterday as well.
All right, Germany going for another attempt here. Still have the Nano reserve. Did not get a chance to use it in the last fight. And it goes on to the Echo, so it goes on the Phi early on here. That one goes down, just accepts fate falling over. But Kevster gets QRX, and Sweden still has options to maybe pull this back. Kevster still in duplicate right now. Sweden, 97%. They're going to push this to 99 at the very least, even if they do lose this fight. Tori gets the remake kill in the Kevster. I guess that's one way to send Kevster back to spawn, but very dominant start from Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, Phi is getting some real good work done on this Echo, though, with style points. Most of the work got done on the duplicate from the Ashe, and really well played, but still not flipped over yet.
Yeah, that's the ridiculous part here, is that Sparker comes back in and gets QRX. Sparker on the Sucrax, and Germany's just getting picked off. You know, I thought they would at least get the flip here extended a bit, but no, Sweden's having no part of that. 100-0. Incredibly dominant start here on Ilios.
Yeah, and we can look at the DPS all we want, but the one difference between these compositions was the Ana versus the Kiriko, and you saw Sucrax get kind of bopped a couple of times in a row, and once that flex support is down, I mean, your Mercy either has to decide to heal the entire group or to stay in the sky, and it puts a lot of pressure on. Whereas on the other side, they were running a Kiriko, and Kiriko just has that escapability. So you get dove on by the Echo, or you're taking damage from an Ashe from a bad sightline, then you can just teleport out, and you're fine. The escapability is so much higher there. So I think that was the big difference, is that Sucrax was getting kind of picked off, being a stationary target, and just not the healing throughput that Germany needed.
So we go over to the ruins. Kevster going to be swapping off onto the Tracer. Tracer Sombra versus Ashe Tracer. Again, I like the fact that, we talked on the preamble, keeping Sparker on the Ashe, probably the right move here, given everything that we've seen thus far. Sparker, as we talk about, finds Lucio early, and that's going to be a quick pause.
Yeah, nice little pause there coming in. Of course, you know, you and I kind of cursed with the pauses, but yeah, I mean, also, I think maybe the map pool is helping out Sweden a little bit in these later matches, because Ilios is so good for Ashe for the most part. I mean, you've seen these stages. For the first stage, obviously, is a very, very good Ashe map. This one as well, because this map is often thought of as a Widow map. You know, Ashe, Widow, similar enough that you can play it. But I think it just came down to Sweden being like, let's just play our best players for the most part, you know, or at least let Sparker play their best heroes. And then Kevster has the versatility to pick up whatever else. So I think they just realized that the composition wasn't working. And maybe now they're just feeling a little looser too, like being kind of eliminated. Now you just get to play, you show up, hang out with your friends, you're representing your country, and maybe the looser play style allows them to be a little more aggressive and just, you know, not as tight, and make sure that you hit those shots.
It is a funny concept that transcends the barriers of sport, though, right? Like, whether it be esports, traditional sports, anything like that, right? The idea of like, well, now that you know, the pressure's off, what can you do? And you do see teams suddenly play a whole lot better, you know, relishing the fact that they can play spoiler and, you know, what's the worst that can happen, right? Like, there is that dynamic that sometimes happens, and to an extent, I think Sweden is benefiting from that. Obviously, I think some of the changes they've made have been beneficial. The fact that they're not running the Sombra as much, you know, the main tank change here so far has worked out really well. Also, just mechanically, it feels like Kevster is a little bit more comfortable than he was at day one. I don't know. Everything seems to be working for Sweden right now, and you know, you can kind of speculate as to why, and all the reasons you speculate, it could be a mix of all the above, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, it was kind of a square peg round hole thing early on of like, why are you taking these players and trying to make them fit a meta where you could probably just out muscle everyone else, like based on the damage line that they have. Like, I mean, these are top tier world class damage players, and just let them do their work. And you know, I think maybe the map pool does have something involved with that. I think it's just a ton of different factors. Like you said, playing with house money is always much more fun. You know, there's nothing really on the line. I mean, obviously, you want to win, you want to represent your country. So also, I think like Sweden it's a big deal to get that first victory too, because now there's even less pressure. It's like you're not getting goose egg, you're not going over. So yeah, I mean, Sweden's overall looking strong, and I think it's a variety of factors there. On the flip side of that, like I said, Germany does still have a chance to come out of this group, but they have to win everything. So the pressure is even higher on Germany. So maybe that is playing a factor too. So two opposite sides.
Yeah, not that the tournament is long enough for this to be a thing, but man, that just reminds me of stories of teams when they were going up against, the Season 1 Shanghai Dragons in the Overwatch League, where teams would actually prep way harder against the Dragons, because like, well, we don't want to be their first win. Like, we don't want that to be a thing, and it actually made things even harder for the Dragons, where, overall, that team, while clearly not very good, probably wasn't a 0-win team in actuality, until the point where every team brought their A game and then some, in a way that, they didn't against a team like the Mayhem that was really bad that year, but not 0-win bad, right? So.
Geez, Season 1, it was 40 matches. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
40 matches, and then every match went to 4 regardless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's some tough map 4s. I remember Season 1. You try to sell to the audience like it totally still matters, and technically it did, I guess, for the numbers at the end of the day. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I remember talking to some players and managers that like we don't want to be the ones to be the first loss to Shanghai. Who ended up being the first loss? I can't recall.
It was in Season 2, and was it Atlanta? I don't remember.
That sounds right.
Atlanta
yeah,
feels right in my head, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I mean, time flies, and that was years ago.
Yeah.
Season was 2018, and everything that's happened in the world, it seems like we lost a couple years in there, but it is a millennia ago. So we'll try to figure out why the pause is happening now. Usually it's just somebody drops from the server or something going on. You never know. Maybe a mouse disconnected, battery low, something like that. Who knows?
Looking here, I just went to go. Was my memory correct? It was not. Even though that would be fitting for some years in Atlanta, it was Boston, which is probably more fitting for Boston at the time.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, CB, for the assist. And it was on Horizon Lunar Colony. Oh, another blast from the past.
Yeah,
I guess they brought I guess they brought Lunar Colony back for some quest mode. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that map though.
Overquest.
Yeah, I forgot. Man, that was a thing at one point back. In good old Assault, as we had to call it on broadcast. No longer a game mode, but
Yeah.
Either
I
way,
ended up calling it 2CP mostly because we stole so many terminologies from Team Fortress 2. So yeah, it's even why we call checking for Sombra spy checking. Like that's absolutely 100% term from Team Fortress 2.
All right, now, in case you're wondering what is going on, we were just feeling because we had a player disconnect, and that's sometimes what you got to do. But we're getting very close to the. Maybe it's time to take a break. Maybe not. We're on the edge, right? Where maybe the player's about to get back in. So that's why I kind of go down memory lane on some of these things because hey, that's just kind of where it took us. But Sweden, if you're just tuning in, Sweden playing pretty well today.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, given the results yesterday, this is actually a matchup that I expected Sweden to win just because I think, like, they've made the right changes. And, yeah, so far looking really strong. I think they, the 100%ed it on the first stage of Ilios. So looking good for Sweden thus far today.
Yep, and also, it is one thing I was going to mention is that, we talked about Sparker getting first kills looking good in the Ash, given the fact that it was a Lucio player that disconnected, you got to give it the Sparker. Doesn't miss shots on players that aren't moving. So, good on Sparker.
Yeah, maybe that was the reason why. So we're still waiting, for one of the players to get back into server. But I think we're ready to maybe toss to.
We are.
Take a little break here, ZP.
We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we will see if both teams can get back up to 5. Likely going to be the case. All right, we are back from our trip down memory lane and ready to get back into some Overwatch here at the Overwatch World Cup. It sounds like the players are back in, so it'll be shortly that we'll be heading back in. But in case you're wondering what you might have missed here so far, Sweden looked really, really good in round one. They've made some changes, Hex, and so far the changes seem to be effective.
Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, for Germany, perhaps this ends up being a blessing in disguise. Like, take a minute and reboot because, like, the very first stage of Ilios did not go well at all. Obviously, like, we're just getting kicked off in stage 2, but this might be a second where, like, you know, a serendipitous timeout. Like, let's regroup. What's happening? What's the problem? Like, you know, maybe it's one of those things that ends up helping out because, you know, Germany still has stuff to play for. Obviously, the top of the group looks really strong in Group B, and only 2 teams get out. But, you know, if you're in it, you're still in it. So, like, you know, Germany, if they can run the table, has a shot. There's a chance. And then also, you know, everything we talked about Sweden earlier, too. Like, you still just want to win. Like, at the end of the day, as we go through, there's going to be teams in the next couple of days that are straight up eliminated. And that doesn't really take any of the fire out of the competitive nature of it.
No, I mean, it's one of those things, too. Like, when you sign up for the Overwatch World Cup as a tournament, right, you are committed to play every single match out, or else. I don't know what the actual penalty is if a team just dipped, but it'd probably be bad, right? So if you're stuck playing anyways, you might as well play your best, try and play spoiler, because... Look, I don't think a whole lot of people go into this like, you know what, I'm going to go play and lose, right? Like, I feel like that's just not the mindset of most people that are competing at a high enough level to be in the tournament in the first place. So even if you're out of it, you still want to play hard, see if you can add a few extra W's onto the board.
Yeah, that coveted trip to California, lovely Anaheim Convention Center. Plenty of memories in that area too. So, yeah, still lots to play for. Like I said, Germany 2-2. They've lost to some really strong teams. They've beaten some you know, like when I was doing prep and doing the write-up, it just feels like Germany's like firmly mid-tier. They're beating the teams they should beat, and they're losing to teams that they should lose to, I guess. I mean, I don't know if there's a better way to say that, but yeah, I mean, they're beating Turkey. I think they lost to, I want to say, Finland and Norway. But yeah, so like I said, 2-2, their best record coming out. I think we play 7 matches each, would be 5-2. And right now they need some help above them. I think Saudi Arabia is 5-0 right now, so they would have to drop 2 matches. Don't see that one happening. But I think, you know, right below them, Finland has 1 loss. So Germany still plenty to play for, you know, and hopefully they get that memo and jump into the server as soon as possible.
Yeah, you know, one thing that's kind of funny about this matchup too is that you kind of get into the idea is that there is always an element of RNG of when you play a team in a tournament, right? Like, again, this is one thing that goes both esports and traditional sports. Sometimes it's just better to play a team earlier rather than later, and I feel like Germany would be looking a lot better in this matchup if this was back on like day 1 or day 2 versus Sweden, as opposed to now where like Sweden has made some very beneficial changes where, you know, it's kind of one of those things where, oh man, schedule-wise, if we had just gotten Sweden earlier rather than later, it might be one of the reflection points here for Germany if this match does end up going the way of Sweden.
Yeah, and I think it generally helps out teams that are, you know, on paper a little less competitive, playing a good team early because you can throw some curveballs. Like right now, it feels like we're seeing the meta kind of solidify, especially as we go to different maps. Like you can kind of guess like, oh, they're going to run this, they're going to run this. This is their far map, this is their rush map, things like that. But early on, you didn't really know. I mean, early on, we saw some tour out of Saudi Arabia. Like we saw a lot of like different things. And I mean, we've seen Doomfist, you know, Junkrat comes out. So, but yeah, definitely early on it's a lot easier, but now everything's a little more stabilized. So
we saw Yubi, I think, for exactly 1 map, all in all, where it was also the 1 map that Saudi Arabia lost, where they just came out the tour, but it's like, that didn't work. I guess we're going to be playing Quartz for every other map from here on out.
So, yeah, we're checking one more thing just while you're wondering why you have to look at us just kind of talk and really just blather on at this point. Trying to get the player in the server. Maybe something happened. I don't know. Just kind of chilling. So we're working on it. I'm not. I'm just sitting here talking, but smarter people than I are working on it.
I mean, look, we're gonna have to go deep into the well of additional stories if need be. I mean, realistically, we're probably gonna throw to a break, so we're not gonna do that here just yet. But you know, when it comes down to it, we can't fill for a very, very long time. It just, you know, ideally, Hex, we shouldn't have to in this case because, you know, connections should be restored.
Yeah, I mean, I'm keeping it in the back pocket. Like, we talk about the World Cup, and we can talk about like our BlizzCon. When we went to World Cup in 2017. So we'll save that in case we have to come back and fill a little later, because obviously the internet is being a little cruel to us.
The funny part about this year, this is the first year I've actually repeated a partner. I had a real Defense Against the Dark Arts thing going on where, this was 2016 I casted with Matt. 2017 I casted with you, 2018 I casted with Jake, 2019 I casted with Avast, and now we're going full circle again. We're just looping around.
Bringing back the old hits, as it were.
But that said, we are going to throw the break. When we come back, the players will truly be ready, I hope. All right, and we're back.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
We're back on
Cool.
in, and for those wondering what happened, you know what? I'll save the story for the inter-round break. Either way. To be continued.
Well, it doesn't matter. We're in game. Sweden's got 5%. They are up one stage in our very first map of the day. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sticking with us here. And so far, it has been all Sweden over Germany. Germany trying to keep their hopes alive, have to run the table for the most part for the rest of the tournament.
Sweden winning first fight in no small part due to the quick hit on the Refid, who did get disconnected. But now it's up to Germany to try and get back in on the point. QRX under pressure early. Sparker shooting away. Kevster 91% to pulse spawn. A little tracer on the side here versus Kai.
Yeah, not necessarily the Tracer 1v1 you want to take, but if you're if you win that Tracer 1v1, it's that thing of legends. Put that on your highlight reel.
Yeah, also Tori just got cleaved heading in. So much damage on the Tori. And not the most successful dive for Germany, where I feel like Germany has to be feeling a little bit discombobulated after the disconnect. Sparker takes down 2 cracks, and right now this is just nothing but Sweden.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Germany is going to finally get some ultimates online, so really this is about dive execution. The target you'd have to imagine is going to be somewhere in the back line. You maybe, I mean, there's just not good targets for this dive. Like, do you try to get to Sparker, who's got Coach Gun and going to have Pio for them? You know, Skyle, you dive Kiriko and then just gone. So it's going to be interesting to see who they target. Sparker on the low ground.
Drops the EMP, but immediately Thematic just finds 2 cracks with the spear. Kevster on the Refid, and yeah, nothing Germany's doing right now is hitting. Meanwhile, Sweden is heavily dominating in the neutral. Well, pulse bomb hits,
First
but
kill.
yeah, I don't know if it's the most effective given the fact that a bunch of Germany just fell. That might give them a little bit of momentum on some point, but at this point they have no choice. 99%, got to make something happen, and losing a Tori there makes it a lot less likely something's going to happen.
Yeah, tough there. I mean, finally, Kevster goes down, so maybe a small window where you don't have to worry about the Tracer tear. Sparker again.
Yeah, Sparker's been huge, gets both supports, and yeah, I don't think there's much left to bring this overtime. Double 100-0 for Sweden. Might have taken a little bit longer than expected with the connection issues, but can't argue with the result.
I think Germany, like you said, discombobulated would be the way to say it. Come back, you've got connection issues. You finally get a player in. It's like 20 minutes between like the last time you fired a shot or not. So you kind of just chalk that one up to like, let's forget about it, move on. Like, let's the match starts now. Let's really get in there, and the match is going to start with Germany with their map pick as well. So. Yeah, rough going for Sweden, or for Germany rather, like in the game and out of the game. Just a pretty, bad hour to start the Overwatch tournament for them. But they still have a shot. They still will get map pick, but Sweden looks so much improved. I mean, I really think it's almost as simple as just let Sparker play Ashe. Let Sparker play good heroes. This was a cool play though from Pi. Pi did really good on this echo.
And that might have been the main highlight for Germany in the match, because overall, again, very one-sided. And part of it in that first round too is THEIMPACT. THEIMPACT was playing out of his mind, just finding very, very good plays, and Sparker solid from the space being created from THEIMPACT. All in all, Sweden just looking completely revamped and reinvigorated. But with all that being said, it is Sweden up 1-0 now over Germany. Will Germany bounce back and keep their hopes alive? We'll see after a short break. don't let the length of map 1 fool you. It was actually a very one-sided map in favor of Sweden over Germany. There's just a, you know, an X factor that made it take a little bit longer, Hex.
Yeah, a little bit. We talked about, you know, maybe Germany just forgets that map happened. I'm forgetting that map happened. The series starts now, right? Let's get back into it. Completely one-sided, though. I think, you know, Germany had 1 kill on the second stage of Ilios. It was a weird map, rhythm-wise, kind of momentum-wise. It was strange. But if you look back at the very first stage, it was pretty obvious that Sweden had the upper hand regardless. So, due to our formats, it means that the loser gets to pick the next map. In previous matches that they've lost, Germany against Finland and Norway, they picked Blizzard World and Gibraltar and lost both of those. So they're going to try something a little bit different. Circuit Royale, an interesting pick here.
Yeah, Circuit Royale, I mean, you know, particularly bringing Sweden here, where I feel like there's a lot of, like, if you're Sparker and Kevster, you love Circuit Royale. Like, I feel like it plays to a lot of their strengths, particularly in, you know, being good at longer ranges. But, look, you know, you can get into it all the time on map picks. Is like, do you play to your strength or do you play to your opponent's strength? And a lot of the times, you kind of want to do what you want to do, rather than trying to counterpick the opponent.
Right. I mean, obviously it didn't work out on the other maps too, but like, I don't know. Gibraltar, also kind of the same scenario. Like, do you want to leave Sparker on Ash on Gibraltar? Like, Blizz World is almost even the same. So, you know, the map picks aren't ideal. So maybe Germany has a strategy here as we go into Circuit Royale. Again, Germany needs to be perfect the rest of the tournament to try to get out of Group B. Sweden, mathematically, out of it. They had an interesting scenario in a tweet the other day. Didn't quite come to fruition, but now kind of, you know, showing their full power. It's almost tragic that we, you know, it's taken this long to see Sweden unlock their correct compositions.
Yeah. How are Germany going to be setting up here on the defense first? And, well, this is a little bit interesting. Nothing too unconventional, but I guess one thing that's worth noting here for
it's going to be a spawn hold, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, they're not doing the longer range stuff, where usually for teams on the defense, we've seen them go for more longer range in Circuit Royale, whereas Germany decides we want to fight up close and personal.
Yeah, early on we saw a few teams do this spawn hold. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know, for Germany. Like, if this is a map that you feel you can hold on to, like, don't let Sweden set up, don't let them get in the sight lines, just keep them in spawn and see what you can get done.
Alright, Sile getting caught early. Alex able to land the old 1-2, and yeah, I mean, for Germany, just get time off the clock. I think for what they're good at, I think this may be the strategy to go for here so far. Sparker gets Scott. Really good pressure from Germany thus far. Just so long as they don't lose anyone early, but you know, you take a look at them, really been getting low. Oh, as I say, that's 2 cracks against Scott. That's all Sparker needs. Just comes out from the side, 2 arrows down, and you lose your BAP that early. This is just going to be about how long can you hold now, because the result is fairly inevitable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of, it's similar to Havana, how you break a Havana hold. You just end up getting a kill from your Hanzo. You need that pick potential. Sporker goes nuts. You know, I mentioned it earlier, like, why Sweden's been playing better, and it's not just the Ashe. Like, Sparker's Hanzo is one of the things of legends, and you know, Skyle's got the same question we do, like, why no snipers? But I think, like, you don't really want to play into Sweden's game. Like, you don't want to go double sniper against Sweden. I just think that's a bad idea. So that's why Skyle.
Makes all the sense to me. But yeah, when Sparker's Hanzo's hitting, it's definitely hitting hard. Hanzo in general, like, kind of a streaky hero, but Sparker has absolutely taken over games on the Hanzo. And now we just see Sweden pushing forward. Kevster, quick duplicate coming on out. The old double tank in play for as long as duplicate lasts here. Ram going forward. Annihilation soon. Drops it as Sweden just keeps moving forward. You got the Orisa ultimate. It's a big one. It's all of Germany close together, and that is going to be a very clean team wipe coming in for Sweden.
Yeah, just absolutely bullying Germany off of the points. And like, you know, it's a bully moment when you see the immortality field and no one's in it and everyone's running away. It was like the saddest lamp in the world. A spotlight shining on no one right there. And Sweden continues to just bully through, push through right now. And right now, Germany's got no answer for this.
Yeah, I mean, Germany's best case scenario going here. You come out the beat and get a quick kill off. And that's exactly what happens where they open beat, find 2. exactly what they needed to regain a little bit of footing here on the second point.
Yeah, QR has been really solid on these hit scan heroes. I think, you know, able to play. I think Cass is probably their best hero too. So come in, committing beats. I like it. You know, so Germany, like, you can't just. They just got bullied off first point. You can't just play reactive against Sweden. I think if you really have to start putting pressure on them, especially in these Hanzo compositions, you can't just let Sparker sit back there, fire logs, and wait. Like.
Well, the thing is, the key when you have a team playing something like Hanzo, you can't give them time, because when you give them time, stuff like this happens, right? You lose your tank just... I mean, the tank was a little bit low from other sources, but then, you know, you lose your cast right after. You cannot give a Hanzo or Widowmaker time. You need the push of the issue, because otherwise, eventually, they're going to find a head.
Skyle's pretty chatty today. Talking more about, like, be careful of the snipers. It's a sniper map. Like, he's got a lot to say.
Well, and also be careful to die, as it turns out, because sometimes you do have to still respect it. Sparker gets caught. Germany looking to hold here on point B. Kevster, though, uses the duplicate. Theo and Kevster just dive on in. Kevster, though, pays for it with his life. Doesn't get the BAP off the dive, and Germany stands out pretty well there.
Yeah, gonna stabilize here. Nice play from Alex. The Theomatic tried to bring it back there with the late Orisa ult, but stabilizing here is really important. I think on most maps, like, if you can hold right before the second point, you're in a good spot, just because the long, salty run back from A is gonna buy you a lot of time. So, yeah. Let's see, Kevster and the Echo. I think you'll probably see Kitsune here from Skyle, and Sweden's going to try to just bully in as much as possible. Alex needs to stay alive at half health, because you need Annihilation to try to deal with this defensively.
Yeah, you see the pressure coming in on Alex, but here comes a Kitsune, and I gotta tell you, the pressure's probably going directly back on the Alex, but Annihilation's good to go. Mortality Field has to come up to save Alex, as Alex drops the Annihilation under pressure. Yeah, I mean, good Annihilation. Alex able to stay alive. But you saw the game plan from Sweden trying to go for the tank. It just doesn't work out as Kevster and Sparker both get caught.
Really good healing there to keep Alex up down to half health, quarter health a couple of different times. And Germany, again, like another fight where they just they barrier engage off of it and get to chase and clean up all of these kills. And while it looked so good for Sweden coming out, the stall on point A, the spawn hold was really nice, and now we're down to just about a minute, CP.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden has found all their time just slipping away. Deadeye coming out from QR could be delaying it even more. Anything in his sight? No, not yet. If you're Germany, you don't want to go too far out here. You still want to defend a little bit further back. They have the Immortality Field early. That's big for Sweden. Just getting the Immortality Field out. And, you know, if you're Sweden, while normally you want a little bit of time for the Hanzo, I think you go a little bit more aggressively here. You have this moment in time where you don't have to worry about the Immortality Field. You know Germany doesn't have too much in store. You just can't get caught by a big blizzard here. As I say, B, gonna drop the blizzard.
Eats it.
Yeah, probably drops it.
Yeah, that's not a drop.
Yeah, he just...
That's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, throws it up, but hey, Theomatic gets caught. Fine QR connecting. Sweden now down to their last 30 seconds, Hex.
And it does not look like it's going to come through. I mean, they're getting both of the supports, and you know, looking back at that blizzard, it kind of just cut the team in half. That's why Theo ended up in front of the team, like throwing it to the back line where Sparker wants to be. It caused the rest of retreat to retreat.
Gets caught. QR just snipes Kevster out of the sky. Massive. Final 3 seconds here. There won't be a duplicate. There won't be an echo as Sweden goes for the delay. If they delay long enough, Kevster might get back. As Theo, though, just gets burned on down. Sparker flying Roughhead, but this is a long road back for Sweden. But the start of this road starts with Sparker. Sparker can find any heads here. Kevster's back on in, gets the duplicate off. QR, though, finds the Lucio, and this is just looking dominant from Germany on the point, and the Annihilation, that's going to finish it out.
Absolutely, and Germany with their counter beat engagements like really took it to Sweden a couple of different times. Really nice, but you have to just give up some individual plays for QR. Like it's in all the tape I've watched of Germany and some of their live matches as well, has always been kind of the standout damage dealer for this team, being able to pick up 2Ks, 3Ks, and on that cast especially. So Yeah, really well played. I thought like the Blizzard looked a little bit funny, but it was really good to cut off THEIMPACTPLAY from the rest of the team, to be able to put some pressure on the backline without having to dive the backline, just send in Snowball all the way back. Really cut the team off, and that was another fight, a counter beat engage. So Germany playing really well, picking their moments of when to bend but not break and then push back. And there were a couple times where Alex got really low, but you got to give Germany's support some credit, especially Sucrax, keeping him alive with immortality fields and making sure that the tank doesn't go down in some of these counter pushes.
Yeah, also I just kind of go back to the part where Sweden, I think, had an edge in terms of ultimates and got really over aggro and pushing to the point that QR lands a Deadeye on Sparker, and Kevster and Theo, as a result, don't have the backup they need when they go really, really deep. And that was where Germany, like, after they won that fight, they didn't lose another. They just held firm the entire time. So even when Sweden had momentum, you know, in this tournament, it's very possible to overplay your hand and just find yourself in a hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Sweden is not going to go for this straight-up spawn camp, but they do have double sniper here. Got to be a little bit careful.
Taking that dynamite. How dare you?
Yeah, Germany just comes flying out of the gate.
Yeah, Germany says, no, we're going to be held in spawn, but Sparker just finds Alex early, Kevster on the follow-through. And you had to know this is coming from the Germany side, that you would be facing this sort of double sniper composition from Sweden. And, you know, it's one of the risks they took bringing them here, because this particular area, you know, Sparker and Kevster, if they're landing their shots, are going to be very much in their element.
Absolutely. Speaking of, Sparker gets Alex for the second life in a row. Flex supports trade out, though. Or supports trade out, rather.
Sparker just looking and waiting. THEIMPACTPLAY being down, though, makes this a little bit more complicated. Sparker and Kevster aren't going to have the cover they would like. Dragon coming up soon there, though. And Sweden, I mean, they can just back up for a moment and re-engage. Like, they're going to have a full
You don't necessarily expect to be able to hold the long sight line on before the first bend. This is generally where you feel a little bit better on the defense.
Window coming up for Germany. Germany trying to take advantage. Kevster, though, finds Alex first again. Sparker gets on the feet.
Was that a double Venom Mine?
It might have been. There's also just a lot of Kevster in the kill feed in general. And okay, one thing that is continually happening in Germany that needs to stop here, Hex. Alex is dying first a lot.
Yeah, 3 times in a row. It has been a little bit rough for them, and now Sweden's able to take the ground back that they lost, and now we're right back to spawn. Only 2 minutes left. Right now, Germany, no ultimates to speak of. I think this is an enormous ask for QR on this map. Like, trying to play Sojourn into Hanzo Widow, that doesn't seem fair.
No, well, particularly when your main tank is just falling first early in these fights. There's not a lot of cover remaining for QR either in the situation. Recon sight up from Kevster. Sparker, again, looking for picks, but really mostly just shooting at Alex right now. Shield already down. And look at the pressure on the Alex! Alex nearly falling early, and, you know, this is how I think Alex has fallen first. You know, the last 3 fights, it's just been Sparker with a little bit of Kevster just going, hey, we're going to shoot the tank.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday too with, you know, on this map particularly, that snipers who do take the time to put in damage on tanks really are more valuable to your team.
Well, Dragon Strike comes out, nothing too much from it. Sweden, though, hanging on to a lot of ultimate power in reserve right now. Theo could open up with a Flux at any moment.
Yeah, I think you save Flux for Annihilation, right?
You would think in this case, but Theo's also pretty aggressive. Refit gets caught by Sparker, and now just look at Sweden move forward. Germany having to give space, and time is just continually ticking away here. Also, 50 seconds left. Germany, not much time left to try and get control of this match back.
Yeah, it's tough too, because all the fights that Germany has won thus far in this matchup have been mostly off of the sound barriers. And with Refit going down, they have to wait one more fight to be able to get in here.
Here we go. Alex going to be looking to pop Annihilation early, diving on in. Annihilation here just yet. Uses it just barely, nearly falls before getting it off. Meanwhile, QR off the overclock. Gets Kevster. Gets the BAP. However, Theo and Sparker firing back. It's very close between two teams. It's just Alex here on the payload, swinging away. The lore battle between Ram and Zen on the point. But Alex the last one standing this time around.
Kevster's back on Tracer. Yeah, he's stalling this out. Oh, he gets it. Alex, for all of his Rock'em Sock'em Omnix shenanigans at the end, Kevster comes back and puts an end to it. So Germany picks Circuit Royale knowing full well what they're going into, what they're going to have to fight against. Oh, I guess the sun came out. Sorry about that. But yeah, just really tough to make that map choice and try to get it done. But Germany now with 3 losses, it's going to be, I don't know if they're actually eliminated, but that's a tough one. Meanwhile, Sweden looks revitalized.
Yeah, a very different look from Sweden. A look that, again, people thought this would be the Sweden we'd be seeing back in, day one. Didn't quite happen, but always good to see the adjustments hop on in. And, Germany, high points here on Circuit Royale at the very least, especially their hold on point B. Just their attack falling short.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fights Germany won where they were able to pretty much use beat, where it was for the most part here. Then, the May ended up working out pretty well, but at a certain points, you're gonna, you can't give Sparker time or space to get anything done. And, as far as QR's, heroics, they just weren't able to come through at the end. And really the defense was just Alex, just getting kind of focused down and bopped. And we saw it yesterday on this map that, even if it's sniper versus sniper battle, like having your Hanzo and your Widow take the time and take the energy to throw some shots into the tank and make the tank uncomfortable can be the enormous difference in this map. And then at the end, Alex had taken down 2, but Kevster with a really intelligent switch to come back on Tracer. And yeah, Kevster's Tracer is going to 1v1 most people in the world.
Yeah, also I love it in the highlight there. You see the ball coming at the very end, where even if Alex had the ability to take down Kevster there, it wasn't going to be good because the ball was just there to clean up anything that was left. So tough roll there for Germany at the end. I will say, though, the hidden MVP for Germany was Refid's friend, right? The fact that Refid, got disconnected and just sprinted over to a friend's house, downloaded the client in there at the same time. But I just imagine the, banging on the door, being, "Let me in! I got Overwatch to play."
Yeah, I mean, there's a long pause, but we've moved past it. I just wish we had a revisionist history of where Sweden has this figured out earlier in the groups, right? Because I really think you look to the roster and how is this team not going to make it out of groups? And it could have been a much more competitive Group B, but as it stands, Sweden has found their composition now. Just a little bit too little, too late. But I think for the other teams, Sweden's just gonna try to play spoiler on it.
Well, I know it's not too late. It's not too late for more Overwatch today. We still have a whole lot to go. 6 more matches in this broadcast alone. Coming up next, it's going to be Finland taking on Poland.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. I'm Jambasco, joined by ZP and Hex, and we just watched Sweden take it over Germany in pretty dominant fashion. ZP, break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw here is that Sweden has reinvigorated their game. They've made key changes, changing their tank player, getting Theomatics in, and you see Sparker and Kevster just playing comfort heroes and, you know, being a little bit more free with things. And it's a Sweden that, if they had showed up like this back on day one, I think it would be a very, very different situation in this group. At this point, Sweden playing for pride, but Sweden, at the very least, looking good towards the end.
Yeah, Hex, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think Sweden, they had a lot of potential coming into the World Cup this year, and a lot of us had really high expectations for the team, and it's not to say that they didn't meet them. They definitely met them today. Hex, give us your lowdown on what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it is just kind of a what-if scenario. What if this was the team that came out swinging, in the early days? Because we really thought that, like, at this group, it would at least be like a three-team group, maybe even four, but like right now it's just been Saudi Arabia and Finland, and Sweden's just been non-competitive because of just early missteps and early mistakes. But you see the potential of this team. Unfortunately, it is unrealized potential going forward, but yeah, it's kind of a sad story. You see the great talent on this squad, and they should have been up there competing to get out of the groups, and it just didn't fall their way.
Yeah, a fantastic team, of course, living up to every one of our expectations today, but perhaps not in the past. But we've actually got an interview with someone from Team Sweden. It's going to be Theomatic. Maybe he can give us some more insight as to what was going on, and we can talk to him about his victory. So ZP and Hex, I'll be back with you guys in just a second here as we hop on with Theomatic. Theo, yo, congratulations on your victory. How you feeling after that one, man?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we had a lot of time between last week and this week, so, I talked to the coach about, wanting to put me in for trying some new stuff, and it's been going really well so far.
Yeah, man. I mean, talk to us about it, right? Like, last week, you guys seem to be missing a bit of that aggressive gear, which we know comes out of Sweden year after year. This week, you guys look invigorated, and like you said, that VOD review is really helping, but what else really clicked in the team, do you think?
I mean, I obviously am like a longtime fan of Orisa, and you actually can place her pretty well into the current meta. I mean, she does a lot of stuff. Like, just because she can't dive doesn't mean she can't pressure backline. So that's what I'd be doing a lot in those games. And then letting the rest of my team sort of handle the damage and the focus fire while I sort of manage the stuff, marking anyone that needs to be marked, like Somber's tracers or your backline. It's been working well.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure you guys are exerting is phenomenal, and it looked so clean today against Germany. So talk to us about the road to the World Cup, right? What were the weeks like leading up in terms of preparation, in terms of really, obviously getting ready for the world stage?
It was a bit rough at the start. Obviously, our DPS line, Spark Kevster, they're in LA, so they had a lot of commitments up to mid-season madness, so they couldn't scrim with us. There was a lot of times where we were scrimming with ringers for like a solid week. And because of that, we also weren't scrimming that much. At one point, we were scrimming like every Sunday. But coming closer to the actual match times, we started to really ramp up. And we actually got a lot of success, which you can actually see finally coming into fruition. Rough start, but yeah, we're getting there.
You're getting there, and that's what matters. You're putting on a show on the world stage, and, it's not the most competitive scenario, but it's awesome to compete on the global stage against, veterans of the game. So what does it feel like for you to be representing Sweden on a world stage in front of all these people?
It's really nice. I mean, the biggest thing is obviously getting to play with like really good players like Spark and Kevster, and then like working together with them and getting better. It's a situation where I have to like rise up to like, not fail them in a way, but it's been really good. I mean, it's not really any like weird dynamics in the team. Everyone's just working together. It's just clean. Get in there and win.
All right, that's the best feeling. That's really all you can ask for. Of course, looking forward at your last 2 days of competition here. You've still got Iceland and you've still got Saudi Arabia just around the corner. How are you feeling about those upcoming matches?
I mean, we were, personally, Germany, I was a bit worried about because they could be good. But we actually rolled over them really easily. So I'm thinking, looking at Iceland, that should be also really good with the way we're going so far. I mean, Germany even tried to prepare a little bit, but I think we had the read in the end. We'll see what Iceland wants to do, but it should be an easy game as well. Funny to say after we obviously lost like every game in the first week, but I think I can comfortably say it's going to be easy. Saudi Arabia will do our best, and I think we can get a map if we really go hard.
Yeah, man. I mean, best of luck. We're going to be watching closely, of course, throughout the week. Do you have a message for your Swedish supporters around the world, wherever they may be tuning in from?
Yeah, I mean, tack så mycket alla. Alltså, it is so great to be representing Sweden. I'm so happy to be here. We didn't have a greatest performance, but I'm glad that I can at least show up now.
I love that from you guys. Of course, we'll be watching closely. Best of luck moving forward, and maybe we'll get the chance to speak again. If not, best of luck, and we can't wait to see you guys succeed.
Great.
All right. ZP, Hex. Yeah, optimistic outlook from the Swedish team. You gotta love it, you know what I mean? They did their research, they prepared, and it definitely showed this week with their match against Germany. Can they keep it up against Iceland and Saudi Arabia, though? That's gonna be the question. Of course, with that said, though, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today, if we can. And there you go. So we just watched Germany versus Sweden. Sweden, dominant fashion over Germany. Next up, we've got Finland versus Poland. Around the corner from that, Iceland versus Turkey. Later on in the day, Portugal versus Denmark, followed by Netherlands versus Belgium, Italy versus Great Britain, and we end our day on a banger of a match that will decide the story of the EMEC region, France versus Spain. That said, ZP, Hex, I leave you with Finland versus Poland. I'll see you guys on the other side of it. Have a great match.
All right, Finland versus Poland coming on up, and this is one I feel like we've seen the Finnish team, Hex, just get stronger and stronger as these matches have gone forward and teams have gotten a little bit more comfortable with what appears to be the meta for the current patch we're on. So, going into this, I feel like this is going to be incredibly difficult for Poland. Not impossible to make a few waves, but, the Finland we saw play yesterday was absolutely lights out.
Well, I mean, Finland hasn't dropped a map since day one against Saudi Arabia, right? So, and they're one of the only teams to take a map off Saudi Arabia, if not the only team. They swept Sweden, they swept Germany, they swept Norway, they swept Iceland. What more do you want from this?
Wait.
Finnish squad?
Look.
Yeah, Cloudy's in. Yeah,
I know.
It's in my notes. They've looked rock solid through and through. And actually, I literally have it in my notes. Here's the question: quote, have we seen LH Cloudy play at all? It has been the Vistola show thus far, both on the Diva and then also on the Ramatra. So getting Cloudy in, getting some play time, I think is a smart move. Just everyone should get to play. Also, Cloudy's a phenomenal tank, so it's not like just a pity move to bring Cloudy in. But I think maybe try out a different style here against a team that you generally believe that you should win over. You don't want to look past any opponent, but Poland has been struggling a little bit. Finland's only got the one loss, and it's just the one team ahead of them in Group B to Saudi Arabia. So Finland can look to pretty much lock up the group if they can pull off a victory today.
Yeah. Well, also we activate caster hard mode here. Cloudy and Cloud playing at the exact same time. It's actually, though, it's not as bad as the prophet situation as people try to do. Even though you're really supposed to announce both as prophet. But either way, going to the roster of Poland here. You take a look, there have been some high points. Filian has definitely looked really good depending on the match. Texel also on the support. There's moments for Poland where you go, hey, that's pretty darn good. However, I do think they've kind of met their match here today.
Yeah, I mean, for Poland, they have a victory over Iceland, but they are winless otherwise. The thing to watch, I think, that is interesting about Poland is this damage rotation between ICAF, Filion, and Fake Jake. So ICAF played all of yesterday. I don't think Filion came in at all, but Filion has had enormous moments on Tracer. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for them today, but that has been the rotation. So ICAF comes in to play the hit scan, then Filion will come in to play some of the different off roles too, but didn't get to play yesterday, gonna get subbed in today.
Yeah, and the one thing here though, and we've said it a lot, and it's still always worth saying again as we head into Nepal, even though one team is heavily favored, you still don't know what happens until we get into the game. I mean, I think nothing illustrates that more than some of the Spain matches, right? Where Spain is upset, team seen as way above them, but then they also dropped a match to Italy, which came in, seemingly a lot weaker, right? So even in this match here, you look at it and go, yeah, Finland should be okay, but are they? We just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they play the game, right? Yeah. So, gotta get into it. Gonna go to Nepal. So yeah, I mean, look, Finland has just looked all the way good. With Cloudy in, you'd expect mostly to see Reinhardt, I'd imagine, unless it's just, you know, giving Vistola a day off, maybe some Ramatra too. But Cloudy, generally known for those ground tanks, not generally the huge mobile tanks. So we'll see what they want to run. But other than that, you know, you can just expect Sauna to kind of crush, and then the support line for Finland is really, really good. So if Finland wins, they go to 5-1. 5 victories is almost the magic number now to get out of Group B. So they're looking to mostly solidify it. I don't want to say for certain because, well, I studied English, not mathematics, so looking at numbers always confuses me.
Yeah, you get to. I feel like this group stage isn't too bad in understanding it, but there's definitely been group stages in Overwatch World Cup history where, you know, as a caster, you just look at it and go, all right, production, I'm going to need some help here. What in the world is going on? You know, luckily, I think things have been a little bit more cut and dry, but here we go. We are ready to go, well, and, you know, even the players are looking at it going, wait, Cloudy is in? All right, let's do this thing.
Absolutely, and I think we're kicking it off here on Shrine. Yeah, we definitely can run a Reinhardt on this map. It's not as good as Village necessarily for these compositions. Philion's going to come in, and yeah, I mean, it's so when we show you the rosters, the hero that you see on the screen is their favorite hero, and Philion looks like they're going to come out on their favorite hero, play a little bit of the Pharah here. So definitely a clash of styles as Finland's going to rush to the point and play, you know, just kind of ground control.
Finland, if they run Cloudy, it kind of reminds me of the, you know, what you see with France, where, you know, France is running Ben Best, you can kind of expect the Ryan. I feel like it's the same with Finland, right? If they run Cloudy, probably can expect the Ryan in many cases. But Finland already onto the point. It's going to be a Ryan v. Ryan battle. Big Bionade on the Finland, though. Hits 3, fall through. Not necessarily going to be there. Cloudy swinging away, looking for forever. Takes him down. It's a Cloudy Cloud combo.
I think you should just say Cloud, like really hard. Hit that W really hard. That's how we'll differentiate them. Yeah, so exactly kind of what we expect from Finland. They come out, they grab the point. Sonic is going to drop some turrets, drop the teleporter, and this is all good. So Poland kind of has to play this like slowly a little bit, and maybe just try to get some damage from the far in the sky, try to get to these backlines. So. That's Finland, a nice early pickoff.
Yeah, it's a good early pickoff, but also Finland's rotation there was baffling. Nice. Finland went so deep for a moment there. And now Dillian just punishing on the Pharah. One pickoff after another. I don't know if that ice is going to be saving May in the end as Dillian goes, I'm going to be a ground Pharah for a moment. Gets the assist with Fake Jake. And should be a quick recap here from Poland. But Finland has already put 42% on the points. And Cloudy's already back in and Cloudy's already back out.
I like that from Cloudy, though, because if he tries to retreat, he's dead anyway. So just get on the point, and at the very least, you're going to get a couple of ticks on percentage-wise. But also, like, you're kind of baiting out that barrage, right? Which absolutely did. Worth in that case, I think you call.
That's a barrage off the table. Finland not wasting too much time. Just we're going to go into the point. Cloudy goes around on the flank and catches the Ana. What? Cloudy went all the way around. Super aggro Reinhardt play pays off. Why be the shield for your team when you can be the hammer?
The Valk is going to come out as they try to get some time on this point. I think there was an idea of maybe going for the res. Not going to happen. Cloud will put the icicles into Mercy on the way out. Finland regains control of the map, 50%, and 5 check marks on the board for Finland.
Finland is stacked going into the next fight, and you know, for Poland this kind of means the next fight they almost have to write off and then need to come in strongly after, unless they get an early pickoff. Early window here from Mickey though for Finland. They look for anything. Forever hanging on to Shatter. It's gonna be Shatter v Shatter here. Forever walking forward, just jumping forward. The mark of Ryan confidence. Is it gonna be enough though? Both teams down 1. Mickey out of the fight. So it's Fake Jake. Swinging away, looking for Cloudy, puts him on the ground! Tries to go for the charge right after. Finland, a little bit of a tough spot. Cloudy got bioed, still low HP, taken on down, even as the blizzard rages for Finland. And Philion doesn't quite care, picks off 2. Really, really good fight for Poland when the odds were stacked against them.
Yeah, very nice. And now Finland has burned a lot of their ultimates there. Actually, 4 out of the 5 ended up using it. And MTD has been called. For those relatively new to maybe some of the nomenclature, that means main tank difference. A little bit of bad manners, really, to call in the middle of a match. A little bit of spiciness.
Forever,
but yeah, I mean...
not necessarily agreeing with the assessment, but
well, I mean... when you shatter the other Ryan, you get to call it once, I think. That's fine. But now, Cloudy's got their own shatter. We'll see if he can pull the MTD back.
Also, we got the Sky Shatter, and Barrage comes on down, and, that was Prosecute the respawn. Immortality Field prevents the worst of it. Sauna with the punish, and now LH Cloudy coming on in, has the... oh, gets hacked. That was a really timely hack. Actually prevents the shatter right away, and still throws it in there for one reason or another.
It's about sending a message.
Clearly.
Wow. Yeah, there's been some really when Forever has gone after Cloudy, Cloudy's getting a lot of help from his team with hacks and stuns and stalls, right? So there's been a couple of moments, but a fun little Rhine Games battle on the points. Finland will take that first round though. But I like Poland's strategy. Filian got a lot done on that Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, Filian... it's kind of, when looking at Pharahs here, we've seen all flavors, right? We've seen Pharahs that get nothing done. We've seen Pharahs that simply annihilate the other team, like what we see with Saudi Arabia. And, Filian right now I feel like is the happy medium, where Filian's getting good value, not necessarily annihilating the other team, but also not being invisible in the Pharah.
Absolutely, and yeah, it looks like we're gonna run it back again with the Pharaoh Mercy in the sky, and Finland gonna rush to the point on Village. It's one of the best comps for Village, always has been.
All right, see Mr. Jake coming in here from the back. We'll hack on the health pack, a little bit of pressure as Poland just looks for a good way to engage. And Nikki gets caught. It's Filian again. One of the best early pickoffs you can get. Gets rid of the BAP. A lot of healing off the table here. And Finland's going to struggle to survive, although Masa says, oh, I'll take that battle versus Sombra. It doesn't quite matter. Meanwhile, though, if Masa's out here doing damage, who's healing with Mickey out of the fight? Bionade comes in. Cloudy and Cloud both pretty darn low. And yet Finland's still in control of the fight despite how this started.
Yeah, they're just going to take shelter right now, and I don't know if there's going to be enough damage just from the Sky combo. A big anti-nade, but no follow-through onto the point.
Right
and
now.
Finland's happy to just kind of let Filian sit up here, really.
Yeah, I mean, for Finland's point of view, they have control of the point. As long as they don't die to the far,
Finland
it's
is all over the place right now.
Jake runs afoul of a turret in the middle of this. Body low, barrage in from Filian, finds Mickey. Filian has just been beating up on Mickey the entire round, but, BAP or no BAP, Finland hasn't really cared. 47% to 0, just really playing the objective intelligently.
Yeah, and they've spread some people out. The teleporter's going to get aggro now.
Beat gets dropped here from Finland. Going to be a little bit more aggro. As Texel runs afoul of a turret. Cloudy finally goes down the Filian here. But again, Finland's still in control of the point. Even if they lose this fight, they're still stalling. They drop the Symmetra ult just for more stall. Cloud is still alive. And again, you look at the percentage here, it isn't like Poland's been getting team wiped, but they're not getting the point ever right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice use of the Sim ult, and obviously it's going to be very difficult for Pharaoh to get damage onto the point with a Mei wall and the Sim ult, just walls and shields all up in the face. And now Poland is to the point where, I mean, you've got to get kills, but you have to touch the point. They have to touch into a blizzard. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing here, it's been kind of a rough round for Jake. At a minimum, they need a good EMP coming out from Jake.
Have we seen an EMP yet?
No, we have not.
Yeah.
Shatter comes on down from Forever. Finland weathering it. Filian out of the fight early as Mickey finishes off Forever. And yeah, Finland swarming onto that point. Poland really not with much left that can touch or contest. It's always rough when you got a Mercy in there at the very end, just desperately trying to find time. But Finland, very strong performance here on map 1. Cloudy, a resurgence, and tough times for Poland.
Yeah, I mean, nice play. It's nice to see Cloudy in there. The Nepal obviously is a good map for that. They got the good stages for a Reinhardt as well on Nepal. So nice RNG. I like Poland's strategy, the idea of running the Fair Mercy. It can run over a game. You saw glimpses of it, especially on the first stage. It looked good, but it's also a difficult ask because Finland is the one team that was able to counter Saudi Arabia's Fair Mercy combination. Obviously, that was with Pistola on the Diva, but you still have Sauna on the ground with the Cassidy that makes things very, very difficult. So Poland, so some nice moments. Get to call an MTD, which is always good for him. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head that they just made Fake Jake's life very, very difficult, and to have the EMP come out at 99% already on the board, a little bit rough there. But this stage is very difficult to play against a Reinhardt May composition, and I think they made the right choice by not trying to mirror it. It's not what their style is, so they went for something a little bit different. But in the end, 100-0.
Also, I think, you take a look at that. I'm not sure I'm convinced of running the Sombra Pharah there, because you stop and think about that. Sombra doesn't really like getting onto the point or playing in and around the point in the same way say a Tracer would. And Pharah really doesn't like getting on the point either, so there's very few options for Poland to actually have point presence. And, it's not too surprising that they're lacking on that last point.
Yeah, but I do think that you don't really want to go and run a mirror against Finland either, right? So, what are your options at that point? You hope that you get damage boosts, and you hope that maybe your RNG doesn't bring you to Village, right? Because Village is definitely better. You saw, on Shrine, they definitely got some more work done because it's more open and the Fair had more room to work. But, I don't think you can try to just run a straight-up mirror against it. Maybe it's something they haven't even practiced, so...
Well, regardless, Finland continuing their map win streak here, looking strong versus Poland. Does Poland have anything left in the tank left for map 2? We'll see after the break. Finland looking great on map 1 with the re-emergence of Cloudy, continuing their map streak here in the Overwatch World Cup. And Hex, Poland, a little bit tough going versus this Finland squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, Finland's just a team that's just really strong through and through. We expect them to get out of groups. Of course, I think Norway is still hot on their tail, too. So Finland with everything to play for still as they try to lock it up. Of course, we saw an interview, I believe, yesterday with Masa, looking ahead and still very confident that they can come out of groups here, which would be enormous for this squad. Poland does get map choice going forward, and they've picked almost everything previously. I mean, they picked Blizz World, they picked Kings, so we'll see what they want to run here. Probably don't want to go to something with a rush option, but yeah, it's going to be Blizz World. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised to see this. Probably also means from Finland we'll see Vastola back in. I'd be a little bit surprised to see Cloudy come in on Blizzard World, but you never know. It could be one of those things with Finland where they're just like, hey, let's just give Cloudy playtime regardless. But given what they have to play for and given the relative strengths of the tanks, I would be shocked if we did not see Vastola back in here for Finland.
Yeah, I mean, the question also is does ICAV come in? Previously, Poland on this map did not run ICAV. They kept Filion in. It was actually Filion's one of their better games, too. They just kind of went wild on Tracer on second point. So, going to be interesting to see what the if there's any swaps. Finland might just keep Cloudy in and just see how that goes. But, obviously the intuitive and logical play would bring Vastola in. D.Va's so good on this first point, especially. Like, this first point, it's kind of interesting because it doesn't seem like a map that's like all about high ground, because it's not the highest of grounds, right? It's kind of step stools. There's that very first ledge that you take, and then you try to kind of bomb out the other high grounds. But yeah, the little step over the top for the defenders is so critical, and we've seen D.Vas and Winstons have to get up there and try to clear things out.
Yeah, which is usually why you'll see mobile tanks. And all right, well, the mystery, which wasn't too much of a mystery, is revealed. It is going to be Vastola in, Cloudy out. But, very much as expected for how Blizzard World plays. Also for Poland, yeah. Filion is staying in and also playing with ICAV this time around.
Okay, sure. So, I mean, that kind of shows me that they don't want to run the Sombra. Sombra didn't work out for them great last time, but yeah, I mean, Fake Jake has been the one to play the Sombra for them, so they're going to get off of it. Tracer Ash, the flavor of the day. Yeah, we'll see what they actually run out here on offense. I mean, the Sigma would be an interesting pick. I don't think we've seen a ton of Sigma. But yeah, asking
no
for the Hog.
Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, the Hog was a great pick, man. I loved it. It was good to see. It actually got some work done, surprisingly, because I think it just kind of threw their opponent for a loop. So, yeah, Finland set up in this very first spot. Yeah, defensively, Vastola will be on the Ramatra. Okay, feeling going to make the change over. Yeah, Ram versus Ram, and then, yeah, Echo. Echo makes sense, too.
Yeah, I like the setup here for Poland. It makes sense to me, but also for what Finland's running, also makes sense on both ends. I feel like, though, given that they're running the Echo, this puts a lot of pressure on the Sana, right? Like, Sana has to be the linchpin here for Finland to just check the Echo, and the rest of it, ground game for Finland, probably can be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you would think. But yeah, I mean, Sana is definitely up to the task. One of the better hit scans in the tournament. So far, just kind of poking back the Rhine, but Forever gets very low.
Yeah, I mean, the Ram pressure on both sides is actually a little bit unreal. Both Vastola and Forever getting very, very low. Masa, though, gets around, finds ICAV, and that's just going to let Finland be so much more aggressive in setting the tone here. And you see that Vastola just walking up. They go for the wall. The wall probably going to cause Forever to die. It does. Really good opening here from Finland off that early pick from Masa.
Yeah, I mean, Poland is probably going to give it another life and another go on this Echo Mercy, but it's really tough because the back line, the back line consists of Sana, but also Mickey's there too with the Baptiste, and it's a surprising amount of damage that the Baptiste can put down. For a while, there was the joke in the pro community that he was just better soldier. So like, you are facing double hit scan in the back line. It's just gonna be really hard to find a good angle, but I think you play it out until you get duplicate and see if you can get anything going there.
Right now, looking at Sana in the back, the one hero that Poland needs to deal with Bob coming out and has the windows. Rasana is super scary. Don't want to really challenge him right yet. Flipper got shot out of the sky really early into the fight, and yeah, I mean, it's not much of a fight in the end. It's a full shellacking from Finland on the Poland.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about, too. So it was Mickey who ends up taking down Flipper, not necessarily Philly on it. And the tragic part about that is, like, Poland didn't even get to use the ultimates from that combination that, you know, kind of would have dictated if they're going to stick to it or not. Now, I think you see those check marks, and it's really hard to try to get away from it, to try to ditch out on ultimates. Finland did have to commit 2 ults, still have a nice 3 in their bank. Yeah, I mean, Poland's maybe, I don't know, Bob initiation isn't the worst thing. But ICAV goes very low.
Yeah, Cav got extremely low there. Forever pushing into the back. I feel like Pistol is going to annihilate really early into this fight, if it's required. Immortality Field already gone. Forever getting poked down heavily, and then some as Cloud throws out the Blizzard. Texel gets caught over near the Blizzard as Cloud picks up 2.
Yeah, I mean, like Poland went really, really aggressive on that dive. They kind of sold all out to get Sauna in the back, and this is tough.
As Forever realizes, uh-oh, this isn't going the oh no. They're like, we're still not gonna remove you from here. You gotta go to the waterfront. This is what you hate to see as a D.Va player. You know this can always happen, but you're not a fan.
Probably shouldn't have remec'd. That was the moment. They knew they mec'd up. Yeah, that was just mean. Tough going here. 30 seconds left. Poland will have 1 good shot at this, and let's get the duplicate off at the very least.
Oh, the Widow.
Cav's gonna go to the Widow.
High risk, high reward. I mean, look, when you need something to happen, I don't hate it.
But do you like it? Do you love it?
No, I mean, it's there's a sliding scale. We'll see. I'll love it if an actual pick comes here, but we'll see.
Finally, dupe comes off. Oh my god.
Then dupe goes away.
Yeah.
Cloud.
Just crunches the dupe immediately.
Yeah, Forever can't remake. They can't even touch the point.
Nope. Full on hold on Blizzard World from Finland. 0% on the point.
Full on. The fullest of holds, you might even say.
The fullest of holds, yes. Chock full of holdiness. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, I just feel bad for the D.Va.
Yeah, I mean, there's D.Va staggers and then there's D.Va staggers. I mean, that didn't have any, like, Reinhardt's charging you away from the end of the map and canceling charge type shenanigans, but that was still, I know, I'd give that a 7 out of 10. You know, historically, still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do better, though. I mean, the Rhine charge is probably the 10 out of 10. You know, you charge and then allow them to live through the charge. I think we used to see the best D.Va staggers on Temple of Anubis, always comes to mind. Great staggers, because no resets, really. Like, just no place to jump off the map. Yeah, so Finland only needs 33%. Poland up against it, pretty rough. I mean, I think they knew coming into it, they had their hands full with Finland, and then, you know, this was their map choice, unable to get anything done. And a lot of it was like that Echo Mercy just never got any value. Even though they sold out, they tried to dive. Finland too good on the peel, too good at the supports. Maybe Finland will be the first team to pull off the pedal shot that we've seen so many teams go for.
Look, it's got to work sometime.
It doesn't, no.
No, like, at some point, it has to work. Hey, there's an opportunity. There is a very, like, slim opportunity. But
yeah, slim being the operative word, definitely not,
also Bash.
not guaranteed.
See if this works out for Finland as they go forward. Not really waiting a whole lot for a perfect engage. Just going, you know, we're running a Bastion. Let's just go to the point. Spin it up! Let's see what happens right now. Forever under pressure on the Junker Queen. Getting real low. Immortality Field already out. ICAV lucky to live as Philia gets low. Poland in general just living at death's door, but not fully taken out here just yet. In fact, the pressure turns the other way. Forever able to find Cloud. Finland now working down 1. Vistola gets Forever. And here goes the Bastion just revving it up as Sada gets 2. And that should be the end of it, and it is. Finland takes it in a dominant 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, not the most surprising of results, though the way it all went down on Blizzard World is probably the most surprising part of it, but I think It was just about trying some of these niche heroes. It was mostly a value game, right? For Poland, not able to get value off the Sombra in the first map, not able to get value off the Echo in the second map, and look, Finland is just a great squad. Their record will go to 5-1, I believe now. So they're in a really good spot. I think Norway is at 3-2. So I'm not sure how the scenarios work out. I'll try to have someone else figure that out for you. But Finland has taken care of the business in front of them and done all they could to put themselves in a great spot. And also, I mean, we're not talking about Finland as dominant as we are about like France maybe or Saudi Arabia. Finland's only lost to Saudi Arabia. They have dominated everybody else.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of how it goes down. Like Finland, I mean, look, they were very clean and, by the numbers, about as dominant as you can get. But I feel like there's a little bit of a difference in terms of like when you see the teams play, like, seeing how Saudi Arabia has beaten a lot of their opponents, right, is a lot more visceral, where you just see a Pharah racking up 4 to 5 Ks like over and over again. Even though Finland has been super effective, it was, it's not quite the same thing that leaves you going like, wow, that other team got crushed. Even though Poland did, in fact, get crushed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as flashy, right? Yeah. So that's kind of ends up being the case there. But yeah, and also I think like maybe it's just like the star power, right? So like like Sana, good player, Cloud, good player, but it's not like it's Kevster and Sparker. It's it's the the players from France that come to mind, or some of the players on Great Britain. It doesn't like shout out at you, and it's not a Yazan on the other side. So kind of it does seem. Not that I know a great deal about Finnish culture, but it does seem fitting that there's kind of this quiet storm, methodical play, like taking care of business, quiet, beating everyone in front of you, running their own style. Not the flashiest, not the biggest names, but they're getting it done, and the team just looks really, really well-rounded. And it's also like I think it does work really well for them when I talk about France and having the tank line that they have. I mean, being able to have a great Reinhardt specialist to come in for some of these maps too is really working out well for Finland.
Well, Finland, they continue their streak of dominance, but we still got more Overwatch yet to come. Coming up next, it's going to be Iceland taking on Turkey.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm Jim Basco, that's CP, that's Hex, and we've had an amazing day of matches so far. Let's actually go ahead and pull up the schedule if you will, and take a look at the matches that have happened. Of course, we just got off of the match between Finland and Poland. ZP, I'm going to you. Give us a recap of what just happened.
I mean, the recap is Finland is really good and can win with multiple different setups, and they even showed shades of France in regards to being able to swap up tanks, where we finally saw Cloudy get some action. Looked good on the Reinhardt, and look, across the board, Finland might not be as flashy as some of the other teams in the Overwatch World Cup, but they are deadly efficient, and they just continue their winning streak. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, Hex, before we go to you with the lowdown on Iceland versus Turkey, a quick update on your standings here. We're looking at Group B, and in the top right now, we've got Saudi Arabia and Finland. Coming up next, though, we've got Iceland versus Turkey. Hex, what are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, both of these teams have struggled just a little bit. I mean, Iceland's looking for their first win. Turkey started off really strong. They ended up beating Poland and Sweden, but they've dropped 2 straight since. So really, this is about like trying to get right for both squads, you know, just trying to get something going on. Iceland, you know, like I said, looking for their first win. You kind of have to root for that just a little bit so that they can get something on the board. But yeah, I mean, there's some good players on both of these squads, just haven't been able to put it together. Neither with really great aspirations. I don't think one of them, I think like Turkey is technically still in it with only 2 losses, but they'd have to run the table the rest of the way to get out of Group B. I think that's kind of off of the table, so to speak. So both these teams now just playing for the fun and the glory of World Cup pride.
Well, with a great match just around the corner, ZP and Hex, I leave you all to it. Of course, have a great time, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And yeah, I mean, as we head in here, Hex, it's, you know, this is kind of an interesting matchup because it's really hard to tell what's going to happen, right? These are both teams that have their flaws. I think if you pushed me to say who was favored here, I'd probably go with Turkey based on performance. Yeah. And the fact that Iceland definitely looked very out of it yesterday. Like, you know, they had their ups and downs in week 1. You know, even though, you know, obviously in terms of getting W's on the board, it's been tough, but they looked very rough yesterday. And I feel like if Turkey can play up to the peaks we've seen from them, you know, it might be a 2-0 for Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree with that. Iceland yesterday, I think you hit the nail on the head. It was a series of unfortunate events. It seemed like one thing after another really stopped their momentum. They never got anything going, just, you know, stalled in neutral for the most part. They got beat in the neutral and they just never put it into drive. So really rough. Obviously looking for their first win. Turkey would be an opponent that they have a good chance against. You know, Hafikul, Finzi, like I said, the veteran talent of this team has to rally the squad and get some morale going. But Javi had a rough day yesterday that you just want to forget and you don't think about it. And they've kind of relied on Orion to be this long-range hit scan and pull them through some of these fights. So we'll see if they can get anything going today against, you know, a pretty solid Turkey squad. Yeah,
I'd say also the one bright spot for Iceland yesterday that I remember is that Futhark had pretty good sleeps. Futhark had pretty good moments of just shaking pressure, keeping people alive, but you know, the way Overwatch plays, especially in Overwatch 2, any weak links at all or one player having a bad day can really just change the fortunes of your team. But taking a look over at Turkey and who they have playing, there are some stories here that have developed over time. You know, we talked a little bit on day 1, in fact, about Romani and Lethal, right? Where, you know, Romani's unique circumstances, how Romani is playing, you know, Lethal, obviously a known quantity that overall, like, has had some pretty solid games so far in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they started off really strong. They beat Poland and Sweden. This team started 2-0 out the gates, but they've dropped 2 since, of course, against Saudi Arabia. That's to be expected, but they also lost to Germany. I think, obviously, the carry player on this team is Lethal. Lethal playing Genji has been some of their best looks for this team. Has really been able to bust out the blade and be an enormous difference maker. I think it's a good shout by you to call out Romani. Romani's Junker Queen has been fantastic. Nefrin will be the damage player that pulls off, like, everything else. Kind of Lethal picks what Lethal wants to pick, and then Nefrin's like, you know, kind of a Sombra, or, you know, they'll run some different stuff. And also they've been running recently a Pharah Mercy with Lethal on the Pharah, so we'll see if they bust that out when we head over to Control. But yeah, and, you know, the support line, Muso has been really good on the Kiriko as far as just damage output and checking the dives on them, so the support line's been good. Overall, it's a solid team, and there is, you know, like I said, carry potential as Lethal is that that player for them.
All right, we're going to be heading into Lijiang, and I have to say, like, now that we're throwing the overall score onto the screen, it does feel a little bit, tough as we get into week 2, and you see Iceland just the 0-5 staring you right in the face. It's been a tough time for Iceland. Turkey 2-2, ups and downs, as I've been saying. I feel like you look at Iceland, there's part of me that feels like, nah, they're not 0-5, are they? And I suppose they are.
Yeah, I mean, they started off with a really, really difficult schedule and just were never able to gain momentum over that. So now as they get into their last couple of games, you want to get that 0 off the board. I mentioned it yesterday. I don't like ever seeing a team with a 0 on the board, but try not to root for anyone in particular. But it's a little bit surprising. I mean, I don't know. Happy Cool Finzi. Yeah, they're veterans, but I don't know. They just maybe not the talent level of some of the other teams. So I'd like to see Iceland pull off a map win at the very least, but we'll see how it all shakes out. I am confident in saying that Iceland will not make it out of groups. That is one call I will make.
Yes, I don't think you need any particular math expertise at this point to make that call. With only 2 teams getting out of that, the math is a little bit overwhelming at that point. But still play for pride and all the rest. But here we go. Gates are opening up. We got Lethal here on the Genji, so a little bit of Genji play. That should be exciting. Iceland.
Yeah, Turkey's gone to comfort heroes like Junker Queen and Genji come to mind. This is what they've been running a lot.
Early pressure on the Finzi. A heck of a lot of pressure on the Finzi at that. Finzi going down 25%. Romani getting pressure in turn, but Finzi's the one who falls. Can't stay alive as Lethal just dives on in with Nefren. Tries to have to cool, but the rest of Turkey just flood over Iceland.
Really, really nice play overall from Turkey. Getting onto the points. Lethal is going to put some pressure on them, ends up paying with his life for it, but no problems. Turkey takes first point rather easily. No switches from Iceland, so yeah, just kind of run it back and see what happens again. But that's a pretty conclusive team fight there.
I mean, both. Oh, and again, Futhark just gets caught. Kidnapped early on into the fight. Nefren onto Orion, and again, the fight is over nearly before it begins. Iceland just comes in and gets their clocks clean. That was decisive.
Yeah, that was rough. I don't think I've seen 10 deaths that quick in any game that I've watched in quite a while right there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Romani's Junker Queen has been difficult to deal with, and then just all the follow-through comes through. Iceland's, I don't know, you got to get out here. Maybe you just Coalescence just to get some
the bio! Or no, not the bio, the Rampage is massive as Iceland just goes in and out. My goodness, Turkey just not giving them any room to set up. Romani with a massive Rampage to set that up. Unreal.
Is it 15-1 right now as far as eliminations? I think the only death so far for Turkey was Lethal in that first fight, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So, Iceland, you just have to get some pressure out here. Coalescence to open.
Also, this is a really good vantage point for a Blade. Is Lethal even going to use it right now? Cole's out. Lethal just goes, I don't feel like it. Half a Cole got taken by Romani super early into the fight. Transcendence already used. And this is where Lethal, you gotta feel like, just waiting. Dragon Blade out, finds Futhark. Anyone else? Yeah, goes for the Moira. Makes it a twofer. 95% to 0, and this has not been close, Hex.
Yep.
Okay, there's something comical about the swap back onto the point. Like, we know no one's on the point, but just forever alone.
Yeah, that was absolute domination. We've seen some one-sided maps, but that one might just take the cake. So Iceland got wiped in the first couple of maps, and that always puts you behind as far as ultimates goes. They end up having to use Coalescence just to get out of point, but then by that point, Turkey's banked all their ultimates. They haven't had to use anything, and so extremely simple. Iceland just never found a good engage, and the moment that Iceland started losing one, I do like that Turkey just threw on the aggression. Aggression almost always wins in Overwatch, and they threw on the switch, were able to chase down, and just really solid play from Turkey. Iceland just kind of back to the drawing board, shaking your head.
It's kind of a repeat of yesterday in the fact that Iceland's neutral game has been tough. You've been seeing Finzi get focused down early or support get picked off. Essentially every fight, even before you start considering ultimates. Nefren, here for Turkey. On the Hanzo on the flank, looking for anything right now. Any head would be big. Iceland reasonably solid on the point. Orion finds Lethal, but Nefrin counters right back with the Hanzo. Really good vantage point still for Nefrin here as Turkey goes for a little bit of rotation. More bodies on the point as Iceland, are they going to be able to get onto the point before the cap? Doesn't look like it. Orion goes down. Happy out of it, and that is a quick capture for Turkey and a one-team fight at that.
Well, you see the first 2 kills, they go to Romani in the kill feed, but the assist is definitely on Nefrin, who has been unchecked up top, just putting in headshot after headshot from this Hanzo. You see already 89% towards the Dragon, and also finishes the fight with another shot too. So Iceland is behind it again. I would like to see them just like open with Coalescence and put some pressure on, because it's a fast charging ultimate. I think they held it for one fight in the last stage, and it's just, you gotta get something going. There it is.
Yeah, they open with Cole. That is the right move here. Try to limit the amount of time for Nefrin. Right now they're really focused on Romani, but Romani gets the annihilation off, but doesn't matter. The focus fire is there. Orion just lays in the shotgun shots. Best start for Iceland here so far, as long as they can't bleed anyone else out here. Finzi under pressure, real close to building annihilation of his own. Lethal down, and Iceland looking like their first team fight win of the map here thus far. And you kind of called it. They need to go with the coal, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. Like, they I think in the previous stage, Futhark with a 4-piece, by the way, just to let everyone know. In the previous match, like, they had Coalescence and they didn't use it to open up, and they ended up just losing another team fight. I think at this point for Iceland, you're in desperation time. You have to be using these things. And also, given the amount of damage that Iceland's taking, like, Coalescence is back up for the most part. We're at 80%. That charge is super fast. So you have to be using these ultimates, even if they're not ideal situations.
All right. Finzi opens up the annihilation, answered by a barrier on the other side. Musa, though, getting very, very low. Turkey desperately trying to stay alive. Lethal dropping the blizzard to make some room. It's a pretty good blizzard. Forces out the beat from Iceland on the other side. Half a cool. Getting really, really low. Futhark and Orion, though, dive on in. And the Death Blossom for Orion doing the work. And I have to say, impressed with both Futhark and Orion here. Both Futhark in general for Iceland, but also I think the Reaper change here has been good. It's been giving Turkey fits.
Yeah, I think Futhark is probably leading his team in eliminations right now. It's been a couple of great fights, and so Iceland, I think what they have to realize is like you can't really be, you're not in a position to save economy and worry about it, right? That's why they're tossing everything in. Like, you have to win fights no matter what, because the neutral game's been so rough for them. So you're going to end up losing out on economy, but you have to win fights regardless, and then you can kind of build economy back up by turning it around here.
Well, the main thing I'm seeing here is that Nefrin isn't landing as many shots, and Orion is just deadly consistent. Iceland can just walk in the Turkey right now and have an advantage between the two teams. So, we saw a little bit of this in the Italy v Spain game, but yeah, it might not be the hero people love playing at times, but Reaper is still really good, especially in close-up situations like this.
My favorite hero is the Reaper guy. Come on, don't you know? That's how it goes. Iceland in a decent spot. Coalescence should be able to come out here, right away, fire and forget it, and they're going to have Annihilation going as well.
Annihilation in from Turkey as they look to change their fortunes. Lethal, though, low, caught by Finzi, who's also annihilating. And again, a big difference in damage, but Futhark caught by the Annihilation. Turkey's barrier letting them be a little bit more sustained here. However, Frizzy, it's Romani. Iceland still in it as the barrier fades. Finzi hanging in there, under pressure, still alive. Happy on death's door, so close to a blizzard. But they're not going to need it here, and he's going to have it. They don't need it at all.
Yeah, Iceland just finally found the aggression button there, and I think it really did end up starting with like that opening Coalescence. You can't be saving ultimates. You're not in the position as Iceland to save ultimates. But the thing is, like, if you open up with say 2 ultimates that you don't want to use necessarily, but then if you win the fight, you saw them starting building ultimates on the chase down, so it allows everyone else to start building up as well. I think they've been playing too conservatively throughout the tournament, and we mentioned yesterday, and I know people are going to get tired of hearing the term neutral, but they're not winning neutral fights. Like, those without ultimates and without an overwhelming advantage, they're losing fights. You saw it in the very first stage. Like, they just kind of get bopped without using those, and so an adjustment was made for Iceland. They pull it back, and now after the first stage, I wouldn't have expected to get to stage 3, but here we are.
Well, I think the key difference here is that Iceland is not going to be able to run the Reaper. They're going to rely more on Orion landing shots onto Lethal in the sky, and Lethal tends to live up to his name on the far as Nefrin gets Orion early. That was lethal from the Sombra.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Well,
as Romani
yeah.
gets low.
Well, that allows Lethal to just play wherever they want, really. I only have to worry about the
Romani gets
Baptiste,
caught.
but yeah.
However, Lethal got to that backline, deals with the BAP. Really good damage coming in from the far here, and what is turning into a much more complicated fight. The Resurrection gets allowed. That's huge for Turkey. Now Lethal landing good shots from the window. Romani able to come back in through the front door. Iceland might have got first capture, but it's Turkey that's going to get first fight.
Yeah, and a cleanup from Lethal. Lethal and Nefrin just kind of going ham on this squad. Allowing the res is a little bit brutal, too. Like, Romani's got such good sustain now that they have the points. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult for Iceland to find a way in here. No ultimates to speak of, and we've already spoken at length about how difficult that can be for this team. They have to rotate through, I think, White Room? That's not awesome to play against Afara either.
I mean, Orion on the castle, a lot of pressure as Lethal just lands the rockets. Gets a May as an early pick. Don't see that as often. Good counter, though, from Orion onto the Neff. Iceland, though, you're stuck with 4 in the White Room. This isn't the most ideal area. You have to use your Immortality field early. Nothing about this engage right now feels that great for Iceland. Turkey, a very good spot if they could get Lethal. Oh, Lethal comes in! The barrage gets 3. It might have been good if they got Romani, but they're so focused on Romani, they didn't look and bump their heads.
Yeah, I didn't see that one come in, so obviously Iceland didn't either. Really nice play from Lethal to get the barrage value, and now you can kind of cycle these damage ultimates as well. You can have EMP for the next fight. Romani, from what I've seen of their Junker Queen, is kind of a fire and forget it rampage, you know, the moment they see a couple of good targets. So Turkey coming back, really good. It's so hard to answer Afara on this map.
Also, the EMP is devastating from Nefrin. Now you see them, now you don't. Brutal EMP follow-through here from Turkey, 72% to 13, and Iceland once more on the brink. They're going to have some options here for the next team fight, Hex, but all in all, a long way to go if they want to bring this map back into contention.
That's what we was talking about when we talk about value with Sombra. Just the one ultimate gets a full-on team fight. Turkey able to save their support and tank ultimates. Iceland, well, now's your time. Use them if you got them.
Well, they got him. Time to use them, as it were. Annihilation out early. The Deadeye catches the Kiriko. Pretty nice start here for Iceland. Rampage comes in, but Romani gets immediately punished after. They get the cap. Reasonably healthy hereafter. Still have to worry about the Farah in the skies, but Lethal is... Oh, he got halfy! That's big!
There's too much meat on the ground now. You're not going to be able to chew through this as a far. It's time to... Well, Nefrin's back in. I thought it was time for a reset.
No, I think Turkey, they want to be a little bit scrappy here, and getting Orion out of the fight definitely allows them to scrap. Romani's back on in, so even though Iceland's in control, they can't really rest at all. As Finzi gets bursted! Lethal able to find it at the end, comes back in, Luzo on the Futhark, and again, this is a fight Iceland cannot lose, or the map is over, as Turkey gets all the cleanup they need. That's going to be it. Turkey takes it here on Lijiang. Iceland did kind of take it to him by grabbing around, but, you know, Hex, the more we see it, and I'll keep throwing back to Italy versus Spain game, I feel like right now, if you are getting outskilled in traditional meta in this patch, you go to Reaper. I feel like Reaper right now is the great equalizer, and we've seen teams that are otherwise getting outmatched and outplayed, when they go to the Reaper, suddenly it's a different ball game. I look at this as Iceland. I don't know if Iceland has a dedicated coach or not, but if they do, you just look at this and go, play the Reaper, man. Doesn't matter, just play Reaper.
I mean, it works at some ranks on ladder, so I don't know work in Overwatch World Cup. Absolutely, I mean, I think... you know, so it was about like not getting ultimates on the very first stage, and then Iceland adjusted and kind of was getting really good value out of ultimate second stage, and then the third stage, Turkey turned it around and we're getting extreme value out of ultimates. To get a 3-person barrage is one thing, and then follow it up with a 5-person EMP to clean it up on the second. So also Turkey's Farah composition was just really difficult to deal with. I mean, Orion it's shown that they're a good hit scan player, but it's just a lot to ask for one person to be able to deal with that. No answer for it, and Turkey's able to clean that one up with Lethal in the sky. I'm just glad that Iceland showed up a little bit, because that first stage was rough.
Yeah, it was not close. But also I have to say, in general, for Iceland, even in some of the games that they've had where, you know, it's been very one-sided, Futhark continues to impress me. I feel like Futhark even when everything is going wrong, still finds ways of making plays. Definitely one of the brightest spots on this Iceland team. You know, even when, like I said, everything else has been going pretty poorly, you can count on Puthar to have some good moments.
Yeah, I had about 8 eliminations in 2 minutes on Control Center here. Yeah, and then just, I mean, where else are you gonna push from? Like, you have to push from White Room because otherwise you're on the bridge, and that's not ideal. So they try to push through there, but Lethal gets aggressive. Then this was the follow-up ultimate too, and this is like where their economy got really strong. The following fight from this, actually, you know, Turkey ended up using 3 ultimates and not getting it, but they were able to scrap it out here at the end. Another EMP, and just some really good value. I mean, I think when I keep using this word, but I think that the damage value, especially from their ultimates, were a bigger deal because we didn't see like Hafi with a giant blizzard or anything like a big Deadeye. Deadeye's a really hard ultimate to get value out of anyway. So just getting the barrage value and the Sombra EMP value was probably the big difference in stage 3.
All right, so Iceland versus Turkey. Turkey comes out strong on map 1. Iceland, though, showing that at least if they run the Reaper comp, they can take the fight right back. Will Iceland be changing things up as we head to map 2? Join us and find out. Turkey looking real good against Iceland, but Iceland, Hex, showing them a little bit of fight of their own, was up close and personal with the Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about how good Reaper is during the break.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so we talked about it just a little bit theoretically. Like, when everything's going kind of wrong, it's just one of the most consistent heroes. Like, you're going to get damage done for the most part. You get damage done, and also, like, the Wraithwalk is so good at, like, avoiding utility. So if you get antied or anything like that, then you're able to get out of it. So we've seen teams rely on it a couple of different times, and it's worked out pretty well. And yeah, I think it is just something like you're getting consistent damage. It's almost the opposite of a Hanzo, right? Where, like, yes, you have higher potential, but if you're missing shots, like, you're doing absolutely nothing. So definitely, if you're plat or below and you find yourself struggling against a team, pick up that Reaper, man. It also works at some of the highest levels. We've seen metas in the Overwatch League. We've seen metas all throughout the years. Like, Reaper is never gone for too long. You know, gone but not forgotten for the most part. It's always been a nice pick, and especially now, and you mentioned it too, in Overwatch 2, with one tank, like, if you can just deal with that Winston right away, like, your team is in a huge advantage.
Oh, yeah. But now here we're headed to the next map, where it is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is a map that Iceland has liked going to a lot here, Hex. They have won on it previously, one of the maps that they have gotten a W on. But, you know, is it going to be the choice here against Turkey is the question. You know,
well, I mean, they beat Poland on it, as you mentioned. So the last two losses that they've had that they've been able to pick this map, or they've been able to pick maps, they've picked Gibraltar. They also picked it against Finland. Results were not ideal there. So yeah, I mean, it's, now that I think about it, this was what we saw yesterday on Gibraltar, right? When they lost to Finland, and it was just a very, very bad day for Iceland. So obviously looking for a little bit of redemption. This does seem to be the map they favor, and yeah, now thinking about it, it's they like to put Orion on an Ashe or a Widow and try to go with something like that. For the most part, if Hafi is going to be on this Tracer again, like, you have to have a better performance than yesterday. It was one of the, and not even to say anything about Hafi's play or anything. I didn't see the first person POV, but it's just one of those rough days as Tracer. We've all had them where it doesn't matter. Like, your head is just attracting bullets. You're getting hit by every sleep around corners. It's just one of those days as Tracer, and Hafi's looking to redeem himself.
Interesting swap here from Turkey. Romani out, Revenant coming on in. And other than that, you take a look at Iceland. Iceland not going to be changing anything up, but they are going to be running with Hafi on the Tracer again. So we'll see if it is a better day, as it were.
Yeah, so interesting here that they're not opening up yet. They usually open up with a teleporter and try to get everybody across onto the left side.
This is also the most European conversation that's going on in chat. I don't think we can repeat what's going on there, but oh man. Don't see that as much here in the States. Orion,
okay,
right now on the Widow. Looking for
usually you want to hold that window there, but so far, I mean, Turkey's just kind of giving up the points. Revenant was going to kind of play bouncer here and make sure that the Widow doesn't get too comfortable. And the Widow battle could be fun.
Yeah.
Nephrin on Widow of their own.
Widow v Widow. Pretty quiet here thus far. Happy getting a little bit low. Just poke in the underpass.
It just looks like one of those days again. Like, you're on Tracer on the cart and you get body shot on your shin from across the map underneath the cart. Like, oh, geez, Happy. I hope the days in Gibraltar get better for the Tracer.
No kidding. A little bit of Widow v Widow here. Nephrin forced back. Going back in, looking for the shot. Both teams still at a full 5, but the poke battle has been a little bit severe on both sides here thus far. Turkey healed back up, but right now the payload hasn't been stopping for Iceland. Turkey needs to put bodies on the point sooner rather than later.
Lethal's in trouble. See if they can actually confirm the kill. No, the peel's there.
Yeah, Lethal gets the support he needs. Pick him off, dash into and fro. Forces the recall, looking for Happy. On the other end, 72% towards Blade. Orion was able to find Nephrin, though. For Iceland.
And that should open up angles.
Yeah, and Revenant's out of the fight.
Should...
This is big for Iceland. Iceland showing perhaps why they like this map right now, as Turkey just loses member after member. They'll have a Blade soon in point B, but losing point A that quickly is a huge boon to Iceland.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to take this high ground too. I mean, winning the Widow battle there is so important because there's really no one else to contest. And so it opens up angles for Orion. He's able to play center from server room. Finzi with a great stagger kill. And now going to be able to take the high ground. It's so important to be able to ride this momentum all the way through point B.
Finzi just staying on top of the shuttle now, and I mean, that's part of keeping the momentum, right? You get to the shuttle early, you pressure the defense, don't give them early entry, but Revenant doesn't care. Revenant's just gonna dive on in, still a bit away from the Primal. Not quite as close as they'd like, but the Nano Blade has to be on the menu here for Turkey. There's Nano, there's a Blade, Lethal gets Futhark immediately. What else is gonna be for Lethal? Lethal looking around, gets shot! Big shot coming in from Orion as Iceland keeps up the pressure there nearly through point B, and the Nano Blade Hex is tragic.
It's been pretty good so far. Let's see, like, hold on, this fight's still going. So Rally pops in late. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good rally here from Turkey in the sense of, well, both the rally and also just the rally and the concept of just getting back in.
I mean, yeah, it stabilizes them because it looked all bad, but getting the Winston back in too, and now you see Iceland being pushed all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of running the Widow on the attack too is if you lose Happy, you lose a lot of your pressure on the point, and you're asking a lot of the Widow at all times, even with Orion getting, you know, a few key pickoffs. So Iceland kind of on a full reset here, but they did get the payload pretty far that if they win the next team fight, they'll get the point. Quick Nano coming on to Finzi. Finzi just mows down Nephrin early. Nice early pick here from Iceland. Opens up Orion to have way more room. They lose Futhark, though, to the counter dive. Unless they win this quickly, they're probably not going to win all, but they get rid of Muzo. Big pick here from Iceland, still alive.
Yeah, it's kind of a low health kind of situation now with both of the Anas out of the mix. Finzi has been really getting the better of this tank duel so far, and now with Reverend down, he's able to just dive wherever. There's going to be no peel for the backline.
Finzi looking healthy on the point. Two big pickoffs here so far. Krizzy able to find Farrak. And Iceland keeping up the pressure here on the point. Orion's been landing shots in that, even if not getting credit. And that got credit for that one. Finds Lethal, Pulse Bomb out, and Iceland looking so composed right now. They get through point B, 3.5 minutes left for C. Very competent offense coming out here for Iceland.
Well, they've been able to capitalize on their first kills and what it means for the shape of the fight. So early on, we saw that when Nephrin went down, Orion was able to take a more aggressive angle on the Widow. And when Revenant goes down, Finzi's able to dive the backline and not worry about leaving his own backline because there's no counter dive going to be able to come in. They've responded to how their kills are shaping the battlefield, and they've adjusted accordingly.
Pulse Bomb on the Finzi. Finzi, though, still reasonably healthy. Turkey right now looking for any life to their defense. Nano boost on the Revenant. Revenant's going to be jumping on in, likely building Primal. Sleep on the Revenant! Really ruins a lot of the push in here from Turkey. Iceland able to disengage after. A great sleep by Futhark, and the troubles for Turkey just continue here, Hex.
Yeah, still no push on the payload, though. Iceland's struggling to get around the corner. Dive goes up. This might be ill-advised, but nice healing comes in.
He doesn't get Primal. Again. Didn't build the Primal in time, was just a little bit away. Finzi, meanwhile, picks up two, drops the bomb. Happy gets caught by Muzo, though, and that's going to take the wind out of the sails of the offense here for Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, just not having the entire full force to try to push this. Oh, wow. Finzi was really close to picking up a two-piece there, but nice peel for each other from the supports. Yeah, Revenant's got to be a little bit careful. He's been getting caught out a lot by Finzi. Like, the Diva is just better than the Winston if you end up in a 1v1.
Well, this time around, Revenant has the Primal, opens with the Primal, and it doesn't matter! Revenant's already dead! Revenant just got absolutely crunched as Iceland now gets an opportunity. Happy with the bomb on the Farrak as Iceland picks up elimination after elimination. Finzi leading the way. Orion, a little bit of cleanup here. Not too many alive on the point for Iceland. There could be enough. Revenant back in. Revenant, though, is about to be back out, perhaps. 1 HP here is Winston staying alive, but not for long. The bomb deals with the rest. Really nice bomb from Orion. Right place, right time for the 6th player. And that is Iceland, finishing with over a minute left on Gibraltar. Not an easy feat.
Orion got into the checkmate spot there on Gibraltar, especially pushing last when you get up on the bridge, whether that's Widow or whether that's Ashe. And then just a great use of the ultimate there. You get up on the bridge, and then Bob goes down into the center, and you're both hammer and anvil, and you saw all the kills come through for Orion. We theorized before that like they picked this map because Orion is so comfortable on long range hit scan. It's the first time we've seen it be like ultra effective though, being able to get win the Widow battle 1v1s. Hafi started to get some value out of the Tracer a little bit late. There were a couple of interesting missteps there from Hafi, but not the biggest deal. But for me, the big thing is Finzi really timing the dives, taking out the tank often, and then Finzi really prioritizing taking out whatever was going to counter Orion, whether that be the dive tank or whether that be the counter Widow. And Orion had more space this game on both Widow and Ashe than he's had in any previous Gibraltar that Iceland's played.
Well, a huge reason for that space was just the difference we saw between Finzi and Revenant. I mean, look, yeah. I don't like trying to go ultra simplistic and be main tank difference, but I don't know, that round was pretty darn close because we saw Finzi crushing, getting multiple eliminations at the right point, right time. Meanwhile, the focus fire on the Revenant just saw Revenant in spawn more than making a difference for Turkey. And that was probably the biggest difference between this map and the previous map when Romani was in instead. So, maybe it's just coming in on the second map, trying to warm up, but it was a really tough round for Revenant. But also a very good round for Finzi.
Yeah, well, Finzi was being patient. He was waiting for Revenant, and then they would deal with it, and then that's when Finzi would go. Finzi never left his backline really exposed because was making sure that Revenant was dead before Finzi went and dealt damage to their own backline. So you saw Finzi getting aggressive, but it's because the threats had already been neutralized. Revenant slept.
Revenant bioed. Farouk was already down. Is Revenant going to get away? You think so this early? But, Happy can still chase it down. Chrissy finds Nefren up close and personal. And yeah, Iceland, it's never a good look for your offense when you're getting worked in the neutral this hard, this early into the map. That said, Muzo finds Chrissy. Chrissy perhaps a little bit too far up. Finzi and Orion looking low. If you're Iceland, you've gotten a lot of delay here already, a minute off the clock. You can go back to the area you really want to hold on Gibraltar, which is like past the car wash.
Yeah, Muzo actually doing some work there. Was able to get the sleep onto the Widow and then the follow-up nade, get some kills too. So it has been a difference maker in some of Turkey's matches. Haven't called their name very often here,
Bionated.
But and tied.
Oh,
yeah.
Futhark, I think, went to finish the Bionade on the Muzo and caught a Widow shot to the dome for it. However, one good elimination causes another. Orion punishes Nefren. 4v4, but being down the Ana is tough, especially when it's Futhark that had the nano in the wings. Lethal. Trying to make something happen here. Tracer, Kiriko, down in the bottom. Happy coming in for the assist. Finishes off Lethal. The call for help successful.
Yeah, and right now it's only a minute left, and Iceland, or no, excuse me, 2 minutes left. Iceland on the defense has everything at their disposal, just a bit outside.
Yeah, I think Happy, that was a, thinking they're going to zig when they ended up zagging type of moment, which made the pulse bomb look way more off than probably should have been. Revenant, though, goes up, has the nano, chasing on down, trying to get the Kiriko here, and right now, not quite working out. Futhark just healing, goes for the sleep, forces out the primal in the back to get Orion, but meanwhile, Iceland, I think, is doing way better on the actual payload as Revenant was sent back getting toyed with a bit.
Yeah, Pulse is going to come down, but they do finish Finzi before the remake. Yeah, sorry, I took amusement at the phrase trying to get the Kiriko. I think that's just how it always works against Kiriko.
Yeah, it's all, there's an attempt made. Speaking of attempts, we got Lethal. Pulse Bomb, set up, good to go. Is it going to find the Ana? Half-cool's down already, so a lot of pressure on Orion to make something happen here for Iceland or Finzi. Kizune Rush fading. Orion down. Lethal being consistent into the back line. Finishes off Futhark, really and nice. Just solid Tracer play from Lethal. Should get Turkey in the point B.
Yeah, they should. Javi's going to come out and maybe try to stall a little bit. Chrissy. I mean, this Turkey, or excuse me, this Iceland backline is really quite lethal. So now the question is, how well is Turkey able to set up on point B? Revenant's going to be up top. You will see Finzi momentarily fight for this high ground, and the battle over the shuttle is so critical because you need to be able to get your Widow up in decent spots too to be able to counter their Widow.
Yeah, and that's a fight where right now Revenant doesn't really want to fight, wants to wait for everyone to get on over. And now contested payload has to be having nightmares about Futhark though on the other side as Happy finds lethal. Iceland in the neutral, you know, we talked about a lot. They've been playing way better in it this game. You know, whether it be tank difference or not, it just looked better across the board. We've seen Happy come out into play a lot more often, and you know, tough approach right now from Nefra.
Yeah, Iceland just winning 1v1s, whether it be either of their damage dealers, the Widow or the Tracer, or like some of the tank duels that have happened too. So I don't know if that's, I mean, maybe it's Iceland's support line that's giving superior support, but it definitely have looked so much better in these individual battles in the kill feed. Finzi again, there's the tank kill.
Yeah, Finzi just goes on in, had the nano, so it wasn't too complicated. And Finzi just gets to walk forward and hold down mouse 1 for a time there. Heavy pressure coming in, gonna reposition up to the high ground.
Nice sleep.
Alright, taking a quick snooze. Finzi finds Nefren, and yeah, I mean, Finzi has just been playing so well on this map. And again, I'm not sure if it's because maybe the Winston isn't the best idea here. You know, Revenant, you probably hold on to the Primal, even means dying at this point. You have so many dead. You know, if you get pressured, using the Primal would be kind of rough. But Turkey needs healing, is the other thing.
Yeah, 90 seconds left, and Turkey's going to have to try to find a way in. This is where we talk about momentum on this stage particularly. Revenant is going to take the high ground here, but I'd imagine Finzi's just going to come back and try to bully them off as well.
Yeah, I mean, the goal here is force Brown. Happy lands the bomb in the back. Puts Iceland up 5v4. Orion under a bit pressure. Primal already out. Revenant gets hit with the bio. Lethal. Nice little finish there for Turkey. And it's been lethal keeping Turkey alive. It's some rough fights and rougher engages. Picks up 2. Rotates back around. Finzi gets Muzo, but Iceland is definitely working from behind here. Happy-cool, though. Gets on the Kiriko. Nefren off the respawn on the Happy. Now things getting a little bit scrappy as respawns get involved. As Nefren, though, starts to heat up here, Hex.
Yeah, it's a nice two-piece. It was a little bit interesting because what happened in that last fight where Reverend went nuts, it was just like dive versus counter dive. You saw in the stairway was where the fracas was going on the other side of things, but Turkey was able to finish up the eliminations much cleaner, in large part thanks to Lethal's follow-through, whereas Iceland was unable to finish out their counter dive. But still, Iceland in a good spot. 20 seconds last fight here.
Yeah, Iceland, an even better spot with how that opens up. Crizzy and Futhark connecting, and here with Revenant on a little bit punished. Revenant is super low, should be finished off here in a moment. Finzi drops the bomb. That's one way to take down your tank counterpart. 5 seconds left to go, and can Turkey even keep this one in contest? It's not looking great. And no, it is Finland or Iceland coming back in. They force map 3.
Another map win for Iceland on Gibraltar. I think, like, you know, if you ask them why do you pick Gibraltar, like, that's what they had in mind. Like, that's what goes through their head is, oh, we're going to get our Widow set up, we're going to have that going, our tank is going to dive and counter dive and do really well. Finzi is probably the best match I've seen him play so far in the World Cup. Definitely some big highlight moments. The only misstep was like when they tried to counter dive, the support line of Turkey was able to keep each other alive a little bit better, but that was because of lethal. So Iceland, good for them. They finally pick up a map, and Iceland has a chance to pull off a match. Iceland could put a 1 on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talked about the storyline here. You don't want to see any team leave with nothing but zeros. However, I still think you have to really focus on the tank setup in this game here, where, yes, Finzi had an incredible game. I don't think, even with the Winston v Diva matchup, it was a great game for Revenant. I feel like the difference between Revenant being in and Romani being in was so massive here for Turkey. And it makes me feel like, regardless of what strategy is being planned into the next match, I feel like you're going to see Romani come back in just because everything just kind of flowed from the tank play in this game when you look at how things changed. And Iceland played with a remarkable amount of SpaceX. And I feel like Turkey's going to make a change after this map. I really do.
You would think so, and also, I mean, going into push as the game mode, there's definitely maps that favor a Junker Queen, which we've seen as probably Romani's like favorite hero, best hero. You can definitely take it to, I mean, almost any of the ones in the pools. New Queen Street, Esperanza, and Calisio. You could run a JQ on all of them. Previously, they've gone to Esperanza when they've had the push map choice, so that might be something they're looking forward to. But yeah, I mean, It's a tough matchup 1v1 anyway. You have to play a mobile tank to play high ground. So your only options are to play either Winston or D.Va. But I think Revenant found themselves in 1v1s versus D.Va, which is not good to begin with, and then 1v2s often as well, and it was dying a little bit early too often. And when Revenant died early, Finzi just hit the boosters, like literally and metaphorically, just went in and found the back line. There was nothing to worry about because didn't have to worry about his support line. So really interesting play there, and yeah, good for Iceland. You know, they've tried again on Gibraltar. I think they're like 2-1 on Gibraltar now.
Yeah.
So like this is definitely their map.
Well, Iceland, they bring it back on Gibraltar. They put the series in contention. Can they finish it out? Get the map 3 victory here and their first W on the board. We'll see as the finale continues after this break. Iceland finding their groove versus Turkey on Watch Point Gibraltar. Really solid tank play coming out from Finzi, dictating the entire pace of the map, forcing the map 3 hex, where, as we know, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not certain. I wish I would have fact checked this before the. Okay, yeah, I'm wondering who Iceland's last match is because I think this might be their best chance to get the one on the board. Obviously, going to 3, Gibraltar finally went the way that they wanted it to, and obviously they beat Poland on it, but that was a little more decisive on Gibraltar. Turkey has previously chosen Esperanza as their map of choice to go to when they get to decide the push map. So that makes sense. You and I both believe that they'll probably be bringing in Romani, right? To maybe run JQ?
I think that's the most likely situation, just given the difference where, yeah, I mean, Gibraltar is very different from Lijiang Tower and how it plays out, but given the stark difference in how tank play dictated the matchup, I feel like they're going to go to a comfort pick here. They're going to bring Romani back in and play that here on Esperanza because it's something you can do on this map. I would be shocked if they didn't make that change. I mean, you never know. All teams have a plan. Sometimes they want to stick with it regardless of results. And yeah, Romani's back in. This makes all the sense in the world to me, especially given what just happened on Gibraltar.
Yeah, not the best showing for Winston, but also, I mean, Romani has just been one of the strengths of this team overall. The Junker Queen and the sustainability has been so solid for Turkey and how they want to run. So I wouldn't be stunned even to see like a lethal Genji, at least for a life or two. Yeah, maybe not the greatest map for it in the world, but it's not the worst. So maybe just comfort heroes getting on that. We'll see what they want to run. Neferin might end up running the Sombra here. We've seen
I
so
like
much
this
Sombra lately.
I like this a lot. I was gonna say we saw it.
A Reaper.
No, but we saw Italy run this to great effect against Spain, even when Spain had them outdone mechanically back on the first map. Right? Reaper is the great equalizer. I think if you're a fan of Turkey and you're looking at this initial setup, you should be a little bit nervous right now because this is the perfect situation for Iceland to take the series away from Turkey if they stick to this composition. I fully believe that.
Yeah, full-on Reaper rush, even the Moira coming into the mix too, so a huge clash of styles. Turkey is going to try to get some initiations with the JQ, but they kind of have to play a little bit patient here, hope for hacks and hope for something like that.
Hope for maybe an early pick on some Moira as Chrissy is eating the bad end of all that poke. But Iceland deals it right back up. And look at the pressure on the Romani! That's a power
Shout has to be used right away.
Just chunking in early, and look, Romani still under heavy pressure, goes down! Iceland came in with the game plan of kill the tank, and they do just that.
Yeah, I mean, right now Iceland's playing as a huge clump, so maybe a switch to an Ana might be helpful to get some anti-heals going on, but right now, this is just Deathball. It's Deathball comp.
Yep. I mean, look, there's nothing more classical European Overwatch than just getting your entire team together and running at them in something that's really healy, kind of tanky, and hard to get pickoffs on.
Yeah, wasn't it the Nordic countries who kind of came up with 3-3 very early on?
Yeah,
right?
the old NIP squad.
Yeah, that's right. So definitely a European style of sustain, tanks, big beefy damage.
Yep, Cole comes out. This happens when you run Moira early. And look at the pressure on the Romani here. Romani had to swap to the Ram. Buzo goes down, trying to keep Romani alive. A lot of collateral damage coming on in. And Iceland gets to play a style here that they really like. And I mean, Turkey, they're in danger here, Hex. This is push. You can't lose fights in a row like this on push and expect to come back.
Yeah, forward spawn. Turkey does make the switch, at least pretty early on. Lethal's going to stick onto this, hoping for an equalizing blade. But other than that, they have mirrored it out. Beat up for Uruk. Might want to use this to engage. You really can't let them sit with forward spawns this long.
No, I mean, Turkey, they need to make something happen. The blade comes out. The blade goes away. Lethal immediately punished after the blade comes in. However, the rest of the engage for Turkey going pretty darn well because guess what? They are on the Reaper now as well, making it happen. Neferin with 4 on the cleanup.
Yeah, the beat engage, but another interesting wrinkle. Turkey, Lethal just doesn't want to play Mei, apparently. So Lethal's off of the Genji, is going to go to the Sombra instead. Can be really good as far as if you're running a mirror to swing the economy back in your way. Also to be able to hack like a critical target, maybe hacking a Lucio to maybe get him out of beat. There's plenty of decent targets. We'll see the big difference, like, I think going forward is going to be Hafi versus Lethal and who's getting more out of their hero.
Yeah, I think that compositional difference is huge. Now looking at that for Death Blossom, good to go. Both Reapers ready to start spinning. Nephrin, look who he sees in the bottom. Romani's already down though, so this is kind of a catch-up Death Blossom. Pushed away. Iceland, well-timed beat from Futhark, keeps everyone alive. And down Romani, you have to concede some room here if you're Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, they did end up losing their Lucio, so they're not going to be able to rush in, but they've gotten better picks. So far, Hoppy with a really good value out of the Blizzard. So now, I mean, I'm just keeping track of the compositional difference. Lethal's going to have to win the next fight with EMP to keep it even here.
Lethal's had good
but again,
so far, though, at the very least.
Yeah, no, it's been ticking up pretty quickly. But do remember, like, Iceland came out in this composition, whereas Turkey had to switch into it. So Iceland has the lead here.
Cole coming out here from Crizzy, opening up the fight. Romani going to answer with Annihilation. Orion getting really, really low. One for the Death Blossom in the back. No elimination off of it. And there's the EMP built up by Lethal. Hits 4, but Romani's down. The fall through isn't there. Iceland just sustains through it. So the EMP knocking the value that Turkey wants. And instead, Iceland just gets to walk forward, and they're going to add to their lead here, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, it was... You don't often hear this, but it was a really beautiful coalescence by Crizzy because Orion was in a really weird spot. You could barely see the health bar peeking out, right? And it was in a brutal position, but able to keep Orion alive during that. And I mean, you can't overstate like how valuable the Reapers are in these compositions. If you lose your Reaper, you just don't have enough damage to push
Early
through.
Annihilation forces out the beat from Turkey as Finzi just goes in. Annihilation going to be fading here soon. Beat long gone. Romani very, very low between the two tanks. Now getting healed back up. Iceland, meanwhile, healthy. It's going to be Cole versus Cole here. Cole early on Turkey. Cole answered here from Iceland. Happy has built up the Blizzard. We'll get the Blizzard before the EMP. Blizzard going to be dropped here. Happy goes low, stays alive, sets up Finzi for the kill on the Nephrin, and the Blizzard lets Iceland move forward.
Enormous value, and Lethal is nearing an EMP of their own, but have to pull back right now. Like, you look at push, and Iceland's doing really well, and this comes back to like almost the first stage of like, just win fights. Who cares what it costs? You know, like, I know it sounds like simple, but a lot of teams are like, well, let's not use this, let's not use this. Iceland's just, let's just win fights. We're already in the lead. Big EMP, it's all 5.
Yeah, can't ask for a bigger EMP than that, and this time, unlike before, the follow-through is there. Finzi might be throwing out a few right hooks on the robot, but this is going to get pushed the other way. Still, 113-26. Turkey is in real danger right now, Hex.
Well, I mean, it's push, so there's 4 minutes left. Yeah. There's plenty of time to get something going here, but Iceland's done a really good job of like taking fights and stalling things out. If I'm Iceland in this next fight, I'd throw an Annihilation, throw in Death Blossom, and hope. Like that's how they've won fights going all the way back to map 1, is not worrying about what it costs or not worrying about the follow-up, and especially when you have, you know, a 90-meter lead in push, I think that's the strat.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland could just make this very slow. Futhark, though, gets caught Lethal with the icicles. Now, is Finzi still going to annihilate here? Orion goes for the Death Blossom. Death Blossom Annihilation. Iceland decides to commit. This is high risk, would be high reward, but doing it down players early. Finzi gets 2! Still doable here for Iceland. They've made something out of nothing here. Orion hanging on. However, the Cole in from Muzo might be the finisher here to an extent. Some respawns coming in, but I don't know about the ult commitment there from Iceland after losing Futhark so early.
Yeah, that one's a little bit tough. I mean, they did get some value out of it, but really it's just a later coalescence from Muzo pulls it back, you know, late into that fight. Now, you know, obviously Lethal has made the switch off of the Sombra. I mean, you get a 5-man EMP. And now Blizzard is going to be ready. Turkey's in a good spot.
Look at this! Nephrin just comes into the back. No one checked that corner. I mean, it was more of an entire street. No one looked left. Unreal.
Nefru, please. Gets it done. Easy kill there. Turkey will now have forward spawns. They've won 2 fights in a row. It's starting to snowball out of control. Iceland might be in a position now where you have to play a little bit slower, hope to get a Blizzard. But speaking of Blizzards, Lethal's got his locked and loaded.
Iceland is still behind on ults too, but despite how these fights went, because of the fight where they, you know, threw good money after bad, essentially. Now we'll see Lethal. Where's this Blizzard going to go? Iceland, Blizzard of their own, also locked and loaded. It's going to be a tale of Blizzards left to right. Crizzy getting very, very low. I think it was Lethal nearly picking Crizzy off. But here we go. Happy drops the Blizzard, gets caught while dropping the Blizzard. Is fall through going to be there? No, Crizzy's down. Turkey moves through. And Iceland, when they do use ults right now, Hex, they are getting nothing for it.
I mean, I've been imploring Iceland to use ults as soon as they can. It's the only way they're winning fights, but now Turkey's just getting better value out of it, and that was a picture perfect right there. 2 blizzards go down, Lethal is the one who gets people in it, and they're able to clean it up much better. Now Lethal's alive longer, so able to build a lot quicker. Turkey can beat Engage, they've won fights off of it before.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Iceland, I think they're just going to pop Annihilation super early here. They have Beat and Cole, so everything up and everything's going to go down. Iceland burns the bank. But as a result, going to be here, Finzi getting focused down heavily. Nefren goes down. Big pick off by Finzi with the Annihilation. Iceland at 5, under pressure, really, really low. You look at the health battle between both teams. Iceland nearly had everyone down. They recover, though. Krizzy under a lot of pressure. Happy, much the same. Romani, though. Look, if Romani can stay alive here. Muzo goes down, and Iceland finds a way through.
Yeah, that one was kind of in the books the moment that Nefren went down. Like, as long as Iceland was able to sustain a little bit and play it patient, the damage output is just so lessened without your Reaper, and conversely, Iceland with their own Reaper up with just an enormous push. So Iceland still 20 meters ahead, will take the robot back, and you know, wow, that 4 minutes flew by. We're at 30 seconds. Iceland needs one more fight.
Yeah, Turkey gonna need likely
I think you play patient.
Yeah.
Wait for Blizzard.
Happy's at 81%. You can definitely delay this a bit. Right now, Reapers could be deciding the course of the game. Nefren Orion locked and loaded, ready to go. Death Blast from Nefren to the back, grabs Krizzy as Turkey not quite done yet. 2 quick pickoffs. And Turkey, they're gonna get it
There's
going.
nothing burned. Yeah. Nothing burned. Turkey also, though, does a really economic win there. I mean, the flank on the back line, Futhart got the boop in, but it was just a little bit too late. So Iceland, so this one's pretty much final fight. Like, I think whoever wins this one will win the map. Is it going to be a Blizzard battle again?
It just
right here,
be.
at the same spot?
Blizzard v Blizzard. It's also going to be Annihilation v Annihilation. Everything is coming on up. The conclusion is here. Krizzy opening with the Cole. Happy. Early Blizzard. Lethal meanwhile waiting. Romani frozen. Romani down. Iceland starts off with the pick. Beat. Dropped. Death Blossom used. Lethal finds Futhark. And here we go. Annihilation out here from Finzi. Finzi walking on forward. It's still a pretty decent edge to Iceland, but Finzi gets caught. Iceland couldn't get one from it. Turkey staying alive. Orion out of it. Turkey has turned the fight despite the tough beginning. Happy on the point. How long can Happy delay? Happy goes down. The robot keeping it pushing forward. Finzi onto the emergency ball. It's Ball v Doom here at the very end. 103. Turkey keeping going forward.
Not over. Not over at all. Nefren does have a Blossom, though, could close it out.
The ball is in. Nefren holding on to Death Blossom, looking to get to the back, starts spinning. Where's the winning? Iceland able to back out from a lot of it. Happy's still alive. Finzi getting low. Finzi gets one before falling, but he got the Moira. That's huge. Can Iceland capitalize here? Futhark on the Romani. Both teams down tanks. Nefren and Orion setting the pace right now. Both Reapers in the fray. Orion gets Nefren as Iceland. They look to hold on. Turkey losing member after member. Will this be Iceland's first win? It is. They take it over Turkey in 3.
I'm so happy. I love a team getting their first win. Good for Iceland. They will pick up their first one. And just really scrappy at the end there. I mean, the penultimate fight, it was much better Lucio ult. The beat comes out a little bit later and you know, prevents that Annihilation from getting anything. And that's when Romani drops the switch from Finzi like onto Ball. Like, you know, obviously, like, you felt like you had to do it, and it's a really good stall mechanic, especially like with their spawns are going to be a little bit closer. But the trade for Moira is enormous. We talk about like when Annas go down in some of these compositions, like how much healing that is. Moira's all the healing here, and just critical. So every single one of these fights, a lot of them were like mirrored up as far as ultimates went, and a lot of it was just ended up being value, like who gets a better Blossom, who gets a better Blizzard, and things like that. So Iceland pulls it off in the end. They win Gibraltar, which is their home map, and then are running out this composition. And you think about it, it comes down to they picked the right comp first.
Yeah.
So they had a huge lead going into it, and that's just how push works out sometimes.
And you see games like this, and you just wonder if Reaper is underplayed, especially on maps like this, because again, you think back to the Spain-Italy game. This is the second time we've seen one team seemingly outmatched a little bit. You play the Reaper, and then the other team feels compelled that they also have to play Reaper. Like, the Reaper sets the tone, and I'm not trying to overhype this because I don't even necessarily think it's the absolute best hero pick, but I think it's one of those things that it's easier to play consistently and frustrating to the other team when that happens, and it just, the first team that plays Reaper can kind of force a Reaper battle, especially on maps like Esperanza.
I mean, it's very, I mean, not very, but it is somewhat Goats-like, right?
Yeah.
So it's because, the May has such great sustain with Ice Block and the wall and everything like that, the map control. It's very much like, well, May should be a tank kind of thing, and May's a little bit of a tank. Reaper's got a nice health pool, and he's got sustain. It's a sustained composition where you push through and do a ton of damage, and that's why the Moira works well into it. And also Lucio, of course, healing's fine, but it's all about that speed and the beat as well. I think it's a good comp. I mean, I think you really have to outplay it if you're going to run like a Tracer Sombra. And Winston into that is brutal. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good composition that we've seen work extremely well. And just straight up, congrats Iceland. Get that one on the board. That's so important. Happy for them. You never want a team to come into the World Cup and get absolutely zeroed. So good for them, and happy for those guys.
Yeah, really good to see Iceland get the W on the board. But guess what? We still got plenty of Overwatch left in the tank here today. Coming up next, it's going to be Portugal versus Denmark with Epitomes and CB on the cast.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup for 2023. I'm Jim Basco, and now I'm joined by Epitomes and CB. Y'all, it's been a fantastic day of matches so far. Epitomes, let's start with you. How you doing? How you doing coming into week number 2 as we watch all these teams settle in for the standings?
It was definitely a very exciting top of morning, especially the last match that we just watched with Iceland gaining their first win over Turkey. And Turkey, you know, solidly middle of the pack here in Group B. So Iceland being right at the bottom for almost every single day, right up until almost the very end. That was definitely very exciting.
Yeah, and same question to you, CB. How are you doing? Of course, it's been a minute since we've been on broadcast, but I'm happy to have you back. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I'm looking back to week 1 and I'm thinking like, wow, we were thinking that Group B was going to be so hyper competitive, but it kind of feels like it's now just been like the Saudi Arabia show featuring Finland at certain points. You know, Saudi Arabia is pretty much like a lock to go. Finland still has like chance at slipping up and, you know, falling out of favor, but they look like the favorites. It's actually Group A that a lot of people are talking about today, and I'm really excited to get to come out here today and talk to you guys and bring you some Group A action because, hoo boy, it heated up over the first week, and it's only gotten more hot as time's gone on.
Absolutely. Let's talk about it, right? Let's pull up that schedule and let's talk about the format. Let's talk some standings. Let's give you the lowdown on what's exactly been going on. Of course, we started out our day with 2-0 for Sweden over Germany. Finland 2-0's Poland. Iceland takes it 2-1 over Turkey in a very close game. That's the one we just came off of. And now, just around the corner, we've got Denmark versus Portugal. Afterwards, Netherlands versus Belgium, Italy versus Great Britain, and my marquee match of the day, France versus Spain, to close out day number 6. Of course, if we're taking a look at the standings and all the updated rankings right now, at the top of Group A, which is where we're focusing our attention right now, we've got France, the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and in number 3, Spain. And for the top of Group B, we're talking Saudi Arabia and Finland, as CP mentioned. With that said, though, I leave y'all to the match. Portugal versus Denmark, just around the corner. Enjoy it, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Jim. And Portugal in Group A is also the only other winless team up until now, with Iceland being the one from Group B with the same record. So Portugal head up against Denmark. It's going to be a tough opponent, and I'm not sure. Do you think that they can break the winless record?
I mean, looking at this matchup right now, I can't say for sure because, I can't say for sure that they will. I think Denmark is heavily favored in this matchup here. Denmark is another squad that what we were looking at to be kind of towards the top, whereas Portugal, like you said, still winless. We are seeing some good stuff out of this squad, but not enough to net them their first win. So we're looking at the DPS line, Karama and Cohen, who have, you know, they've had little bits of moments, but do also kind of have a tendency to die first. So we want to see some of these issues get ironed out. We want to see this team kind of fix some of the problems that have plagued them thus far, because yeah, again, they're the only real winless team in Group A.
Yeah, and over on the other side of Denmark, we are talking a lot about that squad earlier, but yesterday they did go down to Spain. So they were at some point tied with Great Britain to be in the top 3 spots and make it out to playoffs, but now because of that loss yesterday, it hurts a little bit for them, and they are now no longer in the top 3 of Group A. But obviously this squad has a lot of really powerful names, you know, Calix and Shax both on the Twisted Minds roster, and a lot of contenders.
Hang on, Shaq's on the support. That's I don't know if that's been something that I've seen before, but that's definitely news to me. Shaq's traditionally a DPS player. Haven't seen a whole lot of him on support there. I don't know if it's just like the radar for me.
You're completely right.
Like, I just noticed that and I was like, hey, wait, what? That's not on the top 10 list of things that I thought I was going to see today, but I think if you're going to try this kind of look, like we have seen DPS players flex over to the support role, especially, you know, going alongside Calix will be in the flex support role most likely. We've seen that work out well. I think a Backbone from Great Britain has done a phenomenal job in that kind of role. And we've also seen a lot of DPS players transitioning to that flex support role full time. I think in names like Teru. Recently, Pineapple, who got announced for the Hangzhou Spark. Still don't know about that one. Still don't know what that's going to look like, but you know, it's happened. It's not unprecedented. We're going to be going to Ilios for the first matchup here, so this will be an interesting place for Shax to try and show us what this all is, if this is just kind of like a fill, or if there's a specific comp that they're trying to bring this in for. If I was a gambling gal, I'd probably say that it is to fill, but you never quite know.
Yeah, and okay, headed on to Ilios as well. Ilios is a map where you can get a lot of that air control as well. And it's not as much Brawl comp favored, though you do see the Mei a lot, especially on Lighthouse.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of different things that you'll see on Lighthouse. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We're going to start things off here on Ruins. Yeah, and I do kind of want to highlight this match and all of the Group A matches going forward, because there's kind of like this vortex in the middle that's sucking in a lot of the teams. You know, you've got France at the top, Portugal and Belgium at the bottom, and in between that is just a vortex that's pulling every other team in. Denmark still sits kind of towards the top of that, but it's all because of that previous loss to Spain. So, I mean, Denmark, like, if they go down in this matchup here, that would be catastrophic. That would put them down towards that lower end where they're, you know, they're going to be under threat of potentially getting locked out completely. This should be an easy dub for them here, but they need to make sure that it is, win this as dominantly as possible. So we're going to see them come out here on that Ramatra rush. We got Shax on the Baptiste, and Shockwave is going to go over to the Ashe. So this is looking to play to a lot of different strengths here. Again, eyes are going to be on Shax and how he performs in that flex support role. Meanwhile, Portugal, dive comp with Ana Brig backline and an Ashe of their own, and Karama's dead first.
Yeah, that was one of the problems that you mentioned earlier for Portugal. Karama going down early, unable to harass that backline anymore, and they just have so much free range. Shax here being one of them, and, you know, they're going to take that point pretty early because of that early pickoff, and just going to wait for the next fight as well.
Yeah, the next fight should kick off as soon as Karama's right back in the fold there, because Portugal didn't lose anybody. They're about to lose Ego, though, if they're not careful. An Immortality Field comes out to save Mulfig, and guess who's dead first again? It would be Karama. That's twice right off the bat. I really don't want this to be the case, because I want to see more out of this Portugal squad. There's a lot of talent on this team, but, I mean, you can't just keep, going in, getting caught out like that. Something has to change.
Yeah, Denmark you can tell that they are very confident going into this matchup as well, kind of harassing them back towards their spawn. Karama is back once again, but very isolated here. So this, okay. That was just a shot from Shockwave, but I guess he's not allowed to play the game this time around, and just going to play Spawn Room Simulator while they isolate Ego and take down the Winston as well.
Hex was talking about it earlier, and it's just like, sometimes you just have one of those days on Tracer where just nothing's going your way, except for bullets. They're all going your way right towards the skull. Denmark pretty much at the touch the spawn door challenge. There's another icicle to the dome. Karama can't catch a break. No one from Portugal can catch a break, really. Like, Denmark's just going to be merciful and back off to give them space just to make this interesting. But, I mean, so far it's been anything but.
Yeah, I mean, Karama kind of trying to be the tip of the spear and be that initiator for Portugal to get themselves into the objective, but just every single icicle magnetically attracted to his head. You know, like what we just saw, and the rest of the squad didn't even really need Shockwave. You know, you have one of the DPSs solo contesting the Tracer, and I feel like that matchup should typically go in Karama's favor, but it just does not.
Don't worry,
Shockwave
Mulfig,
now getting harassed down though.
There's a Primal Rage just a contest there coming out from Ego, and Karama actually does find a pick up onto Mulfig here, so Portugal might actually be able to find something if they just press forward with this rally.
The Bob does come through to help contest for Denmark, and very quickly Ego goes down. They're trying to come through with the rally as well. The touch does come from Rod, but it goes down very quickly afterwards, and the beat from Kalex is going to just make it impossible for Dizzle to shred the rest of Denmark's team. Karama can't go for a touch, too busy with the hands full on Naga, and first round going to Denmark.
Denmark, I mean, so far they're playing like they're angry about that loss to Spain. Like, they're just trying to blow off some steam, and Portugal is their punching bag right now. I really have to feel bad for the way that first round went, but it's only one round of control. You know, there's still plenty of time to shake it off, come back with something a little bit better. We did see one kill come out for Portugal. That was Karama killing Mulfig. So Mulfig, going to be the big disappointment of the team, having one death. Very unfortunate situation. I'm sure everyone's going to be bullying him in the voice comms for that. But overall, like, Denmark, they look pretty clean. And it's another one of the situations where it almost feels like, again, they're angry. They want to step up and they want to show just how dominant they can be over a team that has not really had much of any success in the group stages so far.
Yeah, I think Denmark, now that they are the middle of the pack, they really feel like they have something a little bit more to prove than they did when they were the favorites, and they fully believe that they would be making it out of groups into these playoffs before losing to Spain. Now Denmark switching on to a pharmacy competition. Rod actually picking off Shax though, and that's just the majority of the healing for Denmark without the Ana. Molfig, however, finding Dizzle, so they're trading some of that burst healing for the Kiriko as well, and the rest of Denmark's squad, they do clean up quite well. However, no one's touched the point. They're too busy contesting the choke.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cap the point here real quick. Like, Portugal have a slight man advantage that's going to disappear rapidly. Molfig going in doesn't quite get the touch. I thought he was actually going to go for the contest there just to be like extra griefy, but didn't quite get there in time. Denmark is back to full strength and they're now contesting the point though, so I mean, we might start to see things go back in Denmark's favor, but hey, Portugal, they're on the board.
And Denmark is pretty split so far, especially since Calyx and Naga are really looking to try and get that early harassment down. Calyx does go low, but Naga will finish off Rod, take out a bit of the speed boost and the healing. A good stick from Kurama though. They're trading the supports in the back line, and Shax going down. There's no burst healing once again, and I feel like he is getting picked very easily in these fights thus far because of the Winston. However, Resurrection to come through to bring back Shax into the fight and get the healing down onto Molfig, who is taking a lot of damage on the objective. Going to have to back off, but the barrage will come in clutch to try and clear out some space. Dizzle survives on the point, but not for long.
I mean, there was a little bit of a glimmer of something brilliant coming out here from Portugal. It's not this, by the way. Ego getting chased down there by Shockwave. That's not at all what I was going to call out. But so Shax is kind of a weak link in this composition from Denmark, not because of, you know, his lack of experience on the flex support or his ability, but again, because in the Pharmacy comp, the Pharah is going to have full custody of the Mercy. There's not going to be anybody really alive or available to peel for Shax. Like, Molfig would have to try and come all the way back in order to do so. EMP is going to come out from Kohen, but yeah, Naga just claps right back. That ends up amounting in pretty much nothing, and Portugal have folded here in this fight.
Yeah, they just basically crumbled, and now Denmark, they are just going to take that point for a lot more of that percentage, but Portugal, they've gotten quite a decent percentage right at the beginning. They were really good at harassing out that backline of Denmark. Shax, you know, being pretty isolated, having to play the long angles, play far back, and not a lot of peel here, but Naga's going to do the best to just base tank all of that damage. The EMP from Shockwave, though, going to hit a lot. The Suzu does come through to take a bit of the damage down, but with the Kiriko and the Kitsune rush to come through from Portugal, they might be able to contest a little bit further. However, most picks are swinging towards Denmark's direction. Ego comes in just in time, and the sleep does come through onto Ego, and with the the Biotic Nade, there's not a lot that can be done, so the Primal Rage does have to come through with Rod, putting the sound barrier down as well. The beat comes through, and as the overhealth fades away, how is Ego just harassing Shax and getting so much damage put down with the anti-nade once again? But Kurama will come in a nick of time, and the Pulse Bomb will take down Shax.
Yeah, when Kurama's able to stay alive long enough, eventually he will strike gold. He is capable of coming up with these big pulse bombs and these big kills here, but it's taken so long for them to find much of anything, and Naga is still raining down death from above. There's one for Kohen there, and despite that little bit of, that little glimmer of hope that Kurama gave Portugal there, it feels like it's all been snuffed out. This rocket barrage is just academic at this point in time. That should be Denmark capping this 1-2-0.
Naga, a huge sore spot for the Portugal squad as well on the first map, especially here on Lighthouse, since they don't really have anyone that can deal with the Pharmacy composition. They had the Tracer and the Sombra, and they were really kind of focusing down on Shax getting all the healing out so they could then focus Molfig, but otherwise the Pharmacy was kind of just left unchecked for most of that. They were able to get rid of it for a while. Sometimes they were able to focus down Naga with a well-placed hack, but otherwise it was really difficult to contend with all the damage being put out, and they were really just looking to harass the supports.
It did also kind of feel, again, like they were trying to put too many eggs in their, like, Grief Naga basket towards the end there on Lighthouse. Like, I mean, like I said, Shaxx is kind of the weak link in that composition, because playing the Ana, you don't have the support, unless Kelix has the Valkyrie, and that was really, like, one of the only times that I saw them trying to pressure out the Ana there, was while Kelix had the Valkyrie. Hey, we can sustain everybody, I've got chain heals for all. They can't really, you know, get that out of the way. They can't deal with the Ana, so you can't really take out Mulfig because the healing's constantly coming through. You're spending all of your time trying to take down Naga in this pharmacy, and you're not, like, successfully, definitively doing it. So, I mean, like, the only time Portugal's really able to find much of anything is when they can force Shaxx to the low ground and hit a pulse bomb on him, or, you know, Kurama gets a pulse bomb and sticks it to somebody else. But, like, that's not reliable. You can't be trying to win or die, like, your whole, like, live or die situation based on just a pulse bomb. It's, like, one of the least reliable ultimates for fight wins in the game. So, like, you have to have something a little bit better than that.
Yeah, they just really stylistically didn't have anything to counter the air control that Denmark had in this first map, and it was just a real struggle with the Tracer having on the ruins. I mean, that was just Kurama, really, really unlucky round. But to start off, it is going to be their map pick over on the next one.
Yep, Denmark have a statement to make. They have some frustrations to vent from that loss to Spain that has just thrown Group A into complete disarray. Denmark looking to right some of those wrongs. It's going to be Portugal's map pick for map 2 right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It was a rough round 1 and map 1 for Portugal, unfortunately, but they are headed to their own map pick and their home grounds this time. Denmark up 1-0 so far. I'm Epitomes joined by CV, and we are so excited to bring you the second map of this Group A matchup.
Not nearly as excited as Denmark are to just run right through this matchup here. They're making it abundantly clear that they don't get paid by the hour. They are going to just try and ground Portugal into a fine powder and move about with their day. And like looking at Ilios, it was like it was not close at all. Like it's just entirely Denmark just running away with things. Portugal, they got to play the game on Lighthouse. They didn't really get to on Ruins, so that's that's something. That's improvement. At this rate, they might be able to cap the point here on their map pick for Numbani. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of Diva come out from both sides. We've seen a lot of Diva and a lot of dive compositions, especially on point A of this. We might also be seeing a little bit of that Echo rearing its head once again that we've seen quite a bit of during this tournament cycle. So Numbani's an interesting pick here. I don't know. I feel like it's been at least a good few days since we've seen Numbani on the cast here.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these teams have been picking into the Havana as well. We saw like a little bit of Blizzard World as well, but Numbani is definitely going to be probably a map where those Pharas and Echoes are going to come out. And here on Numbani, Portugal, it depends on what side they start on here, but I feel like they might want to be making some changes in their DPS line as well if they do spot that Echo or Phara again.
I mean, Denmark, they do have to make this dominant. I did say it needed to be dominant, and I mean, what would be more dominant than a swift 2-0 here? They kind of need that in order to stay safe with how treacherous the middle of the pack in Group A is going to be. So you have to sorry Portugal, you caught Denmark on a day that they have to vent some of these frustrations. You have to go up against a team that we were touting as potentially one of the best in the group that has had a couple of times tripping over their own shoelaces and getting caught out by teams that maybe shouldn't have beat them. But I mean, one loss to Great Britain, like, okay, you kind of expect there going to be another one, but the loss to Spain, like, kind of hurts. And you have to try and take some of that hurt out on Portugal now, unfortunately. We are going to see Denmark hovering over a pharmacy composition, but Portugal has Cohen on the Ashe, so there's going to be at least a little bit of pressure out onto Naga there. We'll see what Shockwaves comes out with, how that's going to dictate the pace here, and Kurama on the Tracer once again. We called out Kurama getting caught out a lot, but like it's not even really his fault. Like Shockwave has just been like hitting the shots, and like Shax on the support, the Bone Shax, if you will, has been pretty good as well. Like definitely holding pretty strong, holding his own in the backline there. Denmark though, one key swap. Naga actually gonna go for the Echo instead of the Phara. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more accuracy, a trade-off for just a little bit less damage output per second, but it's still going to be a pretty similar composition to what Denmark was running before. Portugal, on the other hand, still with that Winston. So I'm looking to see if they're going to try to dive Shax onto this Ana. Once again, they need to deal with that support backline somehow, but they're actually just being harassed away by Denmark's DPS line. They're able to just coach gun off the high ground and take a little bit of control that way, but Shockwave still has a lot of rain and power over these angles and keeping them off this objective so far, but Multi could go for the cap if he wanted to.
I definitely could, but I think losing Shax and Shockwave there is going to mean probably don't. Like, Helix is back with the res onto Shax, but you still kind of want Shockwave to have a little bit of presence on the point here. They can go in without Shockwave and just let him set up late on one of the high grounds, especially since Portugal aren't really contesting the high ground right now. Denmark have just kind of had this one for free. And Portugal, they're going to have to, like, try and go in. They pretty much just given Denmark a tick for free.
Yeah, the way that they're playing makes them look a little bit afraid of Denmark almost. And Naga, I guess that's rightfully so, since Naga just shredded down their, 1,000 HP tank. And Kurama going to have to use the recall as well, looking to harass Naga once again, and does escape the damage from the sticky bombs, but not able to contest the objective at all. The payload is basically just starting the escort for free.
Yeah, I mean, the high ground that surrounds point A is what makes it so hard to attack point A Numbani sometimes, but if you just give it up for free, like, you just let Denmark have it like Portugal did there, then, yeah, they're just gonna rain down punishment. Like, Kurama was the only one, realistically, that was contesting that the whole time, and was just a duel with Shockwave. Meanwhile, the rest of Denmark, they just, cap the point. They don't have to worry about all that death from above. And now, they did it without having to expend any ultimates. They now have 5 of them that they can use to push through Streets phase, which is great because this is another, difficult point where things can stall out. But Denmark, if they just all smash Q, they can realistically just get the snowball here. I think they can even do it more efficiently than that if they really wanted to. But, worst case scenario, that is still an option.
Yeah, and I mean, we have Ego switching onto the D.Va as well, so there's not going to be the ultimate there. Now the rally does come through from Portugal, trying to sustain all the damage, but Naga still finds Dizzle, and they're missing that burst on the Ana once again, but Break very decently can proc that Inspire and keep the teammates up, but on the high ground and...
They just capped the cart. Look how far back that fight even, the cart got before that fight even started. And it's not even halfway done before Denmark just capped the point. That's I think, the kills come towards the tail end there. Denmark didn't even really need to do all that much. It's like you said, Portugal looked like they're just scared.
Yeah, it's like they're kind of hiding in these corners. Like, you have a Brig on, or you had a Brig, and realistically, I feel like you could have the Brigitte playing upwards with the tank instead of only trying to protect the Ana, because Denmark hasn't really been heavy on the dive thus far. But instead, they're switching onto the Kiriko this time around. The duplicate does come through. It's the Junker Queen duplicate onto Naga, and the commanding shout helps protect a lot of Denmark as they're trying to be dope. But Dizzle finding Shockwave is a huge pick to make them have less rain over those long ranges, but that Naga also forced out of the duplicate before using the Rampage. So Denmark does have to disengage for a second here, and Portugal will have a bit more control over objective. Kurama looking for a damage on the back line and going to have to use the recall, but nope, Shax turns around, just one shot with the primary fire, no damage fall off, and immediately the Tracer falls.
What is Rod doing? Rod,
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, the first step to get on out of there. That's that Kiriko a little bit difficult to deal with towards the back there, but yeah, not able to get out completely. Multi gonna go in to hunt down the Fox Girl, and again, Portugal, they're playing just so scattered, so scared, and so all over the place that Denmark are just running right over this. We're looking at a potential 3-minute time bank here.
Yeah, I feel like this is basically one of the only times we've seen them contest objective at all, and Ego immediately goes down because of the lack of support from the rest of the team. And Kurama, look at where Kurama is. They're so far back, and I know it was to harass the backline, but it's just there's no value that can be found because of how well they're peeling for one another back there, and it just feels like not a good day for Portugal thus far. If Portugal manages to full cap this, and with enough time to force extra innings for both sides, Denmark will have more time in their time bank on overtime than they started with. You start with 4 minutes, they finish with 3:15. That extra minute boost they would get, that would just put them over the edge, right? That would put them to where they have more time to try and get a cap than they even could have possibly needed to get it the first time around. So Denmark they've made it pretty quick. They, again, don't get paid by the hour. Portugal are constantly holding down the S key. Not a whole lot of W keys being pressed here, save for Kurama. And, again, Kurama has actually been a bright spot for this team, but we keep calling him out for getting, getting picked or getting picked off first, but that's because he's the only one who's realistically going in to try and make anything happen. Everyone else is constantly on the back foot. They're nah, I'm scared. Hold me, please. Yeah, I'm not going in there. You're on your own, Kurama.
It's easy to be the first one picked when you're the only one poking your head out. Sooner or later, the rest of Portugal is going to have to kind of step up and follow suit, try and make something happen. Kurama's going to have a little bit of support with these dives so he stops getting caught out, because we've seen, again, he can hit big pulse bombs, he can hit big one clips. When we go to his POV, his tracking looks really, really good. It's all solid, but where is the rest of the team?
Yeah, it does feel like he is very isolated in a lot of these fights, and Tracer not really looking to rely on the supports, but it's still a sore spot. Okay, nice job from Kohen though, going onto the Sombra, harassing out that Mercy and immediately taking the pocket away from Naga. Now going to have to take a long walk back from spawn. Naga's going to make up for lost time and trade out the Sombra though, just a little bit of revenge for the Mercy, and they're still not really able to cap the point just yet, backing off and disengaging just just slightly, but Kurama's still having a lot of control over here, over on this high ground bridge, looking to harass out the support once again. Shax does go down as the falling, and with the recall back onto the high ground and looking to also harass out Shockwave. Now without the DPS line in play, Kurama just going crazy over here on the Tracer. One clipping both DPSs. It's Molfig still to contest though, and is going to force the Tracer all the way back. Does collect a health pack, but with the recall is going to get out once again. Kellic switching onto the Brig. Interesting choice here to protect the Ana, but Molfig getting down very low.
So they find Kellic on the Mercy very early there, but because he swaps over to the Brig and is dead and can't quite get up to the high ground, they were able to find Shax, and that might have been Portugal's best opportunity, having both supports down, but everyone's back now. The EMP's out. They do find Kellic again, but they lose Dizzle in the process. They might have another chance here, but it's still kind of scrappy.
Yeah, they do have that little bit of confidence back now. Naga duplicating Kiriko. Very interesting choice here. The Swift Step does come through, but they're forced out of the duplicate pretty early. Shockwave trades it for Ego, though that ultimate for the tank player is a trade that I would take. However, now with the Translocator out, Shockwave does have to move off the objective, but Portugal is not capping the objective either, as the rest of the team of Denmark does come back to join them.
Oh, it's a good sleep there from Dizzle, and a pulse bomb there onto Shax. I think Portugal, they've done enough. They might be able to close this out. They just have to keep Shockwave at bay and not let Molfig get the touch. They do find the cap. They've made it through point A. Time to start Streak's phase.
And now they're just really looking for ground control as well, switching Naga over to that Tracer and looking for the backline harass, going into the dives along with the Diva. The defense matrix comes out to stave off some of that pressure and damage, and Naga was really looking for something early there, but is going to have to back off. In terms of ultimates, Denmark is just keeping such a good pace though. Even though Portugal have been on these picks for longer, they've been cycling through the ultimates, and Denmark's haven't been holding on to theirs.
I mean, that EMP, though, that Shockwave has, I think this means Denmark are going to want to try and go aggressive. You can even see Shockwave right now, like, looking for an opportunity, and you better believe they're going to pounce on it. They've even found Cohen's Translocator. I mean, Cohen's going to find Naga, but that's still punishable without that Translocator in play. But I think it might mean that Denmark, change of plans. Shockwave not going to pull the EMP there. No longer worth it without the DPS to follow up.
And now the Nano coming out from Shax onto Kellex. Really interesting choice for the Brig as the Nano target. But now the Kitsune rush from Portugal's side will force them through. The rally comes out to defend against the push that Portugal has here. And the EMP finally from Shockwave is forced through. And it's going to allow so much space for Denmark to just take free reign over this road. Now with the side of Rod, last player standing here. The Swift Step comes through, unfortunately goes down.
Not able to get out alive, but that was another situation where Portugal are playing very kind of scared, kind of reactive. You saw Shax invested the Nano. Dizzle and Rod both invest their support ultimates at the same time. Great stick there from Naga. Not going to find much of anything that'll get healed up, but a statement pulse bomb. But regardless, like, once the Nano is off the field, you don't really have anything defensive to try and counteract the EMP from Shockwave, so he just goes in before Cohen can go in with his. Cohen, though, has a pretty good angle, and there's an EMP onto Shax, but no one can get to him up there. Like, Ego doesn't go for the jump. They punish Shockwave, but Shax is still able to live through the EMP.
And the sleep onto Ego as well, and is going to be followed up by an anti very decisively. Ego does survive, but Rod goes down, so we didn't actually see the Suzu come through to try and cleanse that out. Now Kellex looking for Cohen as well with the shield bash, and Molfig is allowed to once again harass further, push them past that payload, and they have not capped that second checkpoint just yet, but they're so close.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a comms issue there for Portugal. If you're going to go in with an EMP on a high ground support like that, your Winston has to be ready to go in and pounce on top of that. Either that or your Tracer has to also be there to burst them down. Despite the defense matrix peel coming out from Molfig, here comes a Nano from Shax onto Kellex here to try and repel the dive from Ego.
Yeah, okay, Kellex is going to stay alive for a second, but unfortunately Kurama was also putting so much pressure onto Kellex as well, so that Rig is going to come out very quickly. Shaq's still alive for that sustain heal, and self-destruct is forced through from Molfig, but no remech allowed because of how much pressure Cohen and damage he was outputting onto that Baby Diva. Now with the two DPSs, the only ones really contesting this payload against a tank is going to be a tough one, especially since they have Rod right by the side, getting a lot of healing down, but so much damage being done by Shockwave is going to make Ego fall back, having sent back to spawn.
how does your Tracer kill both supports at the start of that fight and you don't cap the point off of that? Like, that's just bananas. Like, Denmark had no healing. They had a Tracer and a Sombra, and then the D.Va came back, like, later on into the fight. They just couldn't dislodge two of the, like, flimsiest DPS heroes in the game. And yeah, sure, they're slippery. You can't always catch up to them, but they have low HP bars. Sooner or later, you're gonna take them down. But it just takes them too long. Now they've killed Dizzle. You have 20 seconds left. You're gonna have to wait for that. It's gonna have to be like a last-second touch, probably from Cohen, maybe Kurama, but I mean, Kurama's already getting checked, so his way in is gonna be heavily guarded. Is he even gonna be able to touch? We got 10 seconds. Only one fight for Portugal to try and cap here.
Okay, we do see Kurama trying to go for the touch, but nobody is actually on the objective just yet. They've made it, though, and the EMP does come through. It forces Molfig out of the mech, and Kurama Ego both finding so much value here off of this dive, and the hacks from Cohen are making this so much easier. These players are like paper to Portugal thus far, and a last-ditch effort to touch this payload and get it to the objective is going to come through for Portugal. Kurama finishing off that last support and giving them another minute and a half in the time bank.
That was the EMP that they needed about a minute ago. It comes just a little bit too late, but they're still able to cap. They still have a little bit of time, but it's not looking like at this rate, if Denmark comes out here and wins like even one fight with Shockwave's EMP, that Portugal likely won't be finishing with time in the bank here. There's the EMP. The backline's just deleted, and yeah, back to the drawing board, Portugal.
Ooh, yep. Denmark is just, the only thing they had to invest there was the EMP from Shockwave, and immediately Denmark will crumble. Now with two ultimates in the bank with both the Nano as well as the Pulse Bomb, they should be able to find some pick on the back line if Kurama lands one of those good Pulse Bombs that he has been hitting. But now Molfig looking to take control of the high ground and keeping Kurama off of the back line of Kellex and Shax. But Kurama is going to land that big Pulse Bomb we were talking about, now a DPS and support off the line.
And I mean, not having Kellex means Shax's life is going to be on a timer if you know, Ego tries to go in for a dive there, or if Kurama decides that it's going to be so. Kurama once again coming up huge for this squad, but they're not quite done. 15 seconds. They only have a Nano and a Primal to work with here. They have to find something.
Yeah, the Nano does come through, that Primal being built up very quickly. Kurama looking to harass Kellex out of the fight. However, with the hack, Ego is able to find something onto Kellex. Now Shax doesn't have any of that defense, but with the Nano out and the Primal Rage from Ego going to take down Molfig, and the self-destruct doesn't find anything. No touch on the objective as they head into overtime, and with 0 seconds left, we'll cap to third point.
If you're a member of the Denmark team, rather annoyingly, Portugal do cap the point, but with no time left in the bank, they cannot win this map. They can only hope to draw it. I mean, we're seeing a lot of good plays coming out from them, but it feels like they're waiting until they hit that one big ultimate. It's either a Kurama Pulse Bomb or a Cohen EMP where all the pieces just fall into place there. And again, you can't, at this level, you can't just be playing for ultimates. Like, you have to be able to find your kills in the neutral. You have to be able to take advantageous fights, take space, and not just give up space for free, which is what we saw Portugal do on their defense early on. So I still feel like this is academic. There's a chance that Portugal can get the full hold here, but they have to change a lot of things. They can't play scared. They have to make sure they maintain control of this high ground. Don't let Denmark just have it. Don't give up any ticks for free. Like, play near perfect from here on out. And Kurama, as long as he doesn't get caught out and he keeps pounding, Portugal have a shot.
Yeah, Portugal, they are really looking to take control of that high ground this time around. Cohen switching onto that Ashe, but we've also got Naga back on the Echo as well, looking for the high ground control. Shax is just going to be one of the sore points of Denmark's squad, not really having that break for the peel, and Molfig will have to come back if anything happens, or Kellex will have to be dislodged from the Echo, and being pulled in two different directions as a Mercy could be disastrous for Denmark, but they've been playing very well thus far, and they're able to whittle down Portugal's time bank to nothing. All they need is a single tick here.
It's kind of going to be up to Kurama to be the one to pressure Shax out on the low ground here, because, you know, Ego is going to have to try and jockey for position here, can't just give up the high ground for free. And Kurama, like, that's going to cost you a lot of damage. Like, Denmark can still get up here. They don't have control just yet, but, I mean, they have a way in. If they just pressure Dizzle down, getting Dizzle off the high ground is actually pretty massive.
Oh, Shockwave being pressured out by the Dynamite as well, and Calyx going down very quickly, Naga in quick succession. Molfig the only one to find anything, but it's just Cohen, and very quickly afterwards, Shaxx going down. Molfig doesn't have any kind of sustain, goes for the reset, and with 2 minutes left over, Portugal have already staved off a minute.
That's a really good start for Portugal. You're already a third of the way home, and again, like, if Kurama keeps the pressure on, you can see how much damage he's pumping out. He's nearly got the pulse bomb. Like, no one else in the lobby is even close to an ultimate right now. Sure, it's a fast charging one, but like, still, you're pumping out the damage. You're doing your job. As long as Kurama keeps this up, Poland can stay in this. Shaxx is gonna have a tough time there on the low ground. It looks like Kurama and Ego are actually gonna go in together. That pulse bomb might be massive. Does take down Shockwave, but they trade Ego.
Excellent pulse bomb from Kurama, but trading out the tank isn't a good look for Portugal thus far. Kurama still putting a lot of pressure onto Naga, who switched onto the Tracer, and Calyx back onto the Brig as well. Kurama the only one contesting here, and going to have to recall as the rest of Portugal's squad kind of comes back. Ego now back into the fight, and it's a high ground fight on the tanks, but Ego is forced to drop down. Molfig still having a lot of control up top. The anti-nade, however, will make it so much harder to defend Molfig, so the Nano does come through. The self-destruct in the back pocket for Molfig as well, but the Nano should allow Molfig to take down Shockwave. Rod should be quick to follow as well. The Swift Step come through. Ego taking down Shaxx. Now without the sustain from the backline of Denmark, they are backing off and disengaging. Shockwave, however, very quickly to answer onto Dizzle, and without the Ana once again, Ego looking to go down. Naga finishing it off with the Pulse Pistols, and Rod doesn't have any place to go. That first tick comes through. Denmark in a nick of time do win Numbani.
Yeah, pour one out for the homie Kurama there, trying so hard. Like, they lose Ego early on in that fight. Kurama on the Tracer has to like peacock a bit, make himself look a little bit bigger than he actually is, just to try and contest the point. Is able to do it, and Portugal get back to full strength, but then, you know, Kurama again has to try and go for that big play, trying to take down Shaxx in the backline again, gets punished for that, and suddenly it all just comes crumbling down from there. Portugal, I mean, that was a pretty okay hold. Like, that wasn't terrible. It was pretty good overall, but they put themselves in a situation where they needed more than just good enough. They needed something spectacular. They needed kind of a miracle there, and that's kind of where they are overall. I think with this loss, they have pretty much solidified and locked themselves out of making playoffs. I mean, it was already statistically very unlikely, but I think now, no matter how that like vortex in the middle of the pack shakes out, I think Portugal are now out of the conversation. So hey, maybe we'll actually see a little bit of a turnaround from this squad, kind of, you know, a la Sweden, where we have some more bright spots from this team going forward, as they don't have that pressure any longer. But I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and Kurama definitely is a diamond in this rough squad.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there was moments of brilliance that Portugal had, but as a squad, Kurama was really just like the sun of Portugal's team. And Cohen sometimes was there to meet with them. Ego was there to meet sometimes with the dive, and the backline was there for sustain. But as a team, it didn't feel as cohesive. What Denmark was doing, it felt like there was a lot more communication. Even just the ultimate cycling from Denmark felt that much better. They were able to follow up every single time with these ultimates, or nearly every single time, unless Portugal had something in their bank to counter them.
It's the aggression that we've seen from Denmark that's kind of been like their trademark since they, you know, made their debut on day 2 of this tournament cycle. They've been very aggressive. They've been dictating the pace of a lot of these fights, and yeah, a couple teams are capable of playing up to that, but when Denmark is in the driver's seat, it looks like no one is capable of kicking them out of it. It's just one of those situations where it's like, yeah, you do kind of have to get them out from behind the wheel and try and snake something out underneath them, but I mean, it was not Portugal's day to be able to do that. It was all Denmark, and this was the win that they needed. They needed it to be decisive. They needed it to be 2-0. Make sure to keep that map differential up, because the rest of the pack is still looking mighty scary, and not even just scary, but unpredictable. Like, this can go in about 1,000 different ways. Again, the fact that Spain beat Denmark is like, it threw everything into disarray, where again, there's like 5 teams that could realistically qualify for the 2nd and 3rd position. France looks to be kind of the favorites. We'll see them later on today, but everyone else, they still have to fight, they still have to sweat, they still have to stress, and Denmark, they needed this one.
For sure. And now that we see the middle of the pack kind of shaping out here in Group A, we are going to see another middle of the pack team up next, the Netherlands, which we kind of thought would have that brilliant shine to them over here in Group A. We knew that they were some big names in that team, and they are going to be playing next up against Belgium.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to that one. That's going to be another one that's going to have some massive implications on that middle of the pack kind of that like suck sandwich that we've got right there in the middle as everyone's trying to break free from that. Netherlands, a team that still has the potential to do so. We'll see if they're able to do that on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For months, competitors from all over the world have battled through trials to prove themselves as the best of the best. Now the teams have assembled, ready to fight for the title of Overwatch World Cup champion. It wouldn't be the Overwatch World Cup without an epic in-person conclusion at the place where it all began, BlizzCon. Which team will emerge victorious and become the first World Cup champions of Overwatch 2? Tune in to find out. Learn more at overwatchworldcup.com.
You heard it here. The World Cup Finals on LAN at BlizzCon 2023. Tickets will be going on sale very soon, so make sure to keep your eyes posted on all forms of social media should you want one, and details are live at OverwatchWorldCup.com. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup. It's day 6 of the action. There are only a couple more matches and then 2 days remaining to see who will make it out to the main event. I'm Jim Basco. That's Epitomes. That's CB. We just watched Denmark go up against Portugal. Epitomes, break it down for us. What did we just watch?
So Denmark versus Portugal on that very first map was a rough watch, especially round 1 of Ilios on Ruins. It was just felt like there was no way that Portugal would have any way to contest what Denmark was doing to them. They were literally in their spawn room for 95% of that round. And then on the second one, they were able to cap to 40%, but still it felt like Denmark in the driver's seat all the way.
Definitely, and this is kind of what we expected out of them, right? Denmark's such a veteran squad. It was amazing to watch Spain beat them, but definitely not par for the course for what we expected out of that team. So, with that said, let's take a look at the schedule so we can recap some of the matches that we've gone through today. Take a look at some of the ones that are coming up. Of course, we started the day with Sweden, a quick 2-0 over Germany. Finland, the same score over Poland. Iceland, 2-1 over Turkey. Portugal, losing it out to Denmark. Next up, we've got Netherlands versus Belgium, Italy versus Great Britain, and we close out the day with France versus Spain. Of course, before we head into this one, CB, just give us a little bit of context on this matchup between the Netherlands and Belgium here.
Well, going back to that like 5-person vortex I keep talking about, where you got Great Britain, Spain, Denmark, Italy, and the Netherlands. The Netherlands are towards the bottom end of that. You got Belgium, who they are pretty unlikely to qualify at this point with a 1-4 record, but they can definitely drag the Netherlands down to their level, ruin their chances of qualifying. Like, Netherlands are another squad that has a lot of talent and has potential and could actually go pretty far if they made it to a playoff situation, but will they get the chance? Belgium can just take it right away from them right now. They can play ultimate spoilers to a team that is very, very vulnerable in the standings right now.
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye out for, right? Group B, mostly settled, I want to say. Group A, definitely a lot more volatile. A lot of stuff could happen here. The only team that's pretty much confirmed to be out is, unfortunately, Portugal. Just looking at the math here, I could be wrong, but just the math is speaking at this point. So Group A, still anything is possible. With that said, I'm going to leave y'all to the match. The Netherlands versus Belgium, just around the corners. Epitomes and CB, have a great time.
All right, thank you, Jim. So, we know that Group A has that one extra playoff spot, and that just makes everything in Group A so much more contentious because there is that one extra spot, and you don't need to be as dominant in order to make it in Group A. But Netherlands and Belgium, they are 1-3 and 1-4 respectively, so we don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, volatile that Jim said was a great way to phrase it. It's a very volatile situation, and again, Spain beating Denmark just set off a chain of events that have led us to this situation now where every team has to be on their P's and Q's, especially the Netherlands, because out of that 5-pack, they are the most likely to be eliminated. And Belgium, again, I think after this might also be mathematically entirely out of the picture. We'll have to see. I think it's extremely unlikely, but they can, again, drag the Netherlands down to their level. That 4th loss on the Netherlands record would be absolutely, that would be a lethal blow there. So, we're seeing nothing too out of the ordinary here from their squad. We got A10 and we've got Tap. We've got Don on the main tank there. They've been a really solid squad. The talent has definitely been there. Tap has been phenomenal on the Mei. A lot of the time we've seen A10 playing a lot of the Reaper. ZP and Hex were saying sometimes if you need to win, just play Reaper forehead. A10 has taken that to heart and has done a pretty solid job on the Reaper when he's been able to play it. We've, called him out lurking in the shadows around corners, waiting for big death blossoms a lot. So, a lot of talent and a lot of potential on this squad. They have to meet up to all of their potential from here on out, run the table if they want to even hope of taking the number 3 spot.
Yeah, and going on to the other team, it's Belgium. We see that they have Shira, on... Okay, I feel like Shira
was a tank player. This is
this is a little bit funky, but we have Shira flexing onto the DPS today.
I'm curious to see what this ends up looking like. Right away, I'm scared, though, because I'm not seeing Ken in the lineup here, and Ken has been a bright spot for the squad pretty much for all of their all their matches. Even when they're losing matches, Ken is still putting on dominant performances. So just by sheer force of not having Ken in the lineup right now, I'm a little bit worried. Shira's going to have some big shoes to fill if they want to keep Belgium alive. You know, in this series, in this whole group stage situation here, a lot more pressure is now likely going to fall onto Logix if Shira's not able to keep up that end of the bargain. And it's going to also be all the more difficult for the backline here. So Belgium, and this is a little worrying. I'm hoping that I'm going to be pleasantly surprised here and that there is something cooking that I'm just not quite smelling yet.
And I'm wondering what kind of heroes we're going to see Shira flexing onto, because Logix, we've seen him play, you know, the Tracer, we've seen him play the Widowmaker, possibly even a Sombra could come out here. Shira may be playing more of those Brawl heroes like the Mei, possibly if we see Netherlands take out Reaper on A10, then Shira will be the one who's going to have to meet and fill those shoes.
Yeah, it's not looking too ideal for Belgium. I mean, you know, we're gonna give Shira the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's, like, again, something cooking that we're not quite smelling yet. Maybe there's a little bit of a strategy, a reason for all of this, and I do hope that we get to see that coming out here. But again, like, Ken has been just so good for this squad. Not seeing Ken in the lineup does make me kind of frightened, especially going up against a team like the Netherlands that's, you know, kind of at that same level where Belgium, like, realistically could take the series against the Netherlands here. Like, if they, like, kept up with, like, that consistency and just ironed out a little bit of the valleys and kept the peaks, they could definitely, you know, go over the Netherlands here. So we'll have to see. We're gonna kick things off on All Reliable Lijiang Tower. I got to imagine that we're going to see a little bit of birds in the sky today. So ornithologist, get your binoculars out.
Yeah, we definitely do love bird watching over here on the Lijiang Tower, especially in the gardens where they seem to thrive. I'm really curious who is going to be the one who's going to be a bird if Belgium do decide to take it out. Is it going to be Shira, who we're going to see maybe on the Pharah Echo? Because I have to imagine that Logix will want to stick to the Tracer, more of those hit scan heroes.
It's starting to look like that might be the case, and I was gonna say, like, maybe that is what it is, you know? We haven't really seen Ken on the Pharah, and maybe they're seeing, like, all the success that all these teams are having with the Pharah and the Echo, and maybe Shira just had a sick Pharah in the back pocket here, so it could end up being a trump card. As far as the Netherlands, I'm not surprised to see them running this comp at all, even on Gardens, playing this very aggressive Ramatra rush where you can have A10 on the Reaper and tap, hitting some of those icicles on the Mei. I think that's what's gotten them as far as they've gone, so this is nothing surprising. So I guess eyes are going to be on Shira to see if Belgium have a surprise cooking for us.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have a good way to deal with Shira as of right now. We saw tap... Oh,
buddy?
Okay, buddy? Wait, question mark? Hold on. Okay, well, there's a sleep here onto the tank of the Netherlands, and Shira is going to be able to take down Dawn pretty reliably. Tap goes down very quickly after, and I feel like some of this will be owed to the fact that they do not have any sustain since their Moira went down very early.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened right there, if that was just like a kill feed bug and Buddy went off the map or something. It did look like, you know, it was under a lot of fire.
Yeah.
It looked like Buddy blew up from at least our point of view, but I'm not entirely certain. Regardless, not having that Moira is definitely going to temper things down a little bit. Don's gonna swap over onto the D.Va so they can hopefully try and keep Shira in check, but Shira almost has a rocket barrage already.
Yeah, and not to mention, they still don't really have anything to deal with Shira thus far. If Shira is forced to play inside of the tower, it's going to enclose the space a little bit more and allow them to get more value on the Tracer and the Reaper, but the barrage goes through very quickly. Mercy not connected, so no picks from the barrage, and A10 will take down Shira. There's no resurrection just yet either. Skytor with the Javelin's been trying to zone out the rest of Netherlands players. A10 goes down because of it. Dawn still contesting alongside ANJ, just riding the walls and getting that little bit of speed boost, but Chaba uses the resurrection, brings back Podonova so they can have that little bit of extra sustain. Logix trying to spam down the back line from Netherlands, but they are staying alive as Buddy takes out the Coalescence. Logix will finish off the kill on the Moira that he failed to finish before, and Shira, after returning to the fight, will help get all the damage out and Dawn out of the mech as well, but the self-destruct zones for a second. Still, Netherlands, even after all that, are not able to cap point.
I mean, Belgium like they used every single ultimate under the sun there. They're gonna get up to another pulse bomb here soon because again, pulse bomb you charge pretty quickly. But I mean, Netherlands, they have a chance here. They have a way in. They have an ult advantage. Tap can just go in with a pulse bomb here, put this all to rest if he finds anybody. He's gonna find Pot Nova, but they trade out ANJ, so no sound barrier up for the Netherlands. A bit of a trade there. I think taking out Skytor gives them enough.
Yeah, Don with a really good 1v1 on to Skytor, but the tank comes back in very quickly. They don't have Nova to keep them up as reliably, though. It's only that Mercy who Shira just has custody over, so they're just going to back off, regroup with the team as the point flips over. But 98% Belgium just really needs one fight.
Yeah, and like 98% only needing one fight, you can take your time to build up to that fight, right? Like they won the fight where they invested 5 ultimates, just like why not run it back? Why not do it again? You've got time. You've pretty much already got 2 of them. Just, you know, farm up a Nano, take a little bit of damage, farm up a Valkyrie as well. Maybe go in with a Terra Surge if you even need that, and they could just take the win right here on Garden. So the Pharah pick from Shira already paying dividends. We'll see if they decide to use anything early to try and go for an early flip. They actually definitely can. No, they take down Tap. Yeah, they go in on this.
Yeah, and the barrage as well should be able to reliably take down backline or at least zone, but A10 falls. They do trade Shira very quickly there, but Logic goes in with the pulse bomb, and Skytor is going to be able to find the baby diva out of mech very quickly. They also res Shira, so there is not much to be said for that fight from Belgium. They just all press Q, and then there is no touch possible. That was so good from Logic to take down Dap, and there's the Death Blossom as well. A10 was looking for the damage, but it's just not there. Skytor is basically full health. However, the Coalescence from Buddy will shred Logic's health, and Chaba will go down as well. The Terra Search will fortify for a second, but Skytor still falls. What a last-second tap from ANJ allows them to flip that point back over. ANJ looking to go down, though. Shira will not let all that slide. Dan, however, trades.
I mean, it's so close. I mean, I don't even know how the Netherlands were able to claw back into that one. There was a Nano that came out onto Shira, and a bunch of damage did come through from that. Finding ANJ there towards the end did help out a little bit. But despite all of that, the Netherlands are able to flip, but losing down there and forcing the self-destruct. I mean, they trade out Skytor, so it's not the end of the world, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, Shira on fire right now, and we were at first thinking, what are they cooking? But we should definitely be letting Shira cook. Here with the Rocket Blasters, A10 taking a lot of damage, forcing out the Wraith form as the heal comes back through. Dawn in through the window with the Blasters, but now they're looking to focus down ANJ instead. Tap, however, still looking to harass this backline. The Pulse Bomb comes through, it doesn't find any 6, and Chaba's able to escape with the Guardian Angel. Now Dawn out of the mech, there's not much else that Belgium can do, using almost everything in their bank. And Netherlands, they have nothing. The last time ANJ was able to touch with the help of the sound barrier, still the Lucio riding on the walls outside and in the tower, and A10 weaving in and out with the Wraith form. A10 goes down, and ANJ will follow in quick succession. But Dawn, once again, they've stalled enough time. Now the Diva still outside the turret, but is able to get in with the blasters, but with no sustain. There's no battle of attrition for Dawn.
And 99-99, but that definitely felt like, I mean, it was Belgium's to win for a long time because of building up that 99 or that 98 early. Somehow they fumbled it and Netherlands ended up taking it and flipped the point back in their favor. But like that's just, it feels really like not clean, like sloppy, but also kind of clutch from both sides in various ways. I'm not even entirely sure what I'm seeing, but I do like the Shira pick. For the Pharah now. We asked what they're cooking. Whatever they're cooking with rocket fuel right now. And we're going to Night Market. I think if you're Netherlands and you wanted to play this rush composition, you were hoping for Control Center, but RNG has frowned upon thee on this day, so we're going to the other Pharah map. Netherlands gonna go for the TP play onto the point here, where Shira's gonna be just trying to look and peek and get some rocket damage in through the windows. Hopefully Netherlands are able to sustain. Otherwise, Belgium are gonna take an early lead in this series.
Yeah, they are all going to TP onto that point. They have this Reinhardt now. They should be able to just shred that shield so quickly, though. So Shira shouldn't have much trouble with this, but they are looking like they're postured to have that first capture.
It definitely looks like it, but it hasn't quite unlocked yet, and there's still some presence where Skytor can try and go in and maybe go for a contest. He'd be alone, but could do it. They are actually going to give it up. Netherlands take the first cap here, but Logix wants to go in. A couple of health bars for the Netherlands getting low. Belgium can flip this.
Okay, Belgium can flip that very decisively as well. The rest of the team very preoccupied with what's happening outside of this little city center. And Logic's now going to dash after catching the point and blink towards the rest of the squad. Is able to find one before going down, but Dawn is going to trade that out. But now it's just the Reinhardt here on the objective, looking to contend with all the damage being outputted by the rest of the squad. And the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen. Just the Lucio was not enough sustain for Netherlands to stay that on that point.
When I said Belgium can flip this, I had assumed that there would be someone coming back to contest Logix and there would be a fight,
Yeah.
not that he would just take it because Netherlands decided to take a fight in an entirely different hemisphere, then come back, lose their Baptiste, and just suddenly, like you said, have no sustain, and now they're on the outside looking in. This composition is great for capping the point, but not so great at holding it. Shira with a 4K. Oh my goodness.
That was insane.
That's precisely why the Netherlands tried to go for a TP play. That's all they really have up their sleeve with this composition. They have to teleport onto the point, and that's just like literally telegraphing where your entire team is going to be. You just put a barrage down on top of that teleporter. Bye-bye team. You know, Belgium's already up to 60%. Netherlands have to try and find a way in here. They're gonna have ults, but again, like, you have to have an opening to use them.
Yeah, I mean, Belgium, they are on such a good pace with their ultimates here. The sound barrier comes through from A&J, and there's the Amp Matrix looking to force the positioning, but when you're above, like Shira is getting rid of the immortality field, there is nothing to be done for Buddy. Immediately, the Baptiste going down, looking to rely on the Lucio now. Oh, a stick from the Pulse Bomb onto Tap, now missing the Mei and the potential Blizzard that could have come through, but they're able to flip the point. Not a lot of contention here from Belgium thus far. Shira just hovering above the objective and looking to get that damage down that way.
The key there is that they only use their support ultimates there, so they still have the Sim wall and they still have the Mei wall. They've lost Buddy though, so yeah, they have to invest to try and maintain that advantage. Here comes the Mei wall. A10's gonna fall though. Netherlands, they might have to invest even more just to hold on.
Yeah, the Valkyrie comes through from Chaba. They have that little bit of extra sustain here because of the Mercy, and Plutonova is brought back decisively from Chaba. Now with both support ultimates up, or no, both supports up for Belgium, they're able to cap that point very reliably.
It's 20% to go, and again, like, Shira's gonna have that rocket barrage. You might even see the same thing happen again. A10's gonna have to swap over onto the Sombra. That's a good play, I think. Don also gonna swap over onto the Diva, but now we're in like full-on scramble to the point mode if you're the Netherlands. This fight's gonna be scrappy, and Shira can just stop it at will.
Yeah, Dawn now switching over onto the Diva, doesn't slot into the composition as well, but Shira doesn't find anything with the barrage. However, Buddy is getting very low because of the harassment that Shira is putting in onto that support, now relying on the Lucio once again. Buddy getting picked has been the sore spot of every single fight from the Netherlands thus far. Chaba bringing down Podanova, and they just don't have that same kind of contention. No resurrection for the Netherlands, and every time their support gets picked, they are just in a struggle to get back to that point. Tap looking to contest, but Logic harassing them off. No touch from the Netherlands. The Belgium taking first map.
Good God, we're not going into like a Pharah meta, are we? Like, that's gonna be a dark day for a lot of like the gold players. Like, a lot of people in the rank ladder don't know how to deal with the Pharah, but at least here on the World Cup stage in EMEC region, we're seeing a lot of teams follow Yazan's lead, pull out the Pharah, pull out the Echo, anything that flies, get it up in the sky, and we just profit off of it. I mean, we were questioning the swap from Belgium there to put Shira on to the DPS, but if your Pharah is that sick and you're able to get 4Ks like that, it makes sense, right? Like, suddenly it doesn't seem so far-fetched. It doesn't seem so silly to have this tank player who just so happens to have a sick Pharah in the back pocket come out to play it on a Pharah map, no less.
Yeah, I don't know whoever was in the kitchen for Belgium, but they were just like, who can play Pharah? And then they brought it out here on the Lijiang Tower, and it was very entertaining to watch as well, to see Shira be able to flex so well. And the fact that they played around the swap from Skytour onto the tank and Shira onto the DPS was really impressive from from Belgium as well.
And not only that, but like on the side of the Netherlands, A10's best looks have always been on the Reaper, but playing the Pharmacy composition just kind of nullifies the Reaper altogether. Like, the only person on the side of Belgium that realistically could have fallen under threat of the Reaper was Skytour, but Orisa is very bulky, very tanky. She can sit there and absorb a lot of damage with the Javelin Spin, with the Fortify. It's hard for a Reaper to even burst that horse down, so, I mean, like, you've just entirely nullified A10's best look. Has kind of a shaky performance there on the Symmetra there towards the end, and it just doesn't add up there for the Netherlands. So Belgium, again, looking to drag the Netherlands down, pull them out of the vortex, but in the wrong direction. Netherlands don't want to be going south right now. They have to win, and also not being able to get a 2-0, that map differential is gonna hurt them later. So the numbers don't lie, and if you're the Netherlands, I'd be running all the numbers, trying to figure out the math if there's still a chance, but it's running thin.
Yeah, it definitely feels that Belgium is saying if we go down, then we go down together. You are not making it into this playoff spot. But Belgium, it was really impressive. And I wish that we had seen this side of their squad a little bit earlier, because I feel like right from the very beginning, we knew that there was something there for Belgium in their first match against Great Britain. We knew that they had what it took, but it just felt like they were falling short time after time. And I'm hoping that we see more of this Belgium that we saw today in the next map.
Yeah, in the next map, we might even see a little bit more of Shira, or are Netherlands going to counterpick this and, force Shira back onto the tank or the bench as it would be, whichever it's going to be. They have they have all the options in the world that they can do as long as it's not a Pharah map. We'll see how they end up tackling this one when we come back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
2 of Belgium versus the Netherlands is shaping up to be really interesting after a switch from Shira onto the DPS in the last map of Lijiang Tower. Belgium taking them 1-0. It is definitely going to be interesting what happens next.
Yeah, the Netherlands' chances of making it to BlizzCon are currently on life support, and Belgium has an opportunity right now to pull the plug. It's Netherlands' map pick, and it looks like they're going to take us to Havana. So, I mean, I think this is kind of a smart pick, because again, you're going to see a lot more of that double sniper kind of thing, where you're going to have more hit scan, more ranged heroes. You can still theoretically pull out the Pharah or the Echo on point A, but it's not the best. It's definitely not going to be the best for the distillery phase. I think this might mean we see the return of Ken, I'm thinking, because, you know, having the Hanzo, Ken has been phenomenal on the Hanzo. I think having him back in the lineup would be phenomenal here. Shira has served the purpose with that Pharah composition, so we'll see what Belgium ends up doing here. The Netherlands, though, I think this is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those picks that we see a lot of teams go to when they realize that they're getting countered very hard by Pharah compositions. The Netherlands mostly preferring to play the Brawl compositions, especially with A10 on the DPS. You want to be playing up close and personal. You want to force them into a way where you have to be playing into a Reaper as well, since that really is like where he shines the brightest.
Yep, especially also going to shine pretty bright in a spawn hold here, which you can tell that's composition-wise is going to be the best bet for the Netherlands here to try and go for that spawn hold. But they have Buddy on the Moira, so it's weird. Like, you don't have the immortality field to go for that spawn hold. They're crouching, so they definitely want to go for it, but it makes it just like that much more flimsy. Like, you have to play together a lot more, and when you play that clumped up, like, you do kind of risk there just being a stray arrow that comes through from a Hanzo or a stray shot that just clips somebody. By the way, Belgium did not swap in Ken. We are seeing Shira stay in on the DPS, which, I mean, fair. Like I said, I wanted to see Ken, but like having Shira in worked out. If it works, stick with it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. And Shira is going to be playing Bastion for the start off of Belgium onto Havana, which is going to be interesting as well. But this is a very heavy brawl from the Netherlands, and they're just allowed to harass straight into Belgium's squad thus far. However, Symmetra doing a lot of damage. Logic's able to take down A10 in a matter of seconds. Wraithform not even going to save that. And Dawn goes down in quick succession. Belgium, very dominant start from them.
Yeah, great TP play from Logix there, just kind of flips the script on him, pulls out the Uno reverse card, says, now you're the defenders, and we're just going to go ahead and take this card. Bye-bye. And now Logic's going to go ahead and swap over onto the Sojourn. We got Shira over here on the Mei now, so we have a little bit more of a matching rush, but Belgium is going to play this a little bit more slow and methodical. You can see Netherlands, they want to do that thing right now where they just drop in on the high ground with this really fast composition, and it does net them Shira.
Yeah, Shira going down early, and now they have to contend with A10, who is just in the face of Logic. Nothing to be done there. However, very quickly, Nemesis form does come through. Skytor absorbing a little bit of more damage with it, but since the tank is gone, backline gone, nothing to be done from Belgium, but they push it pretty far in the first push.
But this is like, again, you know, even losing that spawn hold so quickly, this is why, because you can just go in quick and go for that hold here at the corner here, and it's going to be essentially where you would have held regardless, so it's entirely for free. And the Netherlands comp, they're designed to move fast, do damage, get in, find some kills, and then get out, and they're really, really good at that, and with that coordination, they can keep it going. A wall the section off Don as he goes in there, though. It's looking a little bit back and forth here.
Okay, Buddy, though, with the Coalescence now, the Blizzard to come through. Belgium really only countering with the Amp Matrix and now the Annihilation as well, but that fades away very quickly, and they're not really able to force the type of positioning that they were hoping to with Potanova's Amp Matrix. So in Belgium, they're back to the drawing board once again in the spawn room.
I mean, the good news is you got the Blizzard out, but you still have a lot worrying about, or a lot to worry about. A10's coming up on that that Death Blossom. You gotta believe he's gonna be looking for a nice corner to nestle himself into until Belgium fails to check it, then hit with that big Death Blossom. Don still holding on to that Annihilation, and of course the Sound Barrier. Netherlands have a lot of ults that they can use to bleed out time here. Belgium, like, it's gonna be kind of up to Logix to hit some big headshots in order to try and break this.
The thing about this comp as well is that when we first headed to Havana, we are thinking they want to be able to counter the Pharah, but okay, Logic able to take down the Railgun as well with the overclock, now looking to find Dawn before this Annihilation comes into full fruition. The sound barrier as well from Chaba dropping that beat to save the rest of Belgium squad, and now it's just up to Tap, who is going to be shredded.
Like I said, it was all up to Logic to hit the shots, and hit the shots he did, and in fact, onto ANJ, one of the most important picks you can find in that situation. Taking down someone who has that long defensive stall ultimate, the sound barrier. Netherlands still have it though, and they're also gonna have a Blizzard, Coalescence, and Death Blossom, so they might just come in here and hit like a Mack truck with all these ultimates. Belgium has to try and find a way to navigate this.
Yeah, Belgium immediately getting blizzarded by Shira, but A10 going to counter with that Death Blossom very quickly. Tap still has that blizzard in the back pocket, not gonna need it though. A10 going completely insane with the shotguns at close range. Now it's just Logic's left alive. Power slides away, able to survive for a second longer, but now it's 15 seconds left over to recap on this point and get to that first objective.
It's Tap's Blizzard versus SkyTour's Annihilation. Who's going to find more value? And more importantly, is someone going to find a pick that's just going to put this whole offense or defense to bed before the fight even starts? There is the touch coming out from Belgium. Here comes Tap's Blizzard, but A10 is already down.
Yeah, the Blizzard does come through, and the Annihilation still ticking away, but the Immortality Field saves SkyTour for a second longer, and Logic's at the beginning of that fight already taking down A10, who was such a key player in that defense before. It's going to allow Belgium in overtime to touch first point.
Mr. Logix does it again. When you need him most, he's going to find the kill that's going to keep you alive. Belgium able to cap at in the nick of time just because of that headshot onto A10 there, and then the follow-up there. I believe it was onto Don that ended up falling next, and SkyTour being able to hold on, weather the storm that was the Blizzard. Belgium, they're in a great spot here. They're trying to take this forward position on the high ground so that they don't just let the Netherlands have it for free. But I mean, like, they also have to push the cart. There wasn't a real stagger there in OT. So we're going to see this fight kind of kick off here on the high ground for supremacy. If Belgium win this one, they might be able to keep the cart going, but it looks like Netherlands have an early positional advantage.
Yeah, Belgium is really looking to keep their momentum, especially in Distillery District, but it's the overclock from Logix, finding A10 once again, who was just kind of hanging around in the corner, trying to get the jump on the back line, and Netherlands are going to disengage off of it, but very quickly with the Coalescence re-engaging, sound barrier also in the back pocket, but oh, what a shot with the railgun from Logix. Coalescence completely out of the picture now, with the sound barrier could still potentially come through, but with Dawn down, it's looking unlikely. Tap looked for a stall, but there's nothing to be found.
Logix is starting to come alive here, and this is momentum you can't let Belgium have. You have to try and snuff this out. You don't want to let them cap Distillery phase, because we do see a lot of cart stall out here. If we even get to the end there, Shira looking for a little bit of an A10, actually, going for that little sneaky Death Blossom play. As soon as Netherlands drop out, Shira's going to pop this.
Yeah, he already gave away a position for a second there, but the Wraithborn comes through. It's immediately sound barrier to come out, but Shira still gets one. Tap goes down and immediately teleporting after ANJ, looking for that support once again. Buddy goes down to the Annihilation from SkyTour, and the Annihilation from Dan isn't going to find the value that it needed to. Distillery District completed in about a minute.
I think the Shira DPS experiment has been a resounding success thus far. That was a great Death Blossom. And again, both teams invested the sound barrier, so it was a lot of health to chunk through. But because Netherlands were banking everything on that sound barrier, eventually Tap does fall. Like, we have the Blizzard and the Death Blossom for Netherlands to stall out time here, but they keep losing someone. Logix just keeps finding heads where there shouldn't be heads.
Yeah, Logix is able to get so much free reign, and with the Brawl composition, the Rush, they're not able to get on top of the Sojourn, especially since he's just got the power slide, can get away so quickly, and they have so much free reign once again. Now looking to get a up close and personal first hold is Shira as well, just hiding inside of this little room, looking to build up that Death Blossom while the overclock is already online for Logix.
And he can get away with it, right? Because if anyone spends like more than 2 seconds to try and check for him, Logic's just going to clean their clock with another quick rail shot to the dome. He's got the overclock too. If he stays alive like this and keeps this momentum up, like, Belgium are looking to cap here. Netherlands have an ult advantage, but they haven't been given a chance to use a single one. They have to try and invest something. Be proactive. Shut Logic's down.
Yeah, they're forcing themselves forwards with the Coalescence and the Blizzard. However, they've actually pushed them outside of the Blizzard. They're able to take down Skytor, though, and with the combination of ultimates, both Buddy and Tap expending them, they net themselves a team kill.
Oh, they're gonna go for a spawn hold here. I like this, but I also don't love it. Like, I mean, if Belgium, like, makes a play to try and go, like, maybe Chaba can even try and go for a back tap here. But, I mean, they just want to bleed as much time off. They want to hold them right here. And Ant Major's just to try and get out of the spawn. Netherlands are finding everything they need.
This is so good for the Netherlands. They are forced to use the sound barrier while still in spawn, and A10 in close quarters is where he thrives. Now Logic switching onto the Tracer, looking for the tap on the objective. Oh my god, but it's Chaba. Chaba got the touch and the contest over here, and now they're going to be joined by Shira. Logic switching onto the Widowmaker. Very interesting pick, but is able to take down Tap and now make it easier time for Skytor, who's attempting to contest on the Panic Doomfist. A10, however, should be able to shred quite a bit at this close range, and the rest of the squad is being protected by the sound barrier from ANJ. Still, the contention is there from Chaba just dancing around, and Skytor as well. They are refusing to let this objective go down without a fight. Nemesis form forced out of Dan, but the hack comes through onto the tank of Netherlands. It's going to be the Coalescence that saves the rest of the squad, and the contention is no longer there after taking down Podanova. Netherlands in a nick of time. They do not allow Belgium to full cap.
The Netherlands tried to go for the spawn hold, keep both spawn doors under lock and key, but the slippery Lucio gets back and forces everyone to try and take a fight on the point. But again, like Netherlands, they just had every advantage they could have asked for. It was entirely scramble mode for Belgium, but that's still a pretty good a pretty good push for Belgium, considering they had to go into OT to even cap point A. They made we almost entirely forget about the distillery phase. Blinking, you might have missed it. They just breezed right through that. Very little resistance there. They've set themselves up with a pretty solid win condition, and if their spawn hold is a little bit better than the Netherlands and they're able to snowball that into a good point A hold, Belgium, like, they're sitting pretty here. They might be able to take this one 2-0. Looking at their composition, they're going to go for exactly that. They got Logix on the Hanzo, and all the usual suspects, the Ramatra, the Mei, the Baptiste, so you have a little bit more sustainability with that immortality field. You can linger a little bit more. Netherlands, I mean, they're showing their usual comp. They might have to switch to some cheese to try and break this hold, but if these two just slam into each other over and over again, eventually it's going to break, but how much time is that going to take if you're the Netherlands?
Yeah, and they also have that little bit of extra long-range contention, even just with Podanova and Logix. Buddy on the Moira looking to be a little bit more up close and personal as well, but it still will give them lots and lots of sustain here. Skytor and Shira, a little bit of a cheesy hold up top, and it seems like they're going for a teleport play into the room behind. Instead of just going straight up to contest from spawn, they're going to use the Symmetra to go around, and once again, it's a reversal of these positions. Have the attackers looking like defenders, and Tap finding Podanova. Once again, it's that burst healing that we are always talking about in these Lucio compositions and the Rush compositions, and it is completely gone. Tap is going to get shredded, but yep, Tap shredding, sorry, Skytor, and Chaba going down last.
I really like the Mei wall play there to cover the teleporter so it doesn't get collapsed on. It's a very cheeky play there from Tap, and it does indeed clap Belgium's cheeks. Netherlands have gotten themselves out of the spawn. They're starting that forward momentum. Belgium, again, they can still go for that early hold at the corner. They're going to try and collapse on top of the Netherlands right now, but they didn't really do enough to build up to a tool that they can use to shut this down, so it's going to be another fairly neutral fight.
No ultimates up yet for either squad either, but Dan takes down Logix right as the trade on the Hanzo comes through. Now Belgium, they're looking to find something more and wrap around this objective, while A10 has that Death Blossom in the back pocket already. Now could potentially go for it to try and take out the support. Yep, it does so immediately, but Shira will trade, and now the annihilation from Skytor is so chaotic but allows for so much space to be made. There's nowhere that Buddy is going with the tank in the face, and the team kill comes through. I believe there might have been a disconnect.
Maybe. Don was calling for a pause there, but I think they were just going to let that team fight play out. They didn't want to pause in the middle of the fight there, so unfortunate timing. They did have to play that one out, but yeah, we do go to a pause there, but that is Belgium essentially doing the same thing that the Netherlands did on their defense. They went for the spawn hold, it got broken. They go for, again, that quick play onto the corner there on the cart, just dropping in from the high ground, and it nets them success, albeit potentially because there was some chicanery going on the side of the Netherlands. Someone might have DC'd, you know, a ping spike. These things kind of happen in these kind of online situations. It really, really sucks to see, but I mean, we're still kind of at pretty even ground overall. I think once we get back into this, the Netherlands still have a realistic chance at coming back here, but a great start for Belgium on the defense.
Yeah, Belgium definitely did look like they were a little bit slower to get back to that point than Netherlands did when they were on their defense. They had already pushed past the corner, and Netherlands was trying to go for a little bit more aggressive positioning around that second corner rather than sticking alongside that payload, just allowing one of their supports to sit there, be their payload princess. But we will know exactly how that's going to play out sooner rather than later, hopefully. Not really sure if they are going to look to replay that fight or just going to continue after the pause.
You know, something that I'm finding a little bit odd about Havana and the way that it's kind of played out is, like, historically you've looked at Havana and thought that it was one of those, like, those very sniper-favored maps where you see a lot of Widowmakers come out, you see a lot of Hanzos come out. You'll still see a bit of Hanzo, but a lot more teams are just opting to stick for the rush, not just for the spawn hold, but throughout, like, the entirety of it, especially with, you know, Ramatra and the way that he can kind of play as this, like, hybrid Reinhardt kind of off-tanky sort of situation where he's jack of all trades. You can play him in that situation, you can play him in a fast comp, you can play him defensively. I think the way the meta's shaken out has definitely made, like, the Mei Hanzo the go-to for Havana.
Yeah, and it is really interesting because you can play Pharah on the first point. Like, it's not impossible, and they were really looking to counter that with the Havana pick because there's so many long-range snipers, but they're stuck to the Brawl competition. So I wouldn't be surprised if Belgium would maybe switch back to that if things start going south.
I mean, everything's going north for Belgium right now, though. 2 minutes blood off the clock. They've got a hold here. They've got a lot of ultimates. Netherlands building up to some of their own. I think Don's Annihilation might make the difference if that comes in towards the tail end of this fight. Be on the lookout for that one, but Belgium, again, Logic can just find a pick and shut this whole fight down as he's been doing this whole time.
Yeah, that Mei wall immediately blocking off the Amp Matrix, so they don't really get the damage that they were looking for, especially Logix and Potanova. But now as the Amp Matrix fades away, Netherlands feeling a lot safer to go in with the Coalescence. Now both of the sound barriers are being dropped, the beats giving them so much overhealth, but it's Annihilation from Dawn that has it in the back pocket. Now Chaba, where are you going to go? Dancing around the objective for a second, and now Logix and Potanova are looking to be the only ones that can contest, but they don't even find one. Logix finding Tap, but other than that, it's just Netherlands in the kill feed all the way.
Excellent timing there from Dawn. I mean, Annihilation is another one of those abilities that, much like the Death Blossom, you want to wait until all the resources have been expended on the other side. The Immortality gone, Amp Matrix gone, the Sound Barrier bleeding away, nothing that can possibly stop it. You just go in, mop up the health bars. But speaking of Death Blossom, Shira's got one.
Shira's Death Blossom is able to net them both of the supports on the Netherlands side. It's a battle of attrition now for the Netherlands, but they're still able to find Skytor and Potanova. Now it's a DPS plus support fight, and Tap is going insane to take down Chaba. Logix does come in quickly with the Sombra on the back and will find Tap, and they're able to stall out the objective for a second here, but because of the lack of bodies over outside of this door, it's going to be hard for Shira to get in good position. Right as Skytor runs up with the Death Blossom from A10, they do take down Logix despite the Immortality field thrown by Potanova. Skytor's Annihilation is going to finish off the low health Reaper, but otherwise they don't have anything else. They don't have Potanova to keep this tank up and allow the Annihilation to take away and find the value that it needs. Now with 60 seconds remaining, they cap the first point and have 2.5 minutes to make it through Distillery.
I mean, the last one to fall there is Chaba, and losing the Lucio does mean that Netherlands, yeah, they can take this high ground. It's going to be a minute before Belgium can get everybody back to full strength and try and get themselves a favorable angle. You can even kind of see the silhouettes through the wall. They're still at those stairs in the back there. Shira poking and prodding a little bit, trying to jockey her position because they want to take this left-hand side. Logix with the EMP lurking could kick this fight off properly, though. EMP's the Coalescence. Buddy is done.
Yeah, Buddy almost got finished off, but instead it's A10 that's going to take the brunt of the damage. Now Logic's Dan finding something with the Annihilation, taking down Shira, and the rest of the squad is fumbling to get in good position. Netherlands still dancing around the corner with Dawn at the forefront, looking for the power blocks as the rest of the squad regroups. Buddy's still here with a lot of burst healing in the back pocket, but now the sound barrier going to force them and get aggressive on both sides. Now with Shira looking to TP in with a Death Blossom, a good one at that, finding Dawn at very least the tank going down, and the rest of the squad is going to follow in quick succession.
Shira's Pharah, it looked good. The Reaper is looking just as good, if not better. These Death Blossoms are great. That's a good one that starts off on the high ground where Donna's still taking damage below the Death Blossom. And so when Shira drops down to finish the job, you know, all the power block, all the health bars, all gone. And that fight even kicks off with Logic's EMP there. That Sombra was a desperation, like, stagger out the point swap. You weren't expecting that ult to come out. Buddy surely wasn't. Loses the Coalescence for it. Has to try and build to another one. Netherlands, they need something to try and break this hold.
Still trying to take control of the high ground. Logic's getting a good hack down, but Potanova just no way to survive, and no peel as well from the rest of Belgium's squad. Just always immediately focusing down the supports, making sure that there is no way they have the amount of sustain for the damage that Netherlands is outputting. Now, 30 seconds left over. Belgium still have one more fight left in them, especially with the Lucio at the side to go for the touch here, but it's definitely going to be a tough one. Belgium have 2 ultimates, and Netherlands have 2 of their own to counter, with that Annihilation also building up very quickly. Coalescence following it.
They're gonna use the Ravenous Vortex there, but Logic's with the EMP, and it's massive. Shira and Skytor with all the follow-up. The Annihilation just mops the floor with everyone on the Netherlands, and it is done. Pack it up. Belgium have brought the Netherlands down 2-0.
Yeah, that was a decisive win from Belgium, especially from a team that was 1-4, while the Netherlands was 1-3. There was a chance, a very small chance, but it was there for the Netherlands, and the Belgium has just snuffed out that hope completely.
Yeah, hope snuffed out. That's the whole story. You just summed it up entirely right there. That was Netherlands' last little bit of potential playoff hopes being snuffed out, the plug pulled by Belgium, coming out with a new look that we weren't expecting. We weren't expecting to see the Shira to DPS swap, but that experiment, like I said, resounding success. I really liked what I saw out of Shira on both the Pharah and on the Reaper, especially the Reaper there on Havana. And overall, like, the strategies that these two teams were coming out with, matching each other, trying to counterpick, use the Sim TPs to break these spawns, May walls to try and block it off to protect. There was a lot of back and forth, but when it came down to it, Belgium just had the better play, the better plan, and the better result.
Yeah, Belgium definitely felt like they were so coordinated, and I want to know who the cooks in the kitchen are for Belgium, because that Shira pick, it was a resounding success. Like you said, it was an experimental switch onto the DPS, but it worked out so well in their favor. Maybe here on Havana, Shira wasn't able to find the same amount of value that he did on the Pharah over on Lijiang Tower, but was still able to get a lot of very valuable Death Blossoms on the Reaper on Havana.
And it wasn't even just Shira too, like we're talking a lot about Shira, but Logix as well. If you put Logix's back up against the wall, that's when he is the most dangerous, the most deadly. That Sojourn swap was phenomenal. Being able to build with that surprise EMP on the Sombra made all the difference when it looked like Netherlands were trying to keep their momentum going. Logix snuffed it right out time and time again, so I mean, there's more depth to this Belgian DPS core than we initially thought. We thought it was Logix and Ken, and that was it. Shira adds a lot of depth to the squad. I love to see it. It's really unfortunate that both of these teams have very slim to no chances of going to land now, but Belgium, I mean, they're definitely going to go down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, this was such versatility that we saw from the switches over on Belgium's side. And obviously, every single time that you have a Belgium match, you see Logic's name in the kill feed quite a bit. And it's always, thank you, Mr. Logix, right at the very end. But it seems like we might actually get a chance to talk to one of the cooks in the kitchen for Belgium, because we are going to be coming in with an interview.
Yeah, we'll be right back with that. Jim's going to have the interview for us. Jim, be sure to give my compliments to the chef. We'll see you guys all after the break. Don't go anywhere. We got the interview on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup for 2023. The online qualifiers are underway. We're covering the EMEC region. I'm Jim Basco. That's Epitomes. That's CB. We just watched Belgium take it over Netherlands in pretty dominant fashion. And of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. CB, break down what we just watched before this break.
I mean, we just watched a pretty pivotal match, especially if you're a fan of the Netherlands. Belgium taking the 2-0 over the Netherlands pretty much. I mean, they're not fully locked out yet, but I mean, the records now with both teams having 4 losses on the books means that, statistically speaking, now neither team can make it to the playoffs there. So Belgium, I mean, they came out with a great look. You know, Shira on the DPS definitely showed up, made some great plays for this squad. Logix came alive at the right times. We're seeing glimmers of why we thought this Belgian squad could be a formidable threat, and it was too much of a threat for the Netherlands to conquer on this day. I mean, a great showing from both teams, but, I mean, we only got a couple more showings before we were going to have to say farewell to these two squads.
Absolutely. And with that said, let's actually hop on with Chaba from Team Belgium themselves. So, CB and Epitomes, I'll be back with you shortly. We've got an interview ready for y'all, so let's hop on it. Chaba, yo, congrats, man. Congrats on the victory. How you feeling?
Hello. Thank you. I'm feeling really good winning against the Netherlands. Like, always a bit of a rivalry between us, so it feels good to win this. So.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And of course, you know, y'all have been doing pretty well. Your results have been mixed throughout, but you guys are doing a 2-4 record right now. You're still in the running. It's still possible to make it through in Group A. So what are your thoughts and prospects? We're halfway into week 2. How are you feeling this deep into the run?
I think being 2-4 is going to be really hard to advance to LAN and to the next stage. It was never really our goal to go further in this tournament. It was more like, let's see how good we will do, and let's take as many maps as we can. So we're happy to win this match. Really happy.
Yeah, man. I mean, like you mentioned, right? It's not always the end goal, but it's the journey there, right? With the people along the way. So talk to us about that dynamic on the team, right? What's it like playing on Team Belgium? How are the communications? How are the people like on that team?
Well, so Team Belgium, in Belgium we speak 2 languages, French and Dutch. So since we are a mix of those 2 languages, we speak English, which is pretty weird for having other languages. But it's obviously fun playing with really good players like Logix and Ken, and then me having no experience it's really good experience. Like, it's really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's the biggest thing, right? Experience against veteran players. And with veteran players on a world stage, man, you've got a whole audience watching it, and you're representing a whole country. So that's got to feel pretty great. What's your message to your fans in Belgium that may be watching right now?
Ik ga het in Nederlands zeggen, omdat mijn Frans niet supergoed is. Maar dank u om voor ons te supporteren en laten we die laatste match nog winnen.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for hopping on with us today. Best of luck in your upcoming games. Of course, you've got some strong opponents still on the way, but, you know, we'll be cheering you on from afar.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
All right, Epitomes and CB, you heard it there. You know, good for them. I'm happy that there was a little bit of rivalry between these 2 squads, and I'm happy the Belgium squad was able to pull it out. They seem very happy about it and content with the results. Let's look ahead, though, right? We got more matches for the day. Match 6 is just around the corner. If you forgot what that was, which I did for just a moment, it's Italy versus Great Britain. That one's bound to be a banger. Epitomes, lay us out some context here. What do we need to watch out for going into this match?
Currently, Great Britain is in position to get into the playoffs. They are in the top 3 right now. Their record is pretty outstanding, 3-1. I believe the only time they lost was, if I recall correctly, did they lose? Am I? Oh, they did lose. They did lose to Denmark. I'm so sorry. My brain cells just kind of left me for a second. Yeah, so they did lose to Denmark, which we just saw. And Denmark is an outstanding squad. And going up against Italy, I feel like Italy do have a lot to be afraid of. They are solidly middle of the pack in that kind of middle of the pack void vortex right now.
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up too, but it's interesting that you bring up that Great Britain lost to Denmark, because now I'm thinking about Spain beating Denmark. That means Spain could potentially beat Great Britain, meaning there's a lot of potentials.
But Italy beat Spain, so maybe Italy could potentially. That's the vortex at work. That's the circle of suck I was talking about. That it's gotten a little bit smaller. The Netherlands might have dropped out of it, but Italy can If we just look at the hierarchy, Italy theoretically could loop it all back around and beat Great Britain, and that would be wild. But I mean, they beat Spain. And Spain beat Denmark, and Denmark beat Great Britain. It never ends. It just never ends.
The transitive property of the associative, whatever you call it. I failed math a couple of years in a row. It was fine. But, that's the reality. Anything is still possible in this group. And, of course, like we mentioned, the top 3 of this group will be moving forward. The top 2 of Group B moving forward. So with that said, Epitomes and CB, the context is laid. Italy versus... or rather, Italy versus Great Britain just around the corner. Have an amazing time, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And I'm really excited for this next match, mostly because I do like seeing Great Britain play, and Italy having beat Spain, and already Spain, a big dark horse in Group A. They already beat Denmark, which was terrifying, but Denmark did beat Great Britain, and
we can do this all day.
The circle never ends.
We can do this all day.
Never ends.
So we call Spain a dark horse, but Italy are looking looking like a slightly darker horse, if you will. Like, we weren't looking at this squad too heavily when we came in. They get a couple big wins. Now suddenly they've turned some heads. We're looking pretty heavily at the squad now. They have a lot of potential. I mean, you still kind of favor Great Britain overall, but you can't count Italy out completely, and that's what I think makes this match interesting. It's one that that Great Britain have to win in order to try and stay in that top 3 spot that they currently have. I mean, if they lose it, they just fall down. They get sucked just a little bit further down into that vortex that they need to steer clear of. And I mean, Italy, this is quite the vortex. I mean, Chimera has done some phenomenal things here. We're not seeing Mikan coming in, a friend of mine. I mean, we're seeing Kate Comey coming in here instead. So a little bit of change up in the backline. We'll see how this ends up shaking up for Italy. But again, like, this isn't a squad that you can just count out.
Yeah, I mean, Italy, they also did lose to the Netherlands, who we just saw playing. You know, we're just talking the Vortex again, and Great Britain beat the Netherlands. So Italy have the cards stacked against them, and they're definitely up against a very formidable force in the roster of Great Britain. So looking at Great Britain's side, they have Backbone in the support role this time around, Maymona and Kai as that DPS line.
My favorite support hero, May Overwatch. I love it.
Yes.
So, Pride Month might be coming to an end, but these 7 Lions still have a lot to be proud of right here. Jekaru on the tank has proven to be like one of the best tanks in this conference, you know, in this entire region right now. Definitely someone that has turned a lot of heads, gotten them in their direction. And speaking of heads, Kai takes them off with ease all the time. This squad is as good as advertised. Barring that slip up against Denmark, they still look to be the favorites. But I mean, Italy, they've thrown one wrench into the equation. How many wrenches you got?
Yeah, you know, maybe they want to turn themselves into some mechanics here, headed into this match against Great Britain, and we'll see what map they decide to take us to. But we know that Great Britain has a lot of these strong individual players, and it's actually Nepal.
Interesting that we're going to Nepal. So, okay, this is interesting to me because of the way that Great Britain plays their subs out. Typically, they'll have Backbone come into play the May on DPS and otherwise put him on the flex support because they have Cronus, who typically plays the BAP. This tells me they're not going to go for that. Or if they are, they're, you know, maybe lacking a piece. Maybe Cronus can't come in. Maybe there's something going on. But they might not be going for that May rush that we see a lot of teams go for on Village, where they just hold down the fort on the point with May walls and sim turrets and all of that to just lock everyone else out. They might be going for something a little bit different here. So I'm curious to see what composition Great Britain come out with.
Maybe they're going for the Norway, where they know that the enemy team goes for Symmetra and May. So they're like, let's play Junkrat.
That would be absolutely wild. I mean, they could definitely get away with it. Again, like we always say, never trust the attacker spawn, never trust the spawn doors on control. But if what Great Britain is showing now is any indicator, I kind of like it. You know, maybe we're going to have Maymon swap over to like a Genji, and we're just going to play like a full dive composition here. We'll have to see. I don't think the Bastion from Italy is going to stick, but this would just be an awful composition for Jekaru to try and play a Winston into.
Yeah.
Bastion Reaper, the quick play nightmare, every like so-called free thinkers when there's a Winston. Now they're actually going to swap it over to the May Rush that I would have expected to see from Great Britain.
Yeah, no May Rush from Great Britain's side, and Kai already trying to dish out the DPS onto the Reinhardt. And the Reinhardt also an interesting pick here as well, absorbing a lot of that damage up front, especially here from the railgun that Kai is using. But now, looking like first point might be turning over towards Italy's side. Most of their players just all corralled on this bridge, while Great Britain is a little bit more split.
I mean, they're not really giving Kai an angle to find much of anything so far, which is great because if he clicks ahead, this fight's just over. Not really able to find Freyu there. Italy take the first cap. I mean, Great Britain are still poking and prodding from all angles, but they haven't found like a death poke yet, something that can just take a life.
Yeah, this is like very poke how they're playing their team comp so far as well. They have Jkaru who could go in for a very coordinated dive alongside Maymone, but instead is kind of just dancing around the edges. Now with the Amp Matrix from Freyu, that should do enough. Nope, Maymone unfortunately only takes down the Immortality Field. Italy staying alive for a second longer, but a big biotic nade from Backbone is going to allow Maymone to capitalize so heavily and take down the back line of Italy. Now with only Kate Comey left over, going to have to go down.
It's a very slow burn, but eventually the burns do start to come through and Great Britain will flip it. But 42%, I mean, and that was just like one kind of elongated fight with like staggers, pushing and pulling. Nobody really finding much of anything. A pulse bomb for an Immortality Field. You know, you take that if you're Italy. They really only have to get like one good fight here, and then they can bring this up into the 90s potentially. And I'm looking at Yukino with that Death Blossom that's going to be coming up to try and be the difference maker. If they can bleed out the resources from Great Britain, get a good Death Blossom, they might be able to flip it back.
The Immortality Field came out so early because of that anti-nade that Backbone landed. Now the Nano coming through. Okay, they're just going to both fall off the map. If we go down together once again. But Great Britain, they hold on to that point.
Jkaru with a little wave goodbye there in mid-primal. Great stuff there, but I mean, okay, you got the Nano and the Primal out. That's a great hold from Great Britain, though. Kai's got the power slide, is going to be back fast. Italy want to try and go in before that window closes. They have a lot of ults to do it. Once again, Yukino has the Death Blossom. Is there going to be a good opportunity for it?
Yukino always being the target of these anti-nades, but they're going to go ahead, drop that beat, and the Death Blossom does come through, but the beat from Funny Astro is dropped very quickly as well. Jkaru taking quite a bit of damage, however, on the other side and separated from Backbone for a second, but going to go ahead to get that healed up. Yukino still on objective, looking to back out into that Amp Matrix, get that little bit of extra damage down, but Maymone is able to avoid so much of it. That Amp Matrix finds the value that it needed though, finds the tank, and now without Jkaru, they don't have that health sink that they can put a lot of that damage through. Point is flipped over to Italy's side, but Funny Astro still wanting more and finding both Chimera and Freyu. Now Yukino also falling to Kai's Hanzo is going to flip that point right back.
So early on, Yukino uses that Death Blossom just to solo Blossom Kai. Kai dies on the Sojourn, comes back on the Hanzo, just finds a Storm Arrow pick onto the enemy Reinhardt, and suddenly there's no sustainability for Italy. The rest of Great Britain can just come in, collapse, flip the point back. 5% left to go. Is there going to be a touch here? Italy do get the overtime, but Chimera's Ice Block forced early.
Yeah, Ice Block now out very quickly, and it's stuck by Maymone. Nothing for Chimera to do, and they go down with the Blizzard in hand, the only ultimate that Italy had at their disposal. Now Jkaru hopping onto Kate Comey, and the rest of the squad falling to Kai's Hanzo once again. Primal Rage does come out from JKRU to finish that fight, but 100% Blizzard in hand of Chimera, and I feel like that was just really the nail in the coffin, that pick from Maymone with the Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Ice Block getting forced early, once the Pulse Bomb comes out, you don't have anything to defend against it. It's just all the pressure that Italy has to withstand just to even get to the point in that overtime situation, and Great Britain know it. I mean, it was kind of the way that Maymone was playing the whole time, was just trying to go in for those pokes and prods until finally an opportunity strikes, and then you strike hard right on top of it. That's exactly what he does. Takes down Chimera. Chimera had the Blizzard, by the way, so, I mean, that ended up being the most valuable pick they could have gotten, because having that Blizzard on point definitely would have zoned things out a little bit better, made it a little bit more favorable for Italy, but with that off the table, they just have nothing. They're gonna stick with the Mei Rush here. They're swapping over to the Moira variant of it, though, so they're gonna try and play a little bit more fast-paced here, try and take some fights on the point, which is just as well, because Great Britain are gonna jump on top of them onto the point once the chance comes.
Yep, going to go look for that first touch while Italy drops down into the little room looking for that early touch once again while Great Britain is spread out around the objective instead. Maymone getting a little bit of damage from far away. Now the wall going to zone off the long angle that Kai is trying to play across from objective. However, Rajon getting down very, very low. They still have that Moira in the room with them, and the Fade gives the little bit of extra survivability they didn't have with the BAP, but there's no Immortality Field here if anything goes sideways. Kai now finding Yukino, and Chimera also falling as well. Once again, the DPS line from Italy. It's the infamous Italian spaghetti drop here happening for first capture.
fish meet barrel, fish meet Kai. Kai shoots them all in the barrel there, and it's like, you know, Italy, they're playing from in there. They don't have the Baptiste with the Immortality field, so they can't really like poke themselves out too far to contest the point. Kai can just rain in damage from wherever to mop up on all the cleave damage Jkaru's got going on. You got Backbone that can keep poking and prodding from afar with the rifle there. And now suddenly Great Britain have all the ults they can possibly want to hold this out. Italy are going to have a Shatter, but realistically you're going to have to like solo Shatter a backliner here.
Ooh, yeah, there's the stick once again onto Chimera, and Chimera cannot escape what Maimon is bringing to the table here. But now the Coalescence, okay, they just let go of that point for free. Yukino with the teleport onto the point, and then there was just nothing to be done. Jkaru tried to come back and contest, but Primal Rage has already gone out from Great Britain's side, and they're just going to allow this point to go over. Still contesting, however, and Backbone now with a huge pick. Once again, that Bio Nade doing so much for Great Britain's side. I feel like Backbone is bringing so much value with the amount of cooldowns that they're forcing out, both the Wraith and the Ice Block, using that one piece of utility.
And that 19% that Italy got there, though, that's not the most substantial, but it's definitely going to be annoying for Great Britain. I mean, they still have Bull Support ultimates, so they can try and make something. Huge nade from Backbone. I don't think the follow-up's going to be there, though. Italy going for a Shatter play onto, I think that was just onto Kai.
Okay.
Oh, he's slippery.
Okay,
though.
he got it. He got it. He got it eventually, because it would have been incredibly depressing.
I says, ain't no way. I would have said the same thing if I just got chased down.
I got solo shattered and then chased down by a Reinhardt with the Kate Comey right next to me with a speed boost. It's like, where are you going? But Yukimo is going to pay for the sins of his tank, and Rajan eventually will have payback from Jkaru for the play that they just made against the Hanzo. Now OT being activated by Chimera, who switched onto the Tracer, but it is so unfortunate that pick had to come out, because you didn't even see Chimera build up to one Blizzard that entire game. Great Britain very, very dominant in the driver's seat all the way.
I mean, despite some silliness coming out from Italy, that play on the Kai was something that, I mean, that's definitely going in a compilation somewhere. You're going to be seeing that one somewhere. Like a solo Shatter onto a Hanzo, a speed boost, just to taxi the whole team in to try and get that kill. You do get the kill, sure, but I mean, like, all the resources you dedicate to get that, like, you just give up the point. I think at this point they're just like, let's just grief. Like, Italy's
let's just grief one
Italy's
player.
like, I don't know if we're getting back in this one, Chief. Let's just go in and grief Kai. It'll be really funny. Everybody on board. Let's go.
This is my favorite saying. Sometimes it's not the player that you're ganking, but their mental.
I mean, that very well might have been the case, but then Kai just comes back and hits a Storm Arrow headshot onto I think it was Yukino on the Tracer for the contest there, and it's like, well, yeah, if Kai's gonna hit shots like that, that's why you have to go all in to try and grief him. Like, you can't just let him be hitting that stuff all the time. You gotta put a stop to that, even if it takes everything you have.
Yeah, Chimera was also just being harassed that entire game by Maimon, could not match the pressure that Maimon was putting on the backline with the Tracer, and every single time you would have Backbone throwing those anti-nades onto both DPSs, and then it would be Wraith, Ice Block, and then all of a sudden Maimon is there waiting for you to come out, and he's like, have a present, and it's just a Pulse Bomb.
That's not the gift I want to receive under my Christmas tree this year. No Pulse Bombs, please. Italy is an interesting team, well, to say the least, especially with the way that they are currently playing. I do hope to see something a little bit more game-winning coming out from them, but at least they're going to give us a show regardless. It's going to be their map pick here. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see what else Italy has in store right after this.
the first battle between Italy and Great Britain. It did turn out with Britain coming out on top, but the war is not over yet. Still headed to map 2, and we are greeted by our cats as we are looking to observe this second match.
Yeah, the 7 Lions from Great Britain are out in full force, and we even got our own little Lions coming out to support them as they look to defeat Italy. They did it pretty handily in the first map there, Nepal. Barring again some Italian silliness that came through there, Kai getting the mental grief just a little bit there, but overall, you know, Great Britain still looking as advertised, still looking as dominant as we kind of expected them to be in this series. Italy still has some chances to kind of throw another spanner into the works. We're gonna take it to Watchpoint Gibraltar, so I'm expecting a little bit of dive coming out from both sides.
Yeah, Watchpoint Gibraltar definitely does favor these dive comps, perhaps a lot of the Divas and the Winstons. And I mean, when it comes to dive comps, what we saw from Great Britain during that last map, I feel like it has to go towards their favor because Maimon was absolutely frying on that Tracer. He just made fried pasta out of every single member of the Italian team, including their mentals.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Especially their mentals there, forcing them to go for those plays onto Kai there. Speaking of Kai, I do expect to see more long-range hit scan out of him. Maimon might try and pull out something like a Genji here. I might be looking to see that, unless we have any sort of swaps and they're going to throw another curveball at me, put Backbone back in the DPS line, because why?
Why not?
Why not at this point? Just, you know, go in all in on the silliness here. So it's looking like we are gonna see Maimon sticking onto the Tracer, Kai on the Hanzo. This is all kind of what I expected. I mean, I might have expected to see Kai on the Widow, but he's just as deadly on the Hanzo. Take your pick there, pick your poison. Either way, it's not gonna be good for Italy here.
Yeah, it definitely isn't looking too favorable for Italy. Obviously, never trust the attackers in attacker spawn. And they switch over onto the Brig Ana, just like basically what we expected. But I'm not sure if Yukino will be staying with this Echo, because Echo without the Mercy Pocket, playable, but it definitely is more difficult, especially since you have Kai, not technically a hit scan, so it's not as hard of a counter, but if Kai does decide to switch onto an Ashe or Widow, it could be more difficult as well.
I like that early nade play there from Backbone, because I go for the same play literally every time I play this map. If anyone runs into ranked, you've already got me scouted. Just watch how Backbone plays. It's pretty much that, trust me. They shut down the early teleport play from Italy, and now Italy have to try and find a way in. They're just going to go for a good raw dive there. Great damage there onto Backbone, though.
Backbone going down pretty early, and it's just going to be a long walk back from spawn for this Ana. And they're not contesting the objective as much either, just kind of allowing them a free path into underpass thus far, mostly contesting this high ground.
They have to try and contest the high ground here. Great Britain, they're going to be on the back foot just a little bit while they wait for Backbone to come back. Jkaru doesn't have enough health to really be all that competitive right now, but Maimon does and is going to contest Chimera quite effectively. And suddenly, yeah, Great Britain, they can just walk right back up to this more forward high ground and pressure Italy back.
Yeah, Chimera really can't catch a break at all from Maimon specifically, just always at their back and finding some way to harass them out of the fight, make them retreat, or just completely send them back to the spawn room. Maimon already building up to a pulse bomb, Chimera only at 60%. So it's definitely a huge gap between these Tracers that we see right now, and looking for the stick onto the Ana, there's nothing to be done. Keikomi looking to go down as well, almost dies for it, but it's a melee to finish things off, while the rest of the squad is very focused on this tank that is just jumping onto them. Rajon does go down, and Jkaru is able to protect the rest of the squad and their backline very effectively. Great Britain stopping and stalling out this push again.
If Katakomi hadn't had the shield up, that would have been a 2 for pulse bomb there from Maimon. That's a phenomenal play. That's the best you can do. Like going for both supports like that and being able to inevitably get them both. That's all you can really ask of a Tracer. He wants more going into Italy's spawn to try and find another pick, but it's not going to show itself. It's a very scrappy fight in both directions, but Italy have the opportunity to open up with a big nano boost play here and a couple more ults to try and force us the rest of the way through. Defender spawn advantage is in full effect with about where the cart is right now, so they have to try and make this swift.
primal for both of these Winstons, but the DPS ultimates just aren't present. Now with the rally and nano boost onto Rajon, it's going to allow Italy to try and go a little bit further forward, but now JKRU is getting so harassed by this nanoed Winston. Nothing to be done there as the tank goes down, and Great Britain's squad, they are struggling to find something else, something more. The old supports left over on the objective looking to contest. Kai going down, the shield will keep Funny Astro alive for a few more seconds, but Backbone, it cannot escape the Primal Rage.
I mean, Jkaru has a Primal Rage now. What came within like an inch of trying to use it in the last fight, but fell a little bit too short. You know, flew too close to the sun. Rajon finding another pickup onto Maimon. Italy is not out of this. They might be able to force this through. They just have to melt the health bar down of Jkaru, but that's pretty much it. I mean, the supports are back. Actually, the Bob comes out. Great Britain, they get off the point.
Oh. They C9'd that point just slightly, and now we have another 3 minutes for them to get over this. The DPS do come and clean up and hold this point right at the objective, but it's not going to allow them to get any further.
The spirit of the London Spitfire lives on through this team. That's another C9. Shout out to their parent org. I mean, they're gonna hold forward because they can, but I mean, like, you definitely didn't want that. You wanted to try and bleed off some more time before we went into the hangar phase here. They also lost Kai, so they're not going to be able to hold as much pressure. Italy going to take down Jkaru. Now they can take the shuttle and pressure Great Britain back off the high ground. They're starting to threaten to build up that snowball that can get them all the way through hangar phase here.
Yeah, Italy is already in very good position, have lots of control over this high ground, and it's just this very small door that they can use to try and contest this. It seems like Maimon has broken through, though. The Pulse Bomb goes through, Freyu goes down, and Funny Astro is traded for it, a support for a support, and the rally now from Kate Comey to keep them alive in the absence of their Ana. It's going to allow for that sustain for Great Britain, and it's going to hold Great Britain at bay for a second there, but now Jkaru dropping down while Rajon harasses the DPSs. It's going to be Funny Astro being the tip of the spear, while the Primal Rage is popped from Rajon, looking for all of the damage and all of the control. The sleep momentarily slows down the Winston, but it's going to be the Blizzard that completely stops them in their tracks. Funny Astro doesn't really have a lot of places to go. Yukino going to finish things off with an icicle to the dome of the Jkaru. Kai being the only one to find a pick before falling.
And like everything for Great Britain right now is just thrown into desperation. Italy is just pushing the advantage. Like I said, once they control that high ground, they can just keep building up the snowball, and it does push them through the treacherous hangar phase. Now, they're golden. Like if they can get the cart and get a full cap here, that would be all the better, but they're still in a situation where they can realistically win this once we split the script here. They're gonna have to bleed a couple ults out of Great Britain in this fight. It's gonna have to be an eco push for Italy. But I mean, you have enough time. 2.5 minutes, you can bleed a couple out, build it to one big one, take like one really good fight, send it home.
Italy once again looking to take control of the high ground. They have these 4 ultimates for Great Britain, all 5 ultimates. They could all just smash Q here. Jkaru, though, getting the jump on Yukino. Without that Mei to slow down the dive, it's going to be difficult. They also have an anti-health already on Kate Comey, and Kate Comey is getting shredded. There is nothing to be done by the Brigitte, and the rest of the squad is going to have to back off into their spawn room. Great Britain, they've been able to stall off basically a little bit of a minute.
I did say Italy needed to bleed a few ults out of Great Britain, but Great Britain had the tourniquet. They're not bleeding whatsoever. Italy's blood, though, all over the floor, being spilled constantly in the neutral fight just by the shots coming out from Kai, from Maimon in the backline constantly being a threat. And, I mean, now it's getting to a point where, like, Italy have to force an investment from Great Britain somehow. They're going to go ahead and invest the nano to try and force it out. The rally does come out, as does the pulse bomb, but Great Britain, they're still alive. Italy hasn't really gotten a whole lot for their money yet.
Oh, Freyu just alive in a nick of time. The anti-health was there. Kai looking for the high ground now has the Bob in the back pocket. The rally coming through, and Keikomi rounding the corner. Jkaru looking to dive the supports heavily, but they're able to disengage and kite back so quickly and effectively. Kai now locked in the 1v1 Ashe with Yukino, but just having that Bob in the back pocket, and the Nano from Backbone is available as well. Maimon is looking for some way to get onto their back line, but Rajon is just marking the Tracer, making sure that there is no way for Maimon to harass their backline. Kai also getting a bit of damage on with the Dynamite and the primary fire, spotting Chimera as well, realizing that that Tracer might be looking for the dive. Yukino is going to knock Funny Astro off the high ground, and it leaves Backbone pretty much defenseless. Backbone has to hop back down, regroup with the team, but on the other side, the Primal Rage has been popped by Rajon and is just shredding this DPS and support line.
Wait, Rajon finds 2 with that Primal Rage. I don't know how, but he just does. Chimera gonna clean up Jkaru, and Italy, despite all the odds being against them in that fight, have flipped it. They're threatening to cap here, and Great Britain, like, they don't have any ults to stall this out anymore. Maimon's gonna come up on a Pulse Bomb, and that is it. Italy can maybe force this through if they build up to the Nano, but they need to keep Rajon alive. Okay.
Okay.
They also need to stay on the cart.
C9 again?
Karma. That's all right. Yeah, that's about the best way that you can possibly put it. A C9 for a C9. Italy had a chance to keep pushing that forward.
Okay.
Like I said, if they had kept Rajon alive, they could have, built up that nano boost, put the nano onto the Winston, forced that through, maybe tried to build up to some more ultimates using all the space that gets created off of that. If they take down Funny Astro before he's able to build up to a rally, like, you're good, you're golden. But, I mean, you also have to contest the payload. And that's a really difficult concept for even the top level players to grasp sometimes. You need your payload princess, and Italy's payload princess was in another castle this time around, so that's where the cart stops. That's still a pretty solid push, a very realistic win condition for them, as long as they're able to continue that kind of momentum. A lot of the big plays that came out from Rajon and from Chimera that were enabling that snowball to keep on going.
Yeah, they were really good at forcing the tempo, especially in the hangar phase towards the high ground, and they just kept on pushing forward with the momentum that they had already built. Free was struggling a little bit to get on top of this high ground, which is just a little bit amusing to watch in the pregame, but he got there. And Great Britain, on the other hand, they're sticking to their guns, they're sticking to this comp.
Sometimes it takes a couple jumps, I've been there, Freyu. I understand that sometimes that jump for the Ana, not the most favorable. You gotta hit it just right. Great Britain, they're not going to go for this. Oh, they are going to go for the Sim TP play, actually. I just saw Maimon make the swap there. Another early nade. Kai doesn't really have the angle quite yet. They're trying to dislodge Italy. Jump goes there from Jkaru, forcing Italy back just a little bit. Now Kai has the angle he wants.
Yeah, Kai spots Chimera, knows that they at least don't have the Tracer on the backline just yet, and Yukino also just hiding behind. Storm Arrow is expended and the cooldown gone, but not able to find a tick either way. Funny Astro, however, does get the anti-nade, the biotic, out of the way, and is able to survive without much of a hitch. Jkaru, however, is realizing that he's watching Rajon go for the dive on the backline on the DPS, and while he is just in the thick of it, in the middle of Italy's team.
Italy's still holding strong here despite losing Yukino there. They're going to be able to, fortify. Yukino's going to be able to come back and hold that farther back high ground where once the cart kind of rounds the corner past Car Wash, can be more of a threat as well, but you can't leave Kai unchecked on the high ground. Sooner or later, those Hanzo logs are going to find a head, and there we go. There's Yukino. Gonna go and fall again, courtesy of Kai. They have to try and contest him.
Yeah, Kai is just given free reign over these top angles, and now with the anti-health, there is nowhere for Rajon to go. Immediately, okay, that was a huge nano from Freyu to keep Rajon up, and JKR gets shredded by the Tesla cannon. Nowhere for Funny Astro to go either, but will be forced to jump back after the anti-health is gone through. Maimon going to regroup with the rest of the squad, taking a lot of damage, and with the Pulse Bomb in his pocket.
And nano onto Rajon, not a second too late, but I probably could have used another bailout there. Kai gonna go ahead and melt the monkey down, and suddenly Italy, they have to play a little bit further back. They have some room to work with the spawn advantage, but if they lose anybody else, this should be Great Britain capping.
Jkaru and Backbone in tandem, they're able to take down both of the DPSs, and now without the damage that Italy can dish out, Jkaru getting very low, but getting healed very quickly. Primal Rage also available here. The anti-health does come through, nothing to cleanse it away, but Kai is still pressing forward to get Rajon down. Jkaru looking for the hangar phase and the high ground to keep that momentum going, and with the Tesla cannon is going to try to keep them at bay in this door and not allow them through the choke point.
And now you can see the position Backbone wants to take where you can hit big nades on the people coming in on through. There's one. Everyone kind of backed off there. The jump wasn't quite there. Big sleep from Freyu. Backbone's vulnerable.
Yeah, but Backbone, no capitalization off of that sleep. The Primal Rage from Rajon is going to come through. Both of the rallies on the Brigitte are looking to sustain this squad with a Giant Shield as well, and both Nanos now available. Jkaru, however, still has that Primal Rage. The Nano comes onto Rajon, looking for that to harass onto the backline. Funny Astro is going to get a Nano just in order to stay alive, and the anti-health onto Jkaru does so much damage, and Rajon goes down. Backbone with the finisher. Now looking for the high ground once again. They've momentarily lost control because of their focus on the Winston. Baemon, though, doing so much with that Pulse Bomb. Once again, a huge stick onto Kate Comey, and Chimera will fall quickly after Kai switches onto the Widow, seeing that Yukino has already swapped the Hanzo.
Rajan trying to go in for the contest there, isn't alive long enough to build up the Primal Rage, and that's going to mean Great Britain have the cap here. A pick to Maimone might slow things down a little bit, but I mean, you know, this is still starting to spiral out of control for Italy. They have to dig their heels in, draw a line in the sand, and just definitively stop Great Britain. The snowball was in full effect. Once again, Great Britain. 4 minutes left after going through hangar phase. That is an eternity in Watchpoint Gibraltar years. Great Britain, same thing as Italy. Like, they have time to just build up to a big ult fight, take it with an advantage, and just, you know, brute force it the rest of the way in.
Yukino really trying to clear away Kai as well, who cannot be given free range over that high ground. Chimera looking for something with the Pulse Bomb, went fishing, came up empty, so instead going to have to back off. Oh, it's a combination of the Brig. Ana just cannot escape. Now without the Tracer in play, it's going to be easier for this back line, and Backbone also can focus more on getting Yukino off of this high ground. Funny Astro follows up on the information given, and Kai with the recon is just going to be able to fire freely. The rally allows them to move forward though. Kate Comey is looking
Not
to
that
get
far
Backbone.
forward.
Okay. Kate Comey is alone for a second, but is quickly joined by Rajon and the bubble to protect.
I mean, very lucky bubble.
Yeah.
I mean, Rajon Ex Machina just came in down there to save Katakomi. Yeah, you said the rally makes you move forward. You don't want to move that far forward by yourself.
Why'd you
Nearly
move
got
around the
punished for
corner,
that.
but...
Excellent peel, and it actually does help Italy build up to that Dragon Strike as well. They have the Nano, they have the Primal, they can bleed some time out, but Great Britain have a lot. Nano goes out onto Funny Astro, who has the rally available as well. Yeah, Rajan, you don't want to take that fight.
Yeah, Funny Astro dishing out the DPS right now, has the rally just in case things go south, but isn't going to need to use it. Still 3 ultimates with Jkaru down though. They're looking to disengage and kite away. Cannot do so with Backbone now missing. This is a huge stagger play from Italy, and it's going to bleed that time off the clock once again, down to almost 2 minutes.
The Nano onto Funny Astro does do a good job at, like, deterring the dive, but, like, Great Britain, they have to be the ones to make the early dive. So, like, they just gave Italy time there. I think I would have preferred to see the Nano go out onto Jkaru, who probably needed a little bit more, ended up falling. Is forced to prop the Primal now, just knocks the supports off the high ground here. Great Britain have a way in.
Yeah, the rally now coming out from Funny Astro as well. It's going to be the Dragon Strike to counter and force the positioning away, but Maimone finding Yukino. Chimera also at the mercy of Great Britain's Tracer, and it's going to be Rajon, the next target. The bubble does go down, and he stays alive for a second longer, but the Tesla Cannon follows with the little bit of electricity. Even though spawn rooms are so close, they have Backbone on the payload like a little princess, and Great Britain, they're taking Watchpoint Gibraltar as well.
The quest to escape the vortex so far going quite well for Great Britain. They're able to take a 2-0 over Italy, who is a, at times, very tumultuous, very annoying team to go up against. They definitely can surprise you with some things that you weren't expecting to have happen. There's a lot of talent on the team, but on this day, the talent on the side of Great Britain was just a little bit too much to overcome. I mean, we know the names, we know Backbone, we know Kai, we know Funny Astro, but Jkaru and Maimone, 2 players that from contenders have been making a little bit of noise there, but not everyone might be familiar with. They need to familiarize themselves with these players. Again, Jkaru looking like one of the strongest tank players coming out of the groups here. Maimone on all of the flanker heroes that he's been playing, the Tracer and the Genji, has been a phenomenal linchpin for this team. Great Britain, they still look strong. They still look like the favorites to advance, barring some more chicanery. You never know what's going to happen. But they've definitely given themselves a little bit more breathing room where they don't have to worry so much about Spain usurping them, so much as whoever has the misfortune of being in Spain's path going forward.
Yeah, well, Great Britain, they are looking like a strong contender for that top 3 spot. And I mean, this team has done a good job of enabling each other at every turn. Italy, they had these moments of brilliance, especially on this attack here, but it was just that C9 at the very end, C9 for a C9 in the first round. And it was unfortunate. I feel like they could have made it a little bit further because they had that tool in the toolbox, but at the end of the day, it felt that the DPS line from Great Britain was incredibly oppressive, and it allowed them and enabled the team to greatness.
A C9 for a C9. Despite all of the hero plays coming out from every player in the game right now, it turns out that the player of the match was Karma that ended up costing Italy towards the end there. I mean, we're joking about that a little bit, but I feel like even realistically, the way that last fight was going, even if Italy had full caps, we'd probably just be going into extra innings, because I think Britain were definitely about to get the full cap there as well. But they could have given themselves an extra chance if not for that C9. You live and you learn, you go forth, you be a fly in someone else's soup going forward. Italy can continue to be a spoiler, continue to be a team that if you take lightly, a speed bump that can take some wheels off of the bus. But the suspension of Great Britain still looking pretty good.
Well, it's still not over yet. Italy 2-3 record, 2 wins, 3 losses. They could statistically potentially make it to that top 3 as well. They live to solo ult a DPS another day.
Solo gank, like a 5-person solo ult and then just run up on them. Yeah, another day, another DPS. Hey, you know, who else does Italy play going forward? Let's see who's got a solo shadow with their name on it. Denmark? Naga, watch out. This one's coming for you next. But I mean, a good win for Great Britain. You love to see it. Again, heavy favorites to go on to BlizzCon. We've got another heavy favorite, potentially the heavy favorite in France, coming up next, playing against Spain. This is the match that we've all been waiting for, looking forward, and it's coming up next. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Qualifiers. I'm Jim Basco, that's Epitomes, and that's CB, and we just watched Great Britain take it 2-0 over Italy, and I gotta say, it was a bit closer than I thought it was gonna be, right? Italy really showing signs of life throughout that match. CB, lead the conversation on that.
I mean, Italy definitely showed some signs of life, and they also showed us some things we've never seen before, like an entire team just rushing down mid to try and kill Kai, eventually getting him, yeah, with some heavy investments, but you know, definitely a team to watch. Again, like, with their win over Spain, they kind of, like, threw a wrench into the equation for Spain. We'd be talking about Spain as being one of the top dogs, if not for that one little hair in the soup for them. Like, Italy is still a dangerous team, but Great Britain, all that much more dangerous. Kai, as dangerous as ever. Maimon, phenomenal. And again, Jake Haru, one of the best tanks that have come out of the groups here.
Absolutely, just impressive on that Winston. Let's go ahead and pull up that schedule so we can recap some of the matches that we've been through already. We are on the final match of the day, everybody. It's Germany versus Sweden at 2-0 to start our day. Finland versus Poland at 2-0. After that one, Iceland versus Turkey 2-1. Denmark versus Portugal 2-0. Belgium versus the Netherlands 2-0 as well. And we just finished off with Great Britain versus Italy. Now we are at France versus Spain. There is so much riding on this match. Epitomes, break it down for us.
And I'm wondering if this is going to be another 2 Overwatch, right? Because we have France, who is such a great team, and they've been incredibly dominant. I don't believe they have lost a single match so far. Their record is 5-0. It is spotless, right? They've only also lost one map total. So it is definitely really, really strong contender. But Spain, on the other hand, they're 3-1 record. They haven't played one day. They had a bye round, I believe, in the third day, so they are missing a little bit of that extra oomph under the scoreline, and they also have a 7-4 map record, so they definitely are the underdogs when it comes to this matchup, but we have seen them beat a lot of teams that we thought they would not be able to contend with. We've seen them beat Denmark, we have seen them beat the Netherlands when we initially thought the Netherlands was going to be very strong, so I never know what to expect with Spain.
Yeah, with such star-studded squads on both sides of this equation, right? France is coming into this with people like Nico, with Pac, with Ben Best, Poco, FD God Reviews. These are all names that we were getting so familiar with, if you weren't already, throughout the broadcast, just because they've been demolishing. Like Epitome said, 5-0. The Spanish team, a lot of newcomers. We haven't heard of really any of these players, but man, are we now familiar with Hero? Are we now familiar with Helv and Canale? And, you know, there is so much playmaking opportunity for these squads. So, that said, I'm going to leave y'all to the match. Epitome CB, I can't wait to watch this one, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
Thank you so much, Jim. And going into this, I don't know if you have any of predictions going into this, what we might see, what we might not see, the maps. It's just all up in the air right now, CV.
I don't even really want to predict. I just want to be surprised. You know, we've seen Spain as a team has been a very pleasant surprise, and they have shown us some great things. They're a dark horse, a contender that we're looking at now as potentially being one of the top 3. But here are the undisputed top dogs in Group A right now. France, Ben Best, Nico, Pac, Reviews, FD God. This squad has been making so much noise as they've just constantly snuffed out anybody that's tried to step up to take them down. I think Spain has the potential to, but it's not going to be easy. Pac has been kind of a standout at certain times, you know, on like Symmetra. I'm thinking back seeing some like 4K beams coming out from this team. France, like every bit is advertised. Almost certainly going to be seeing more of them at BlizzCon. At this point, it's going to be about securing that spot, locking down the first seed, locking down, you know, your airfare, your travel into Anaheim, and make sure that you get there and make a statement on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, even if they go down and lose every single match after this, they're still up 5-3. They're still probably going to be at the top, you know? So France is all about that domination now. For Spain, on the other hand, they're a little bit shakier. They are 3-1 record thus far. If they lose every single match, it is not a good look, and it's not likely that they make it to the playoff section. But once again, 3 playoff spots in Group A, so they have a little bit more of that wiggle room, and it's made Spain a lot more of a favorite in this group as well, because initially if it was only 2 groups, and you would look at probably squads like Great Britain and France and be like, we think that these are going to be the ones to make it. But Spain, they've come in, they've swept everyone else under the rug, and they've really become the spotlight of Group A in the dark horse.
And I think a big difference maker for that is one player that, you know, Jim didn't highlight earlier, and that's Gala on the back line there. As we go to Ilios, whether Gala's going to be on the Lucio or on the Brigitte, Gala has shown to be a very, very survivable support player, a great peeler for Kanile in the back line there. So it's making Spain's back line very formidable, not very diveable, and that, just having that sustainability, being able to have that much faith in your backline's ability to stay alive lets you play a little bit more scrappy, lets you play a little bit more aggressive, lets you play a little, just, you know, a little bit at your own pace here. So hopefully that's what we are going to see out of Spain. We're going to get to see them play their game here as long as Gala is firing on all cylinders. But I mean, again, the Spain squad, as great as they've been, as surprising as they've been, they haven't been infallible. They've slipped up a couple times. They need to slip up a few less times going forward, if at all, if they want to maintain their chances. Taking on the top dogs would be a huge statement.
Yeah, going into Ilios as well, I'm expecting we'll see some of those birds. Nico does like to play the Echo, specifically on Ruins. That is going to favor those birds in the sky. On the side of Spain, not sure if they're going to go ahead and match it, though. I think Lauren and Hira really prefer more of that ground play, pulling them down to the ground. But if Lauren does, I feel like this is unlikely. Lauren switching onto the Echo, unless...
I mean, it's control.
Right.
It could really go. It could really go anywhere. I don't trust it. I mean, France's composition looks pretty coherent, and having reviews there on the, never mind, I was gonna say on the Mercy does kind of telegraph that May composition, or sorry, the Echo composition. But France, what are you? What? Rush.
Are we
there
just
we go.
being
There
lied
we go.
to?
There we go. The change there from Ben Best seals it all. All right. So actually a bit of a rush v rush here. Hira on the Sojourn. We'll see what Pack goes with. I don't know if he's gonna stick on the Symmetra. Actually looks like he is. All right, so Symmetra on Ruins is an interesting look, but if anyone can pull it off, I believe France can pull it off.
Yeah, France, they're definitely a very strong contender, and it seems like they know what they're doing. They're forcing Spain back for far. Path does get brought real low because of Hira's right click, but otherwise they are holding strong and trying to force them off that higher ground. Now setting up shop over here on Ruins with the Symmetra turrets, and that brings so much damage onto Helv. They're forced to use that immortality field in order to get that little bit of extra damage down. Pack with a fully charged beam is what Spain is going to be charging into, but it does not matter. They're able to get so much damage. However, Helv going down, they still have this backline that's active with Ben Best being sent back to spawn. Lauren looking for the Icicle. It does connect on both of the DPSs, and it's Spain for first or second capture, flipping that point.
So that cap all comes through because Helv gets low there, and Ben Best, as handsome as he is, gets just a little bit too greedy, tries to go in to secure that kill, gets punished for it, and suddenly France don't have much of a front line. You know, Nico finds a couple picks towards the tail end there, but not quite enough to stop Spain, who have now taken the lead here, and they're gonna go ahead and force some positioning with this Amp Matrix. France can just LOS it, but the Fire Strike finds reviews. Ooh. Spain might have already won this fight.
Yeah, Spain is really famous for these Amp Matrix Fire Strike combinations, at least from what we've seen in the World Cup, and it has worked almost every single time. The Fire Strike Amp Matrix, it just holds strong for this squad.
And being able to win that fight with just the Amp Matrix is everything, because look at what they have now. They've got pretty much every ult you can ask for, enough to match France's ult bank. They're going to go in with an Amp Matrix, but the Shatter comes back through from Helv.
Helv, that was huge Shatter, and Lauren now with the Blizzard to make the zone and area control of Spain that much more oppressive. Pac is going to have to go for the reset. It's a team kill for Spain, and they are ticked up all the way to 63%. It's 2 ultimates used in that fight, but they still have Gala's sound barrier in case things go south, and Hira is coming up on the overclock very quickly.
And I highlighted Gala. I love what I've seen from Gala in the past. I think this sound barrier might be pivotal. It's going to get Spain up to, I think, 90% if this fight goes well, but you do have to watch out for Nico's Blizzard. If this timing is right, they might be able to flip this, can France.
Yeah, there's a sound barrier on the side of France, but it's very quickly countered by Gala's own sound barrier. Now the overclock from Hira looking to shred through. The immortality field does come down and it's been forced out early from reviews. But on the other hand, the shatter from Ben Best, it's still possible. Health goes down and there's so much going on for France and they're able to zone off. They used that blizzard in the last fight as well. The damage went through, everything went right. France with the team kill to flip the point.
Not only that, but they flipped the point while the fight was happening off of the point, so they get an extra like 10-20% for their money there, and now they're starting to look pretty competitive as far as capture percentage goes. Spain are in one fight territory, but they have to flip the point in their favor first, and they only have an amp matrix to do it, and that's not the best ultimate when you're trying to work your way in.
Yeah, but they do need to watch out for the Fire Strike amp matrix that they have on the Spain side. They're able to block it off very quickly with the Mei wall, and they're trying to force the positioning. The Fire Strike does come through the amp matrix once again, but it only connects with Ben Best. Oh, what a charge onto Lauren. Both the DPS is now out of Spain, and there's just not the sustain there for Helv either without the backup of the DPSs. Canale is going to have to try and run away, but goes for the reset instead. Now they're both in the 80% territory. Spain looking to regroup for this next fight with France having 3 ultimates.
Yeah, you would have liked to bleed one of those out from France before you take this fight, but it's not going to be an option. You're also going to have FD God with the sound barrier. You really only have Helv Shatter. Potentially, Lauren's Blizzard. The Shatter comes out, nothing to follow.
Now the Dragon Strike was so good alongside the Shatter, they were able to, or wait, it wasn't even the Shatter from France's side. It was Spain who used Helv's Shatter and they still weren't able to find anything off of it because they were able to block it so effectively with Ben Best's own shield. Ben Best never even had to invest the Shatter throughout the entire round.
I mean, had he invested it though, it definitely would have been hammering in the death nail there for Spain's push there, but only one map. Spain still looking very competitive. You know, France, we talk about how dominant they've been. Spain, they're keeping up with them. I mean, it's just France being able to get that extra little bit, win those fights just a little bit more efficiently without investing ultimates, just find the kills at the right time so that you maintain the advantage. So when it counts, you can just invest what you need to and come up aces. Spain, I mean, we're seeing both sides swap over here to a dive composition. Gala switching over to the Brigitte, as is FD God here. So something a little bit more well adjacent here, something we see on Ilios well a little bit more. We'll see if this makes the difference for Spain.
Both of them looking to take control of that right side building, but Pak actually looking for a little bit of a flank onto the supports, rounding around, but not checking for Lauren, who immediately comes out of stealth, goes for the hack and gets real low, but Pak comes back in with a revenge, with a recall, and now without already a DPS for Spain's side, it is a bit of a struggle to try and take control of this first capture point. Now, shredding out Helv, there is nothing to be done for Spain. They have to back off and regroup.
Yeah, the translocator for Lauren there was either too aggressive or non-existent because as soon as that Sombra gets sussed out, like all the punish comes in, the collapse goes in, Lauren can't get out, and Spain aren't able to get the cap here. France get the early percentage here, and now Lauren has to try and find a way to build that EMP to try and make something happen. A hack onto reviews, but the follow-up isn't quite there. They're all diving on top of the backline. Spain have pushed forward.
Ooh, Helv did get very low because of the biotic nade that Reviews had thrown to try and stave off that pressure. But Hira now looking to go onto the backline. The recall has to be used because of the sleep. And now the pressure that they could have gotten onto these two supports for France's side is just completely non-existent. Pak has to look for a way to re-entry. They are contesting the point, but the percentage is still ticking for France without a decisive turnover. Now the dive comes through and the nano onto Ben Best. Immediately the nano comes through, but it also has the primal rage up. Pak with the big pulse bomb onto Canale. Now we're looking at a lot less burst healing from Spain. Even though Helv was able to jump back to the rest of the team, Gala simply did not have this healing, and the rally is available, but with the whole team down, it's just not worth investing.
Nico's been kind of slow to build up this EMP, is only just now coming up on it. Lauren has his there, so we might see an EMP for an EMP with the rallies just trying to be the counter on either side. That's the stalemate that we're currently sitting at, and the longer that takes to play out, the closer France is going to get to one fight territory. They pull the trigger first and they take down Helv.
Yeah, that was a huge biotic nade from Reviews once again to just get so much anti-health onto Spain. And then there also another biotic nade from Reviews, and it just delays them so often. Lauren, however, looking to get onto the objective with an EMP, allows Canale to take down FD God at the very least, and Nico is forced to go ahead and translocate back to the rest of the team. Now the point has been flipped over, but it is still one fight territory for France, and they can take their time building back up to these ultimates. Gala and Helv, however, are going to force the rest of France's squad back. They were a little bit staggered, and it's going to continue to stagger if FD God gets taken down. Just misses from Hura, but a little bit of breathing room now for Spain.
I mean, it's because Ben Best finds a pick off onto Canale that France seem to think that they have a little bit more say in this fight, so they try to invest a little bit more, and it does end up being staggered. That's getting Spain up to 30%. They're a third of the way there. They're still trying to match France. They only really have the Primal Rage and maybe a Pulse Bomb here, but it's something, and it's definitely better than nothing, which is what they had about a minute ago.
The Nano Boost goes on to Ben Best once again, looking for the back line. The Brigitte comes in, but it's just a focus onto Canale. Once again, just trying to get that back line out. And now it's a little bit of a pause, looking like there might be a disconnect on either one of these sides, or
just Nico was muted.
Yep.
All right. Sometimes you just have to make sure that you hit the mute or unmute button there. I think we're ready. That is Get Amazed, by the way, the head coach for Team France, who's going. Oh, okay. The headset's dead.
Not muted.
Right.
He's just like can't hear.
Yeah, that is Get Amazed, the head coach for Team France, calling for that pause there. You got to believe with all the coaching staff that France brought to the ball game this time that the coaches are going to be on top of these kinds of things. They're not going to let the slightest thing fly. Everyone's flashing R, so we should be getting back into the game here shortly. But, I mean, Spain have lost Canale. Nico is down. I think this favors France.
Oh, Ben Best is getting shredded from behind, though. Nico getting a lot of good damage down on the other side. However, Lauren doing the same to Ben Best. Now Pak still fishing for this Pulse Bomb stick. Lauren does have to go ahead and translocate, but it's towards that point once again. Spain looking to regroup now, and it seems that Lauren will be able to get the health back and go ahead and try and harass that backline once again. The go-ahead is there with the Nano Boost headed onto Helv, and now looking for that backline. The rally comes through from FD, got such good protection and peel for this backline, but the EMP from Lauren, it could have been huge, but the follow-up, it just isn't there. They turn that point over. The overtime is activated. Can there be a touch from Spain? There cannot. A 2-0 on Ilios for France's first map against Spain.
That EMP from Lauren was just a fraction of a second too late. If that had come in like a fraction of a second earlier, that could have been Spain flipping it, but two people fell before the animation was over, and it's just too little too late. Again, Spain isn't quite going away. They're not going down quietly. They're keeping themselves alive. They're being competitive here. I still have faith that they can potentially take this, but it's still looking like France's game to lose here.
Yeah, Spain, they are looking at getting themselves back onto their own territory for that next map. Since they are the losers, they get to choose, and I'm wondering where they will take us, because it seemed that they were trying to match France's kind of rush compositions, and they were just slightly worse at executing it than France was, so they need to find something that they are more comfortable on and take themselves into their own territory.
There's also a lot of times where Canale is getting caught out first, especially when Spain is playing the Ana, which kind of also might be a difficulty with their dive composition. If they're trying to stick with that Ana composition, you're not really seeing reviews fall the same, as often as you're seeing Canale. I was thinking back to early on when you had Hira going in and almost took down FD God, and reviews came through with a sleep dart at the last possible second. FD God would have been dead and buried had that sleep dart not came through the exact second that it did. So the backline for France is sustaining just a little bit better. I touted how well the backline for Spain is typically able to survive, but it's not coming to fruition this time. That's going to be one kink that they're going to need to iron out if they want to stay alive in this series. It's going to be Spain's map pick. We're going to go to a quick break with map 2 of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are on map 2 of today's possibly most anticipated match with Spain, the dark horse of Group A, going up against France, the kingpins of this group. So with France taking Ilios in a 2-0 fashion, we are looking at Spain's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, remember what, like, after, like, when we casted France game, day 1, and we had the interview with Getamaze, and he came in and said, yeah, I think France is a dark horse. Like, I don't know if, I think Getamaze and I need to have a conversation about what a dark horse is, because a team that just comes through and dominates everybody else, that's not a dark horse, that's a favorite. And, like, Spain are very much so a dark horse. They're going to take us to Blizzard World here, which has historically been a pretty solid map pick for them, so we'll hope to see some more of that consistency coming out of them. Hopefully they've ironed out the problems that are going on with their backline falling early in some of these fights. But, you know, again, like, we were looking at the standings during the break there. For Group B, it's pretty much locked up, right? Saudi Arabia and Finland are pretty much guaranteed to go. In Group A, it's anything but. I mean, you know, Belgium, the Netherlands, they're kind of out of the conversation now. France pretty much secured. But as far as who 2 and 3 are going to be, Great Britain, Spain, Denmark, Italy's not quite out of the conversation yet. If Spain wants to have a little bit more safety, a little bit more say in the matter, they have to do what no one else has been able to do thus far, and that's beat France. And now they have to reverse sweep France just to do that.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Spain, to say the least. But now headed onto Blizzard World, you can kind of have these really long-range compositions, potentially some Pharah or Echo compositions as well, and I'm not sure if they're going to be trying to stick to the dive and the rush comps that we saw on Ilios, because they were always being matched by France, and it felt like they were always being outpaced when they were playing the mirror compositions.
On the side of France, we have seen one of the most handsome tanks in the game being subbed out for one of the most handsome tanks in the game. Ben Best is out for Poco. I mean, again, maybe it's just the sheer handsomeness factor that is bringing France this far. Maybe no one else has just, you know, got the whole, like, you know, male model look going for their front line there that's carrying them this far. I mean, Spain, like you said, I mean, oh, sorry, they were flashing the Echo there for a second. I was like, oh, like you said, they're going to go Echo, but I fell for my own trap yet again. How many times do you have to say never trust the attacker spawns? They're not going for the Lifeweaver pedal platform or a Widow shot here. They're going for a Sombra Tracer dive. Lauren has been outpacing Nico with the EMP charges. They just did the Spider-Man meme really quick there to each other. Hack onto Nico. That might actually be punished. The Translocator comes through. Nico's alive, but getting forced out that early means, again, Lauren should be able to outpace Nico in ult charge.
Yeah, a lot of free space taken by Spain up to the point. Poco kind of having to play around the objective, and Nico putting a lot of pressure placed down by Hira in the backline using the blinks and the pulse pistols, and now going to back off and regroup with help, looking for Nico once again. Lots of damage getting down, but able to escape. However, Translocator now out. Nico chasing down Hira in this backline. There's a recall to try and regroup with the rest of the squad once again, but it seems like they should be able to find this objective basically for free with the amount of pressure that Hira is absorbing.
Yeah, it's because Hira finds that Translocator. Nico's on life support, needs a Wall Street bailout. The whole team has to come back to try and keep him alive. They do, but they've given up positioning. Not enough to give up a tick, though. They're able to come back, but Spain, they've got their foot in the door. Time to kick it open.
Yeah, Avo is trying very hard to get that same amount of pressure that Hira is, but it simply isn't the same here. And the EMP from Nico already to come through onto Helv, get a little bit of extra damage from France, since they do seem that to have that little bit of advantage on the EMP charge. But Lauren now having their own PMP, and also the rally nano boost onto Spain's squad. Lots of ultimates being expended in attempt to get this single tick onto the objective, but they're still being contested so heavily. The rally does come out from FD God, and Nico is the one to finish off the kill onto Gala. Now Kanale missing a lot of that peel that the Brig had for this backline, and they're simply going to be forced off the objective despite everything used. Primal Rage going to come out a little bit after the fact, looking to force the backline out. FD God does get taken down, and Nico could potentially be taken down if not careful as well, but finally the tick does come through off the back of the Winston.
That is so scrappy. It's going to be 2 ticks for Spain, but France still have time to go in for a recontest here. Plus, Poco's got the self-destruct to try and stall it out. Is going to invest it here. Spain going to vacate the point, but they're going to jump right back in. Avo likely going to have to be forced to recall out if the pressure comes through. Helv, I think, went a little bit too deep there, and the EMP from Nico punishes it.
The EMP is going to allow so much damage for France to be put on. It's once again that kiting back, that disengage, time and time again, just being forced back to the statue, unable to actually find the value. The dive is good. The pressure that Hira and Lauren put onto the backline is good, but they are just never able to complete and finish off these kills. Okay, and Avo, such a good pulse bomb onto Gala. That is just disgusting from this new DPS that France has introduced in this game.
And it's the Bionade that comes out from reviews, and Avo just going in to clean it up, and then with the pulse bomb, even though it finds just a bunch of shield for Gala, still able to find the kill. Gala actually going to swap over onto the Kiriko. Interesting choice here. Okay, alright, dealing with that Tracer is definitely one way to keep your backline safe. The EMP to engage might be another.
Hack onto Poco as well, forcing them to use the thrusters to try and get off the objective. This should be a cap. Oh, a contest at the last second from Poco, but still so much damage being done. And there's the EMP as well. Now out of the mech, Poco goes down definitively. FD God is soon to follow. And Lauren looking for a hack onto the rest of the DPS and support line. Oh, reviews, nowhere to go. Translocator back to payload. And Spain, they do cap with 2 minutes and 30 seconds for second objective.
And that's like all worst case scenario for France. I mean, yeah, they held on to the ultimates that they had. They didn't invest anything. I mean, they don't really have much of anything, didn't really have anything to expend. But because they all die so late after the cap comes through and the stagger kills onto reviews and everything else that transpired, like the cart's gonna get a lot more progress than it would have if France had taken a reset here. Spain, they're already trying to control the high ground so they can keep this snowball going, get more progress. France have to try and find something. The jump from Helv goes a little bit short.
Nico with a big hack onto Helv gets a lot of damage, but the Primal Rage immediately gives that 1000 health pool. And FD God gets brought so low by Hira and finished off this time around. The hack also coming through. The self-destruct in close quarters could spell death for the Spanish squad, but instead they're able to retreat and disengage, regroup back on the payload, push it forward towards that objective. Still have Avo in the backline trying to harass Canela and Gala, but on the other hand, Poco is looking to just contest Helv in a 1v1 situation, both of these tanks.
I mean, I'm looking at Nico with the EMP now, lurking on the high ground, likely going to try and cut Spain's next attack short here, but I mean, Spain, they're at that point now where the spawn advantages heavily favor France. They have to be near perfect here. It almost feels like good old 2 CP assault as it was once known. If Nico hits this big, I mean, it's going to be a dead push for Spain.
Yeah, the EMP is just a game-winning ultimate
the team back
here
on the Poco.
for France. Oh, the Hero Pulse Bomb, though, onto reviews. They're missing so much sustain now, and the stick also comes through from Avo, but it's onto the tank instead, and that just gets healed right away, even though there was that nano bomb or nano boost from Canale onto health. It didn't do much except push them back. Now Lauren's own EMP is going to take so much value for the squad, so much extra damage, and Poco immediately taken down when they're out of the mech. Now the spawn advantage no longer going to be there. I'm not sure if they get forced back. Pretty sure they're kind of stuck in there for a second unless they regroup around the inside.
I mean, again, that's the worst case scenario for France. Poco gets forced out of the mech, has to try and use the self-destruct, doesn't find anything with it, ends up falling. I mean, the pulse bomb onto reviews. Spain take this. They have a time bank too. They can keep pushing this. The full cap is looking like a possibility here. Once they build up this Kitsune rush and they build up this primal, they can try and force it home. And they have a window because France have nothing right now.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is so effective at boosting
Poco?
DPS as well, which is something that the Rally just doesn't have. Poco also getting very, very low up on that high ground as well, and Gala having a little bit of extra DPS on the Kiriko. Now the Kitsune Rush forcing the objective forward, so much damage onto the tank, and now looking for the backline, almost finding them, but Hira is the one to finish off with the Pulse Bomb. Now only Review is going to be the one that has to keep this team sustained. 60 seconds left over. Just a minute to full capture, and now they have a sleep onto Nico. Nico goes down without the EMP charged as well. Lauren is going to be able to outpace using the machine gun, and now it's a nano boost onto Helv, who has the primal rage in the back pocket. EMP charged. Nico should be able to get his own EMP charged as well, but the self-destruct finds nothing. They force it out, and now the remech
Lauren
is there
strikes
for
first.
Coco, but both of the EMPs come through. Helv, however, and Kira are first to strike, and they're able to find one. Helv takes out the primal rage in response to a stick with the pulse bomb, and Poco just immediately shredded after being out of the mech and demech. Canale finishes off Avo, and now Reviews wants to go for the touch, but cannot. It is a full cap for Spain on Blizzard World.
The sleep dart onto Nico stalled it out just long enough to where he was just a couple percent behind in the EMP charge. Lauren has the EMP, strikes first, and the follow-through is there, even though Nico strikes second, and you would think that, you know, snuffing out all the abilities that the other team's using and being the second one to strike with the EMP would be massive, but when the damage is already done, it's just too little too late. It's that little margin right there that goes back to, again, that sleep dart. One single sleep dart from Canale onto Nico, and Spain are still in this, and they finish with time, so they're guaranteed extra innings. Great play from Spain towards the end there. No notes, phenomenal stuff. This is why this team is vying for one of the top spots in Group A still, and even in this match, are still in it.
And I'm not sure if round differential is going to factor in at the end of the day to these tiebreakers, but Spain is just making this so incredibly close that if it does come down to the round differential, I feel like they should be able to make it and cinch that spot into playoffs. France right now, ironically, they are probably in Spain without the S, with how that last round went for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and they're going to have to try and take some of that Spain without the S off, trying to alleviate it just a little bit here. They're going to go for that Battle Platform Widow play. Let's see if Avo finds much of anything. Trying to spy check a little bit. Here we go. And nothing. All right, well, good try. It was a good attempt. It never gets old seeing the attempts that just don't ever bear any fruit. But, I mean, it's still very much so enjoyable, both teams going back to what has brought them so much success. Again, Gala on the Kiriko is a little bit different from FD God being on the Brig there. So that's going to be a difference to pay attention to, as Gala under some pressure.
Oh, Nico goes down really quickly, but the Kiriko pick is actually something that I like, since Reviews has been landing a lot of really crucial sleeps and biotic nades for the anti-health, so being able to cleanse that all away should net Spain a little bit of that extra survivability, even though Brig would be able to peel better for Canale.
Yeah, I mean, the Brig would be a little bit better, but you know what else is great? Just a kunai to the dome to shut down a Tracer. I mean, that's the threat that Gala has, and with how aggressively Gala's been playing is definitely a possibility. That's a great sleep. You call that out, by the way, the sleeps from Reviews onto Lauren, and then the nade, and then the follow-up. That's huge. France has a way in now. They don't have to worry about their backline or their tank being hacked on the way in.
Yeah, they still do have a lot of sustain from Spain in the form of Gala and Canale, but they're looking for Canale. They're fishing for it. Nico has the hack onto Canale, gets a lot of damage down, but immediately gets healed up after. Still, the contention is very, very high. Now with a nano onto the Brigitte to try and take down the backline with a few well-placed shield bashes, they're able to get one tick before the contention comes back in from Spain. It's still traveling, and there's that pulse bomb onto Reviews, though, now without the backline. Foods is the one that has to be their main burst healer, and they're looking to harass FD God out of it.
And we go back to that sleep kill onto Lauren earlier. Despite that, he is still beating Nico in that EMP charge. That's the crucial thing in these Sombra mirrors. Like, this is very, like, this is kind of like the mirror, or the mirror meta that we saw during Midseason Madness with teams like Houston Outlaws and Atlanta Reign playing. It's who ends up getting the better EMPs and more EMPs that dictate the pace. And right now, that's Lauren getting the better of Nico. Again, if Lauren strikes first, just like we saw at the tail end of the attack there, this could just be another, like, minute bled off the clock for France, and suddenly their backs are up against the wall.
Yeah, Lauren is really fishing for the backline once again. Poco up on the high ground, now having to self-destruct. 3 ultimates in France's bank. Spain has 4 though, and also the EMP. The Kitsune Rush goes out, but it's just before Gala goes down. Now it's on to Canale to keep this team up. Now with the nano boost coming out onto Helv. Helv takes out the Primal Rage. The hack is there, the anti is there, and Gala isn't, so they can't cleanse it away. Helv has to disengage, but goes right back in as soon as those healers are back in the fight. Still an EMP for Nico though. Lauren already used theirs and not much follow-up. Okay, Canale falling to a pulse bomb, and it should be a capture for France. There's still that contention from Helv, but it is just not much that she can right here. The contention from the Kiriko shredded immediately. Payload comes out.
I called out the EMP charge for Lauren, but it came too little too late. Once you lose Gala like that, who just got completely bursted down there by Poco, like, you don't really have a good opportunity to use that EMP. Nico, though, has a phenomenal opportunity to use an EMP here because there's not going to be a responding one from Spain, nor will there be anything to sustain them. So this could be huge. France can definitely get the momentum going in their favor if Nico strikes blood with this.
Nico once again fishing for the back line, kind of dancing around the
finds Avo, though.
Winston. Oh, okay. Avo made a mistake by trying to challenge Gala there, and now missing that DPS. Go ahead for Helv to try and get so much damage down onto Poco. A stick onto Reviews. That is huge from Hira. Hira is so good with the pulse bomb so far, and that is just not coming to a stop. There's no signs of slowing down for this Tracer on Spain. Still trying to look for a little bit something extra onto FD God, but will have to back off.
I mean, like I said, Gala is like the guy I'm looking at for Spain right now. He's the difference maker. Hira has also been phenomenal and continues to be. The pulse bomb was massive. Nearly finds the 1 clip, if not for the peel there onto Reviews. And suddenly the window for Nico to use this EMP is closing. Lauren is up to 86%. The hack comes through onto Nico. Ooh. Lauren's going to match the EMP now. That window completely gone thanks to Gala and Hira.
Yeah, that was just amazing from Spain. And now here's the EMP, though. Nico does find Gala and Hira. Lauren has this EMP now in the back pocket, but there's not a good opportunity. Once again, they don't have the follow-up, especially now with Helv down, and it gives them free reign to push this payload just a little bit further. Still a minute and a half to get that capture onto the second checkpoint.
But that fight was very far forward. Lauren still has the EMP, Helv's gonna have the Primal Rage, and Spain has the spawn advantage and the high ground now. France didn't push far up enough. Now, yeah, Spain, they have the high ground. They can contest this. They can bleed even more time out here. It's gonna be under a minute. That's a huge pick off there from Nico, though.
Yeah, Lauren going down now without the EMP, has to wait for the regroup from Spain, and it is looking very, very dicey for France thus far. They still have these 3 ultimates available. No EMP though. Nico, so huge onto Gala. Now without Gala and the Kitsune Rush coming up for Spain, it's going to be a lot harder to hold on to this. 50 seconds left over. They are bleeding time away. 40 seconds left, and now all 5 members of Spain up with the Primal Rage being popped for Helv to try and force these players away from the objective. Look at the flank from France though. Nico and Avo both in the back line. Lauren is going to punish them for being grouped up. The bubble does come down, and Hira is able to take down Poco outside of the mech. There is no tank now for France in this fight, and they're being punished so heavily. The Kitsune Rush also came out earlier, and even though they had that nano boost and the self-destruct to try and zone off some space, it just didn't work out in their favor. France, they lost everything in that fight, and they have 10 seconds left to try and recapture and touch this point. Helv isn't going to allow it to happen with this dive onto the Diva. Poco can't get a word in edgewise. Spain is looking like they might be able to win this one out, and there is the touch there from Nico and Poco. Now onto the objective, but has to go and boost her away. There's the rally as well as Reviews switching onto the Lucio, but this is going to be tough. Nico with the EMP onto 3. Reviews is finishes off Lauren, and Hira gets very low, but is able to escape with some health left over. It is all for naught though. Nico with a huge EMP here to just finish off this fight and allow them for the capture.
That was on the razor's edge there. Nico with the EMP had to be the one to touch, and if not for FD God's rally, France would not have lived long enough for him to come back in and use it. But because of that rally, because they stay alive, Nico can pull the trigger, finally push that cart home, but they have to cap, and they're already looking at it being under a minute. 13 seconds on the clock for Spain. Can France finish at all? Can they finish with time? They might burn down Helve here, and that's a great start.
Ooh, the nano boost onto Helve, though, gives a lot of that extra health, and also just the damage reduction onto the Winston allows them to push them off the objective. Make sure that they can't go any further than they already have. Avo still has this pulse bomb in the back pocket, and so does Hira, and FD God goes down. That is insane, and now they have free reign over their backline. Nico falls to Canale after trying to get an unsuccessful hack over here on Spain's supports, and even though Helve gets antied, there isn't enough follow-up with one of their DPSs missing, as well as FD God. So now this is just such a dire situation for France. Gala is spotting out, marking that Tracer, has the Kitsune Rush in the back pocket as well, just spamming down, realizing that he's going to get hacked, and is just trying to escape with the Suzu. Suzu now out of the picture, but still the Kitsune Rush. Gala is still alive. So much protection here from Spain's squad as well, making sure that this Kiriko stays up for this final fight with the Kitsune Rush, and has to switch step away, but there's the Kitsune Rush to come out alongside the EMP. Hira's trying to stay alive and gets reviews down without the backline from both of these scenes. It's a battle of attrition, and they have that rally there. The Kiriko also falls for Spain, and France is able to push even just a little bit further. It is 3 players down, and they have to go for the touch once again. Lauren and Hira both online, but they're looking for the regroup. Oh, look at Lauren on the flank. Nico is also fishing for something big with the EMP here. France could potentially full cap, but they are doing it with no time left over. Help immediately taken down because of that EMP. Now with only the support line here on the objective, it's going to be a tough ask for them to cap, but Lauren is looking around, dancing around the objective. Not for long though. Gala switching onto the Zenyatta, trying to get this extra damage, and Nano Zen! Oh my god, Gala's going huge! Help comes in at just the right time. Spain, they are able to take Blizzard World off a huge play from Gala, and the support line, that is insane.
What a way to finish that one out. I thought for sure Nico coming in with the EMP there was going to be what sealed it, brought us into extra innings there, but the nano at the midnight hour onto Gala, when Poco had lost the mech, there's no Matrix to stop the damage, no beefy tank to absorb it all. He comes through, he finds 2 just in time for Helve to come back, and Spain, by the skin of their teeth, hang on tight. We're going to a map number 3.
And Spain, the dark horse is dark horsing. They're just galloping through the ranks of France, and there is just nothing more that can be said about that match except Spain. They are so good at the midnight hour in those really clutch moments. They always come through big, and I mean that support line from Spain. How can we not say Gala's name after what just happened? Yes, there was a nano there. Yes, there was a lot of support, and Help came back right on time, but Gala, what in the world was that?
That's the time. Well, when you get the nano, yeah, you know, there was some support, there was the nano, but when you get that nano in that situation, you gotta hit those shots, and Gala hit those shots, and I mean, what else can you really say? It's just the clutch factor. It's the fact that Gala has the ability to be that clutch, to hit those shots in those moments. The fact that Kanile managed to get that nano off in time. The fact that Helve was able to come through. The fact that Lauren is able to be clutch with these EMPs. Spain is a very clutch team. They are capable of pulling off Milan miracles, and we might be on the precipice of one. They're only the 2nd team to take France to a map number 3. You know the other team that did that was Denmark, and Spain beat them.
Yeah, and Spain against Denmark, that was such a close game as well. Spain is just scraping by every single fight. They are the diamonds in the rough here, and in the rough of it, in the thick of it, they always come out on top.
At this point, I'm all aboard the Spain train. I want to see this team. I want to see this team go the distance. I want to see them at LAN. I want to see them at BlizzCon, and I want to tell them to their face just how amazing these plays from Gala, from Hira, from the whole team are. If they want to secure that spot, though, taking down France would be a great way to do it. It's a tall task. It's not quite over yet, but they've got a shot.
Yeah, this is such a good squad, and I have never seen anything so solid just right at the very last second. I mean, Gala, you have to give props to Gala once again. It's not even the first time that Gala has made this type of clutch play. He's done it in the match against the Netherlands, in the match against Denmark. It is just that support line so strong, but the way that they come together, how cohesive they are, is also incredibly impressive.
I mean, I was getting a little bit, on map 1, getting a little bit tired of seeing Gala and Kanile being first in the kill feed. On the opposite end of it, they flip it and end up being the ones causing the fatal blows rather than suffering from them, and that makes all the difference for Spain in those crucial moments. We're going to go to a map 3. It's France's map pick. Can Spain do what no one else has done? Find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Things are ramping up here in the France versus Spain match. Two of the contenders for those top 3 spots in Group A to make it to playoffs, and it is getting interesting.
Only one other team has pushed France this far to a map 3, and Spain is a team that does not stop pushing, and a win here would push them all the way to BlizzCon. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than this. We're going to Coliseo. This is where they pulled out that first upset game that put them on the map, that turned the eyes towards them. This is where they beat the Netherlands. This is where they can do it. This is where their hopes are all going to ride here. France versus Spain. I can't wait. This is one of the best matches so far.
And Spain, they've been on Coliseo before, they've been in this situation before, map 3, and in that situation, they won it all in a reverse sweep. So Spain, I definitely have to say they have impressed me. They have gone beyond all expectations that anyone had for this squad, being a squad made up with mostly unknowns as well.
And again, if not for their loss Italy, we would be singing a different tune. We would be talking about like, well, now Spain is just trying to secure their spot, not having to fight for it. But because we're in this situation, it makes it honestly all the sweeter that Spain are able to pull this off, like getting us this far. If they're able to beat France, it would just be all the more massive. So, I mean, all eyes on Spain right now that they've got everyone's attention. There's a little bit more pressure there, but I feel like this team thrives under pressure. The clutch factor that all of their players keep showing time and time again. Yeah, this is a team that thrives under pressure.
Yeah, I feel like Spain basically have cemented themselves in that top 3 slot. They cemented themselves as a top contender in Group A, and right now, beating France would just be the icing on the cake, and it is going to be a tough match, especially Coliseo. Getting started right at the very beginning is very tough.
It's definitely going to be tough. It's looking like France wants to go for a rush composition here. They're showing Ben Best, so, you know, we're not going to be seeing a whole lot of the Diva. That's what Poco comes in for. Ben Best on the Reinhardt. Spain, yeah, they're going to match it, so rush versus rush. This is what we tend to see on Coliseo. We've got France, the self-proclaimed dark horse, versus the real dark horse in Spain. Which team rules the stable? Let's find out.
I love to see Helv and Ben Best just zooming over to that objective, trying to be the first one there, prop up the shield and get in good position for the squad.
Helv trying to go for a little bit of early positioning here. Nico with the icicles to pressure the rest of Spain back. Ben Best. I mean, both these Reinhardts are just trying to jockey for position, right? See who can get first real control of the bot. Give a little bit of space for the Hanzo arrow to try and find a head. Maybe a couple 2-tap with the icicles. I mean, pretty even thus far as DPS and as far as pretty much all the ults across the board, who's doing what. Neither team really wants to be the first to flinch here.
Yeah, they don't really want to bite this bullet right at the very beginning. It could potentially mean, because every team that loses on push feels like they have to work so much harder to be able to get back into a winning position. But it's going to be Spain just edging that robot over towards their own side. It seems like they might be able to take back control over on France's side, but it's really these early picks that we need, and that's the onus of that is on Hira and Pac.
And we haven't seen any picks come out. Ooh. That's a big one, though. Pac with a pick off onto Hira, the two that you called out there. And yep, you can see France. They're going to start marching forward as Spain turns right around, goes right on back. They don't want to try and stagger this out here. Now, though, Spain has the ability to play this high ground that they're setting up for. Pac knows it, going to scout it out with the Sonic Arrow, and doesn't want to let them have it for free. Wants to try and find somewhat of an angle where he can hit some Storm Arrows, or maybe find a headshot at someone that walks just a little bit too far forward here.
Yeah, Hira now back. We're regrouping with the team, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of that long distance damage once again. But for these two teams that are running brawl comps, there is not a whole lot of brawling going on. Helv kind of dancing around the objective, but now that it's been pushed one way or another, they're going to have to find a way to retake and recapture.
And it looks like France, they don't want to commit too heavily here. They're happy to just bide their time with their advantage. Helv wants to go in here. Kanile with the Amp Matrix. Ben Best is down.
Yeah, that was so immediate onto Ben Best, and even though there was that immortality field from the side of Reviews, they immediately took that down with the help of the Fire Strike. Gala does fall, but over on the other side, FD God had to drop that beat in order to try and sustain. Nico, despite it all, is still going to go down for France, and they should be able to get this a little bit further. Ben Best charging in, however, and that's going to stop it in its tracks.
I don't know about that sound barrier from FD God. I mean, it kept him alive and kept Pac alive, but they were both disengaging anyway. You would like to have that right now to match Gala's. France, they have to be a little bit cautious here. Spain, they want to get aggressive. Helv is looking for a shatter, and there's so much more to follow if that shatter lands.
Yeah, Ben Best has his own shatter as well. The stun onto Ben Best is so good. And Helv, just a shatter onto Nico as well. The blizzard from Nico does go through, but there's not enough follow-up from Spain's squad. Immediately, Spain crumble France and just bend them over so they can get this robot past the line.
Spain are going to take the lead here, but that still ends up being a pretty okay fight for France because they only really invest the Blizzard there, and Spain had to throw the kitchen sink at that just to stay alive. They're going to have the Amp Matrix. They're going to have to try and use that to buy as much time and little scant few inches that they can, perhaps. They want to take a fight in a more neutral place so they can get some value out of it, so they're just going to back up, give France control of the bot for now.
Yeah, so long as they've already taken the lead here over on their side, so they have no problem allowing them a little bit of that extra space to push so they can have that cover from these archways instead of just having to fight down a really long corridor where Hira and Pac just have to do all the work. But now Ben Best going to go ahead and charge in. That Amp Matrix is out, but Ben Best is out of the way. The positioning is good for France, and immediately they flipped this one already over to their side with the help of a Shatter and Amp Matrix of their own.
And the pendulum swings right back in France's favor as they're going to take the lead here. That's a great Shatter, a great aggressive play there from Ben Best, a rookie tank player. Once you got the pin onto Gala, might have tried to go for the full slam, but decides to let it go, let the frog free for just a second, and then hit the big slam that takes everyone down. The Amp Matrix follows it up. France, they have the lead, and same thing that Spain did. They're gonna back up and try and play where they have a little bit more of a positional advantage, and Spain has to play into their hands somehow in order to try and break through this.
Spain still looking to push that objective a little bit further back, but they still have control of the bot. There is just not a lot that Spain can do after that Dragon Strike. It looked like... Did I hear a Dragon Strike? Am I...
Yeah, the Dragon Strike did come through for Pac there, and it was a lot of pressure onto Helv that even with the immortality and all the heal that came through, by the tail end of that Dragon Strike, like, there was nothing they can really do to sustain Helv. There's a great pickoff there from Hira, but Pac is also finding the headshots back and forth. France, oh, okay, Hira with another headshot, and you can see France, yeah, that's all they can get. They're gonna get a little bit of extra meterage, and they don't want any more, not when Hira's hitting those.
All right, a little bit of technical issues on my side, but we are completely back here and now headed back towards Spain's own side to push that barrier and contest France's own push. Hira with the Dragon Strike as well, looking for something onto FD God. That is so good, and it's with the sound barrier on FD God as well. So now Gala has their own sound barrier active. FD God has to go back to spawn, make the long walk back, and they're pushing that barrier. The pendulum, as you said, swinging towards Spain again, and it's looking like there won't be any contention just yet until this team can regroup.
And that was such good placement from the Dragon Strike there from Hira. Spain gonna take the lead again. Ben Best was under so much pressure. Amp Matrix gonna come out from reviews. Spain know better than to face check this. Ben Best is once again kind of left alone. The rest of France gonna go ahead and come on out. Amp Matrix there. France is just running away with the bot right now.
Yeah, and Spain isn't really contesting it here. They're trying to spam down shots and get that damage through. Helv is the first to really confront, but that stun onto Helv is so good and takes him down immediately. Ben Best as well with the Dragon Strike onto Hira. The DPS for Spain missing from the fight, and it's really Gala who's left there to maybe try and contest a little bit, but just spam a few shots while wall riding past.
I mean, there's still an opportunity to contest here. Spain back at near full strength. They have some presence, and it's enough to scare France off. Neither team really wants to push past this high ground unless they know they have the ability to. That's how impressive it is here on Coliseo. France, despite having a man advantage, don't want to take it because that high ground, it's just too much. They have an ult advantage here as well. Pac gonna open up with a Dragon Strike, force some positioning. Is there gonna be a follow-up?
It forces out Gala's beat, so they have to drop that. The sound barrier now expended and the overhealth fading away. The Dragon Strike from Hira will be there to counter. And the stun onto Ben Best. That was so good from Helv to follow up on that Dragon Strike. Now the Blizzard to come through, or no Blizzard, but the Immortality Field to try and save them. Okay, the Amp Matrix is going to swing everything in the wrong way for France and is going to allow Spain to just go all the way down. France pushing back towards Spain's side.
I mean, this should be enough for France to get the lead here. Are they going to have enough time to get the checkpoint? It looks like they're going to play a little bit safe so they can get Ben Best back. They do get the lead. Helv is there to contest, so no checkpoint. France not in any position to fight this. They have to let Spain drop in on top of them, and now they're just kind of corralled here.
Oh, it's going to be a shatter from Helv and Ben Best on both sides, but Helv takes down Reviews while Ben Best finds Lauren. It's really that support pick that we're looking at, missing a lot of the sustain in the backline, but it doesn't matter for Spain. They're still able to surge forward, push ahead towards that checkpoint, and now going back towards their own side, it is just a few meters shy of getting that second checkpoint for France.
I mean, I don't even know if this could even be more close. And again, neither team has successfully got the checkpoint. No forward spawns. I mean, France are still going to be able to get a reasonably close defense here, like about where the bot is now. And they have the ults to try and push this through. But I've seen bigger things from Spain than it would be for them to win this fight here. Amp Matrix Fire Strike combo comes out. France kite it, and there's a Dragon Strike.
Yeah, they kite the Dragon Strike as well on Spain's side and take down Nico with a Blizzard in the back pocket. Lauren has their own Blizzard and should be able to find something more, but instead, the rest of France is left to disengage. 60 seconds left over, only a minute. This match is so close, and Spain just barely take the lead as well as that checkpoint for the forward spawn. Spain, as of now, have the advantage. They have the ult advantage as well. France, they only have 2 ultimates, and it's going to be Nico's Blizzard that is going to be a huge factor.
And I mean, there's only a short window to use it, and Hero wants to shut that window with the Dragon Strike. Here comes the Blizzard from both sides, but FD God falls first, and Hero with the shots onto Nico.
Hira, such a good storm arrow onto Nico. There's no follow-up from the Mei. Once again, Nico has been consistently shut down by Spain's squad. Helv now finding Ben Best, and there's just isn't the sustain from Reviews. Oh, the fire strike to finish off the Baptiste. It's looking like Spain is going to have everything in their back pocket. They have every advantage going into this next fight, and under 5 seconds now as the timer ticks down. There's a shatter from Ben Best, but Helv Shatter does better and is able to charge away Ben Best from the rest of the squad. Peels so well for the back line, and there is no touch to come through from France. Spain, against all odds, take 2-1 against France.
Spain have just done what no one else in this group has been able to do. They dethroned the Kings. They dethroned France, who have beaten everyone, taken on all comers. They beat Denmark. They beat the UK. But Spain come through and they get the dub, they topple the Tyrants, and they may very well have just got themselves a ticket to BlizzCon here. Oh my goodness, Spain, one of the most clutch teams, the real darkest of dark horses that come through at the right moments, at the midnight hour, with the right plays, at the right time. Helv was phenomenal with these shatters, with these plays. Hira finding the headshots he needs to at just the right time. We talked ad nauseum about Gala and Kanile, the backline from Spain. This team is so much fun to watch.
If you do not know Helv's name by now, you definitely should, because Ben Best, I mean, we talked a lot about, you know, handsomest tank in the East or the West. I'm not sure, depending on where you are, but Helv has been able to match Ben Best beat for beat, shatter for shatter, charge for charge, and sometimes even doing better. And it's the combination utility as well from the rest of the squad, the communication between these teams, the Blizzard, knowing that there's going to be a shatter from Ben Best, charging them away, the Mei wall to section off the rest of the squad. It is just so good from Spain every single time.
And you want to know what the best part is? There's a significant chance that both of these teams will get to go to the playoffs here, which means we might even get to see this matchup again. And for how close it was, especially here on Colosseo and especially on Blizzard World, I would love to see these two teams run it back. But today, Spain wins out the day. They reign supreme. They topple the tyrants that were the French. And what a statement. What a statement to make.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know how it can get any better than this. Of course, I would love to see this on a bigger stage, and with the little bit of rivalry that is forming between these two teams, both dark horses, France self-proclaimed, Spain more literal, but it is definitely going to be a good one. And welcome back, Jim. How did you feel about that?
Yo, oh my god. Okay, game 2, the ending, Nano Zen to save the day. I can imagine, you already know the emotion running through that Spanish team for any one of these matches that they've had before. We had the pleasure of interviewing them before. They must have been popping off after game 2.
The
Into
energy.
game 3, epitomes like you mentioned. Yo, those combos towards the end. There was the dragon to zone, the blizzard in the space that was left. There was the dragon, then the charge afterwards. These combos that they're setting up, and what we're seeing more and more come out of the Spanish team, and what their manager even said is that we play dive. That's our game, and that's where we do best. When it's hectic, when it's fast, they push it to the limit and they deliver. Spain toppling the giants of France. I can't believe it, giving them their first loss, man. That was the best match we've had yet.
Absolutely, and I mean, okay, they play dive, and that's silly to me because their rush looks so good.
Right.
The May play was phenomenal. The blizzards were on point. Here is dragon strikes to zone off. Were always exactly where they needed to be to keep the pressure on Benbest, and everyone followed through. The focus fire was there. They looked so clean on this May Hanzo rush. Like, ain't no way this is just a dive team. Ain't no way. I'm not buying it.
Just their split-second decision-making, you know what I mean? That's what separated them. To realize, okay, I got the nano. What can we do? None of our other people are up yet. Switch to the Zen. You have to have so much confidence to do that and pull it off. I cannot believe it. Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's recap some of the scores from day 6. There are only 2 more days of action before we lock in all the competitors that are gonna make it to the main event. So let's pull up that scoreboard and we'll be able to show you, or rather that schedule and the scoreboard that comes with it, and we'll be able to show you everything that happened today. We started off the day with Germany losing 2-0 to Sweden, Finland taking it 2-0 over Poland, Iceland in a close 2-1 versus Turkey, Denmark 2-0 over Portugal, Belgium 2-0 over the Netherlands, Great Britain 2-0 over Italy in some, it was a good match anyways, and Spain taking it 2-1 over France, giving France their first loss in this tournament. And if we're looking at the group standings and how it's all shaking out, of course, in that top 3 for Group A, it's currently France, Great Britain, and Spain. And in the top 2 for Group B, we've got Saudi Arabia and Finland. Epitomes, we are at the end of day 6. Oh, any final words? Any final thoughts? The adrenaline is pumping through my heart right now, but man.
Sigh that just happened. But it's just, I feel that this team, this Spain squad, the roster that they have is so strong. They work so well together. And I really hope that they go so much further in the World Cup as well. And I mean, it's not over for Spain yet.
No.
They have solidified themselves at the top of Group A, but tomorrow they have probably another really huge matchup against Great Britain. And we just saw Great Britain play. They're incredibly strong, very clean, and work very well together as well. So it's going to be a struggle today and tomorrow, and I'm really excited to see how it hashes up.
Yeah, CB, same question to you. Feelings at the end of day 6 here?
I mean, I'm a little bit exhausted from that last game there. That was a real exciting one. We got 2 more days of this, and
yes.
I mean, it doesn't get easier for Spain, but one Milan Miracle deserves another. Maybe they can do it. We'll have to see as they go against Great Britain. Group A is still so up in the air. Like, anyone can take it. France's top spot for like first seed, even that's in doubt now.
Yeah, that's the honest truth. And if we're looking at the matches for tomorrow, same time, same place, same people. Some of the top matches I'm looking at for tomorrow, man, Spain versus Great Britain is at the top of that list for me. And I gotta say, honestly, that's the marquee matchup that I'm looking at tomorrow. Kitty, cat. There's a cat running around my house too that I should grab at some point, but he's a very loud kitty. So
you gotta get in on it. We got the cat desk here.
Catster desk.
Catster desk. Oh my god, I love it.
Oh no.
Well, that about does it for us out here. Thank you so much for tuning in today and watching. Of course, the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC online qualifiers continue tomorrow, same place, same time. We'll see you then. And with that said, it's been an absolute blast, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Peace.